right, shalom, shalom, y'all. We're going to get started, right? Just make sure. Sorry, y'all. I'm fixing this real quick. Right, cool. Still recording? Yeah, buddy. Right, I'm going to turn slightly to the side so y'all can see who walks up. We're going to go ahead and pray. We're going to start this off by saying, Call Halal Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. I'm Brother Hayyael, and this is Brother Aman. We're on the San Antonio Riverwalk with Sakari for a lesson today for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. We're going to go ahead and get it cracking. Today's lesson is who can set straight what the Lord set crooked, right? I found out something very vexing and angering this week. There's a woman by the name of Antoinette Harold, and she does interviews with basically ex-slaves. Now, I know some of you might be asking, ex-slaves, didn't slavery get abolished in 1863? Technically 1865, which is why we celebrate Juneteenth, right? If you believe the Emancipation Proclamation set us free, then yes, you would be correct. However, although the Emancipation Proclamation legally set us free, it did not set us free in, I guess, application. I can put it that way. Just like any black market trade, slavery persisted in certain pockets of America, even unto today. And I'm going to bring out a few things today that suggest just that, right? But, again, if you want to look her name up, it's Antoinette Harold. And she does interviews with men and women who give personal testimonies of being freed from slavery in the 60s and 70s. In the 1900s, by the way, not the 1800s. Got time for the Bible, brother? Yeah, I see you got headphones. It is cool. Can you go ahead and start me off with Ecclesiastes 7 and 13? Right? Because we're going to read the very same scripture that sets the theme and the tone for the lesson today. One of the things that we have to keep in mind is that you cannot set straight what God said crooked. Hold on, this is going on. Right? And that's something that we have not taken to heart as a people as we try to integrate with our enemies. How you doing, sister? You believe in the Bible at all? Kind of? You got time to talk to us about it today? A couple minutes? I do. So I have to start off by asking, what is your father? Is he Hispanic? Mexican? Did you know Mexican people are in the Bible? Well, what tribe are they? Now, what if I told you your ancestor is just like your people? And it's in his name. His name is Issachar. He's one of the members of the 12 tribes of Israel. That would be right there, Issachar. Today's Mexican, right? Issachar in the Hebrew means he who is...
mixed, so...
Well, what's your father?
My
okay. Brazil?
No, some Mexican.
Okay, awesome. Both native Mexican, right? Okay.
Well, my mom is...
Okay. Well...
As far as, like, family heritage, like, I just know, like, the generations that I grew up with.
Yes, ma'am. Well, let me read something to you real quick. Can you give me Numbers 1 and 18? If I can beat you there, I'll do it. This is Numbers 1 and 18. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month. They declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers. So you are who your father is. I have a question. If you have an apple seed, well, but what if I told you you're an Israelite because of him, despite all the things that might go on between you and your family?
I mean, I don't mind, I love my grandparents, I love the rest of my family.
Now, you say something that, quite frankly, that is very common amongst blacks and Hispanics. We have a rough relationship with our father. Would you like to know why that is?
Sure.
What if I told you that's a curse that we're under? Wouldn't it make sense how you could be on a street of blacks and Hispanics and over 70% of us don't have a father in the house? Isn't that weird? Doesn't that leave your family defenseless? Because you don't have a man in the house to lay down his life if threats come toward the house?
My mom taught us to be pretty masculine.
What?
My mom's a pretty tough lady.
I'm sure she is. You know what I want?
But
Deuteronomy
then
28.
again, I mean, maybe I also contributed to I was raised with males, a lot of males, like my cousins were males. They
read some things out of the Bible that's going to tell you why that is. Give me verse 15.
Deuteronomy 28, verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
I have a question. Is a curse a good thing? Okay. Context, right? What is the curse? Give me verse 54. Because you would say in today's world, pretty much nobody keeps the laws of the Bible, right? Like not eating pork.
I mean, how can you keep the laws of the Bible? The Bible is in its totality. That it's separated and divided into so many different books, so many different religious practices, different things within those written words, or sometimes outside of those written words. So,
But where are the laws located in the Bible?
huh?
Where are the laws located in the Bible? Look, there's more than 10. There's 613. And where are they located
But we're
in the
only
Bible?
taught 10.
And
That's right.
And I was going to get to that because who
Because
teaches
I
you
grew
the Bible?
up in the church, but in a Catholic church. You know what I mean? So, like, that's what you learn.
Now,
You learn that there's 10 commandments.
who runs the Catholic Church? The Pope. Is the Pope black, Hispanic, or Native Indian? Nope, he a white man. Have a question. Didn't the white man enslave our people and then teach us about white Jesus and tell us that it's part of Christianity to obey your slave master? Where's that in the Bible? Exactly.
I think
Now, that's my point, sister.
no, but that's my point also because, like I said, it's not in its totality. So, like, I mean, there are parts that are hidden. There are parts that we have never even seen.
We got
as
the
a
hidden
people.
parts. The
So-
14 books they removed during the Protestant Reformation. That's in this book right
so,
here.
like, I've never even, I wouldn't even know where to direct myself to get my hands on one.
Sister, if you come back again, I'll give you one. That's what we're out here for. We're serious about this Bible, right? So the 14 books you're talking about are called the Apocrypha. That's the hidden books of the Bible.
Uh-huh.
So the time where the Israelites went into slavery to the Greeks
It's
is
crazy
in the
that I
Bible.
run into you because this specifically,
Mhm.
I went into a rabbit hole like a few weeks ago on TikTok,
Okay.
watching videos discussing this.
Okay.
This
The Hebrew
exactly.
Israelites?
Yes,
Okay.
like how, like what we are today, this is what we really are.
Okay.
So like I kind of went down a rabbit hole going through all of these things and like just looking at different videos, But that's why when you started talking about it, I kind of sparked because I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Have you heard the proverb, when the student is ready, the teacher appears?
Yes, I have.
It's in the Bible. Did you know that?
I,
This is Isaiah 30 and 20. And though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet shall not thy teachers be removed into a corner any more. But thine eyes shall see thy teachers, and thine ears shall hear a word behind thee saying, this is the way, walk ye in it. When you turn to the right hand and when you turn to the left. You went down a rabbit hole on TikTok, your mind considered, hey, I might be an Israelite. And now the teachers appear.
when you asked me when I was walking up, do you believe in God, right? I believe that there's a higher power. I'm not sure if it's necessarily God.
Okay.
Because I also know that there are more ancient religions than what I grew up with, So the original religions that were around like back then, like in the early starts of humanity and such, like there was several gods. There wasn't just one. So I think that makes more sense to me. Like if we're made in man's image, and if in the Bible it says incest is sin, how is that possible if you only made two people, and then where did these other people come from?
Now, we're going to break this down. What if I told you that God didn't just start with two people?
I mean,
Can we
it
show you
only
that?
makes sense. Like
Yep.
that's the biggest hypocrisy in the book that I've read.
Give me Genesis 1. So I want to show you that because humanity was created on the 5th day and Adam was made on the 7th day.
Sense.
So what if I told you Adam being formed from the dust of the ground is a metaphor? He didn't literally make Pinocchio
No,
and
I
breathe
mean,
on it.
I that's why it's so hard for me to interpret the Bible because it's very metaphorical.
Right.
So for me to sit down and read it, it's like reading Shakespeare.
Well, guess what you need?
And I've read
Teachers.
I obviously we read Shakespeare in high school and stuff, right?
Mhm.
So like, I mean, we kind of learned how to read it, but like how many of us actually picked it up thoroughly? I could tell you. Only probably the nerd, and I wasn't one. So
I can understand. I know I was good.
I was not. I mean, maybe with writing. I don't know.
dispel this myth that Adam and Eve were the first to be created.
Well, you don't need to dispel it. I mean, common sense tells me.
But here's the thing, you shouldn't have to prove it.
No, exactly. That's why it's so frustrating when you walk into a Catholic church and you start questioning these things, and they tell you to trust in what the Bible says. Like, how, you want me to blindly believe, like, and then tell me to fight my battles out here? So, like, that doesn't make sense. That's a contradictory statement.
Well, sister, if you read this for a while, we can pull out some proverbs and wisdom out of the Bible that tells you things like never trust your enemy. Don't like join yourself onto violent people because you'll find yourself in violent interactions. All types of wisdom is in this book.
Like, it's taught me as much too.
But then you have to pay a heavier price
Oh,
because of Bible.
definitely.
So why not read the book and learn vicariously through the book instead of having to pay a heavy price and waste time? How many of our brothers are walking around with felonies right now? There's nobody talking about. Hey. Right? So a lot of our people end up in prison because they don't know any better. Right? I want to read something to you in the Bible before we go to Genesis that shows you if you
Because a lot of us don't have upbringings that offer that. You know, a lot of our parents were also raised in similar situations. So, like, it's repentance.
well, it goes further than that. When your enemies are over you, what are your enemies going to do? Persecute. This is Isaiah 42 and verse 22. But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them steering holes, and they are hid in prison houses. Who's in the prisons? Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. We are hid in prison houses because our enemies rule over us. I have a question. After the Spanish conquistadors took your people into slavery, who came and got you back? Nobody, because they're still running the Mexican government today. How about black folks? Are we still in the hands of the white man working and paying taxes? Well, yes. But that, be that as it may, who does God care about? Oh, does he? Now, if I asked you to prove that, could you prove it? That's why you got to go back to the book, because God spoke in the book. And if you speak for God without reading his word, guess what? You might be found a liar. I don't want to lie on God. I'd rather just read what he said and not have a statement. See what I'm saying? I want to prove to you, God don't care about the other nations. And as a matter of fact, ain't it something? I'm right next to the very same page where I can prove it. This is Isaiah 40 and 15. Behold, the nations are as a drop of a bucket, and are counted as the small dust of the balance. Behold, he taketh up the isles as a very little thing. And Lebanon is not sufficient to burn, nor the beasts thereof sufficient for a burnt offering. The Most High God is saying, if you destroyed an entire nation, that's not even worth an offering in relation to my people. Right? All nations before him are as nothing, but they are counted to him less than nothing in vanity. Now, we could go to 2nd Ezra 6 and 54 and show you that God only cares about the Israelites. The Israelites are the people who descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. These are only the Israelites in the northern hemisphere. Did you know that there are Puerto Ricans essentially in Africa? They're in the Congo. If you look at maps from about the 1500s, that land was called the land of the Jews. Right? If you go to India, you have what we call the cities, S-I-D-D-I-S. They're Bantu descendant Negro people who were taken into the sub-Saharan slave trade. They're black people, but they look Indian. They treat them like trash in India. Y'all got time for the Bible? I see you interested, brother. But you see here, they treat our people like trash the world over because we're the Israelites. Now, what if I told you an Indian man is not Indian? A white man is not white. They have biblical names just like you do. I'm Judah, you're Issachar. But what is the East Indian? What's the white
Where
man?
did you guys pick up on this? Like, where did you start learning about this stuff?
About 7-8 years ago.
And you fell into it?
Had to. This is my purpose.
You felt once you heard it that it was your purpose?
I always wanted to know the truth. Yeah. Don't you want to know the truth?
I mean,
Let me say this, sister. How does the Mexican man and woman pave all these roads, build all these buildings, cook all the food, raise all the kids, farm all the crops, and the white man brands you like lazy, and he calls you an alien in your own land that he stole? How? How in the hell is that? And he took us all over, all these mighty people. He conquered all of us at the same time. Meanwhile, he doesn't even have sunscreen that protects him from the sun for more than about an hour. How'd he do it? It's in the Bible. That's why we're out
how
here.
is that in the Bible?
Go back to Deuteronomy 28. Because we're under curses, sister.
And what exactly is the curse that we're under?
Okay, cool. Get me, and I'm gonna read it with you, cause as he reads, I'm gonna show you what he's reading. All right. My Bible's a little bit beat up, so excuse the state of it. But if you come back, I'm gonna give you one of these, and you're gonna read it till it looks like this. All right. Get me verse 28 and then 25. So right here.
Deuteronomy 28, into verse 25. The Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shalt be removed unto all kingdoms of the earth.
Remember how I told you our people are scattered to all these different lands? We only got scattered because we all got taken into slavery.
Wait, did that happen?
No. It's not all.
And then,
Yeah.
right.
That-
I thought that's how separation occurred.
No, that's how we got. There's 2 separations. You're actually talking about a good separation. I want to show you where it's at.
So there was one prior to that?
Give me Deuteronomy 4. I want to show you. The Most High God separated us from all the heathen so that we can be a special people unto Himself. I have a question. When you have a favorite pair of shoes, like when you're about to step out, you just have a go-to pair of shoes and you just walk around. You can call those holy because you set those apart from your other shoes.
Oh, well, they're my
Well, I get that, but
I like to go barefoot. I'm barefooted most of the time, like 90% of the time. Like,
okay.
you catch me wearing shoes, like, you catch me out of your day.
You have like a favorite. Something that's your favorite that you can't go. The reason why I'm posing it
I
like
don't think
this.
there's one that I can go without, unless, like, I mean, I absolutely cannot feed myself.
Well, like for me, these are my holy shoes. They're the most casual shoes on the planet. When I'm about to step out, I'm not trying to impress anybody. I grab these shoes and I hit the streets, the pavement, whatever. These are holy. I set them literally by the door so I can just grab them and go. You are the Most High God's holy people. Everybody else, they're still in the closet. God don't even use them. When you understand that we're God's chosen people and we're the only people that He actively dwells in, His Spirit dwells in us. That's why we're a special people. One of the things that was required of the Israelites when they took us into slavery every time was that we play music. You know that's in the Bible? That's in Psalms 137. And didn't the white man want you to do your music while he was beating your kids, raping the women, killing the men? Yep, he still wanted you to do your, like, whatever, merengue. You know, he wanted you to do all of your reggaeton, anything, any type of music that our people produce. And most people don't even know reggaeton comes from Benjamin. It's not even from our Hispanic brothers. Yeah, we share culture because we're the same people. You see what I'm saying? That's why we stopped you today, sister, to let you know you are an Israelite. Get that other verse right. Verse 28. This is Deuteronomy 28. And hold up. The Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart. So I have a question. If we're a people who are mighty, capable of going to war, and we're the mightiest entrenched people on the planet, and somebody's coming to fight us, but we are smitten with madness, we can't think straight, we can't formulate a plan, and we flee before our enemies, how are we supposed to win the battle? You don't. And guess what happens after that? You go to verse 68, you go into slavery. Slavery's in the Bible, right here. Did you also know servitude to your enemy is right here, starting at verse 48? Most High God promised if we didn't keep His laws,
And who
these
does
things
this
would
say
happen.
the enemy is?
Oh, let's read it. Give me 28 and 48 and start there. The sister's asking very good questions. Who are our enemies? After he reads this, we're going to go to Psalms 83. It has a laundry list of all the enemies. Remember how I said the heathen have a biblical name? They are in a laundry list. King David wrote about them in Psalms 83.
Deuteronomy 28 and 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things.
Stop right there. So when you want to buy something, water, food, clothes, you want to buy a house, who you got to go through? Well, you work, but who do you give the money to get the things that you need?
Well, to all of the people that supply the things that I need.
And who supplies it? Well, who owns the company? So what I'm trying to get you to see is we don't own those companies.
Even if you had a business, you still got to get those provide whatever that business is from a certain people.
Right, and then you would have to pay business taxes
From a state.
to the government.
Who runs the government? White people. Sister, you know who runs this nation. You know who runs Mexico.
Well, I mean, it's called the White House for a
Correct.
reason, no?
But guess what? Black men built it.
Well, yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is,
Like the fact, this country, that's why the whole immigration thing irritates me my soul, because it's like, damn dude, like you realize that this country was built on the backs of immigrants, right? Like on all types of immigrants all over. Like,
well, it's not immigrants. The indigenous people. You're not the immigrant. The white man's the immigrant.
well, initially when America came to be, immigrants came from all over for the American dream. So people from Germany came over, people from, Ireland came over. Like people from all over came here to try and build a life.
Aren't they all white people?
So, well,
Who was here first?
yeah, Indians and
The Native Americans,
yes,
Aztecs,
yes,
all the natives.
All the
yeah.
niggas. But
Like that's why I don't even celebrate Columbus Day, because I'm like,
well, all
yeah.
praises.
How do you find something that was already here? Like somebody already inhabited it. Kind
But what we're trying to tell you though is that all those nations who came here, so-called immigrants, no matter what they call themselves, God doesn't see in Australia. He doesn't see somebody from New Zealand. He sees them as the big tribe. And the common thing that you have with the people who raped and robbed and steal New Zealand, South Africa, Australia, America, Canada, Mexico, etc., all white people. The Spanish had the Filipinos in slavery. But aren't Spanish people just white people? Yeah, called the Ruta de la Plata, the Road of Silver. They were taking Mexicans over to. Actually, and this is to my camera. If you
Sorry, I
ever
didn't finish that.
if you ever have Filipino friends, the thing that you will notice is that they eat just like our Mexican brothers and sisters. The only thing that's missing is tortillas. And I'm dead serious. Peas and rice, fish for breakfast, plantains. But here's the thing: we all
You're
eat
making
the
me
same.
hungry. Stop.
I know, but that's because we can cook. We got the flavor. We got the salt. We're God's chosen people, right? But give me a 48 and keep going. Keep going from where you're at. Sorry.
Start back at the top of 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck, until he have destroyed thee.
Now, what does it mean to be destroyed? Well, but we're still here. What if I told you being suppressed, not just in body, because then they take the shackles and the chains off? Yeah, they did. How many of us revolted when they did that? Very few. Yeah, it's called Stockholm Syndrome.
Right.
That means you're destroyed. You're mentally destroyed. That's why you have people, they want to vote, they want to park on Monday, they want to do everything to be a good citizen. Except for being their own people. You're destroyed. Keep going, brother.
Verse 49. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand.
Now, which nations have the eagle as their emblem or their emblem? Correct. What was it? Spanish. Did you know the Greeks? Rome. Yeah. Rome, the Greeks, the Germans. Not even just white people. Did you know even the East Indians had the eagle or the hawk? Did you know we've gone into slavery to them too? The sub-Saharan slave trade. All these different nations use the eagle because it's a bird of prey. It strikes suddenly, it ambushes its prey, and it doesn't even kill it. It carries it up and it drops it and kills it.
Right.
Yeah. Now, how do these nations go to war today? The gun, the bomb. How's that different from how an eagle functions? They don't get their hands dirty. Because if they had to get their hands dirty, they couldn't handle this. Let's be real about it. When you want to watch boxing, kickboxing, wrestling, any type of martial art, you don't want to see any Asians or white people because you know it's all a show. You want to see two Israelites go out. You want to see a black and
I
Hispanic
don't know. I
fight.
like watching UFC. I like watching all of them.
Who's recent fight between a Judite and I believe the brothers from like Brazil, from the Amazon. Dude is a freak of nature, and he's an amateur Golden Gloves boxer.
I don't know, because it's not live anymore. Like you have to watch it like on Paramount, and it's like all old footage. So like, I mean, some of it's new, but some of it, most of what they air is like old.
You're talking about Pride fighting too. You're talking about the old UFC. Back when it was like grainy and it looked like it was in somebody's
I'm
basement.
talking about like 2005 UFC.
Yeah, that's Pride and stuff. Yeah. That was when blood was allowed, elbows, and all types of crazy
Yeah,
stuff
that
on
shit
the
was
ground.
rough.
It was brutal.
It sure was.
But who are the best gladiators to step in the ring? Those people. Obviously, the blacks, Hispanics, and natives. Because we're stronger, we're faster, we're more creative, and we don't quit. That's one thing about blacks and Hispanics. We do not quit. What's his name? Roberto Duran? They say he had hands of stone. What most people don't know about Roberto Duran is he had hundreds of prize fights outside of his professional career. He was boxing in tandem, professionally and underground. How many fighters do you know can do that and still be a champion of the world? It's because he's special. When you understand that we're built different and all the nations want to be like us, then you'll realize this is your home right here. You'll come back to your God. And you won't listen to a white man telling you you don't have to eat pork. Or taking communion every time you step into a chapel. Did you know that's sacrilege in the Bible? You're not supposed to be doing communion.
Well, isn't it true that any four walls is your area of praise?
Well, I mean, any closet. So when you go into your closet, give me, I believe, Matthew 6. Or his name is not Jesus, but it's Yahushua. Yahushua tells us how to pray. You're supposed to go into your closet and pray in private. You're supposed to take your shoes off and you raise your hands. You don't put your hands together. And you call God by his real name.
Raise your hand first, and then
Oh, yeah. Remember when Solomon was praying when he was dedicating the temple? Newly built? Well, you'll read it, right? But he raised his hands to the Most High in prayer toward the east. We're supposed to pray toward the north. They stole it from us. You'll learn about all these things from us to let you know you're the special people around here. Everybody want to be like you. They got cholo culture over in Japan right now.
They look at me, they think I'm white until they hear my last name, and then they're like, oh, is that your married last name? No, that's my first last name.
Well, but here's the thing. It's not about how you look. See, only recently in America.
You'd be amazed.
Well, but you got to remember, though, when you go to Mexico, I'm sure they tell you that you've been Americanized.
Yeah, because I've been to Mexico. Like, I mean, I've been deep in Mexico. That's where a lot of my family's from. So I've been out there, and yeah, like, we are American. Like, they tell us so.
But when black people go back to the west coast of
They
Africa,
tell us that we're bougie.
oh, but guess what? You know what they call us in Africa? They call us Akata. It means cotton picker. Aren't we African American? I thought we had roots in Africa. So why do so-called African people hate American Negroes? Because they know the people who were taken into the slave trade, they weren't the same as native Africans. We were only on the east coast of Africa and northern Africa, fleeing from Jerusalem in 70 AD when the Romans genocide the land. And they destroyed the temple. As a matter of fact, I got a book on it. Page 84. It's from Babylon to Timbuktu. Right? And it's written by Rudolph R. Winter. Right? In the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. In 70 AD, General Vespasian and his son Titus put an end to the Jewish state with great slaughter. So they threw down our city and they killed millions of us. Sound familiar what they did here, right? During the period of the military governors of Palestine, many outrages and atrocities were committed against the residue of its people. During the period from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over 1 million Jews fled into Africa, fleeing from Roman persecution and slavery. The slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. We're the real Jews.
I mean, the description of Jesus in the Bible.
There you go.
Explicitly describes the Jews.
Now, I have
That's
a
why I
question.
don't understand the pictures that the Catholic Church has up.
why I told you, not only were we in West Africa, in basically North Africa, but we also went into Europe. The people who ruled during the Dark Ages were us. What is that look like? Does it look like a black man? That's King James. He's the one who got the Bible put together. He had a team of 70 scholars called the Masoretes, and they gathered all the texts together that they had, like the Masoretic text, the Latin Vulgate, what else? The Greek Septuagint. They basically reference all these different books, and they had the Bible. You good? I'm gonna read that for you.
When's he coming back?
Slack it, y'all. We'll get right back to it in a second. So, you reach once or freedom. Get that real quick in Matthew 6.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 5. And when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogue, and in the corners of the streets, they may be seen of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But thou, when thou prayest, enter in thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret. And thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly.
And that's when he goes into the Father, the Lord's Prayer, right? Our Father, which art in heaven, et cetera, et cetera. So you're supposed to pray in private, facing the east, with shoes off, hands up. Why didn't you learn that in church? Well, just reference the highway, you got to go to the south, and then it's going to be to the right. That's it. So face north, and then right. Or you can do that. However you got to do it. But before you go, sister, this will be the last one you're going to turn me loose. Right? I want you to know this is our whole purpose, because you asked a really good question, and we just latched right onto this when we heard it. And we did. And that's because it's our sole purpose for being here. This is Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. If you're breaking God's commandments, you can get judged for it. If you're keeping God's commandments, you can be judged for it. If your kids listen to you, you're rewarded. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Yep. And did we just read a couple of curses to you? Yeah. All punishments. We're out here every Saturday at about 5:30 to 10 p.m. Take care. All praise to the Most High God. Right? And this is why we're out here, y'all. To let blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know who they are. Our people always say the same thing, man. I sat in church. Nobody ever told me. And that's a common thread. Give me Acts 7:48. Right? Because we have to remind our people who runs the church. So that's one thing blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians never stop to consider. 7:48. And then after that, we're going to go to Acts 17 and 24. Because one of the things that we have to acknowledge is Israelites tend to learn very slow. And as a result, the Most High God has to say things twice in his word. Go ahead and say it. Give me the scripture.
Acts 7, verse 48.
Here we go.
Howbeit, the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as saith the prophet.
That's it. So, it's straight to the point. God dwelleth not in temples made with hands. Now we're going to go to Acts 17 and 24. Because it's said again. See, one of the things that you're gonna see about this Bible, if you get into it, those of y'all who are new to the faith, there's a lot of repetition because our people are hard-headed, stiff-necked, and they learn slow. Go ahead and get it, brother.
Acts 17, verse 24.
Get out.
God that made the world and all things therein, seeing that he is Lord of heaven and earth, dwelleth not in temples made with hands.
Again, it had to be said because our people do not understand when it's said the first time, the second time, the third time. When they pay the price and get put in slavery, they still be scratching their head, looking stupid. That's Jake, y'all. That's why we have to let our people know who they are. You a princess, Elder. You special, all right? You an Israelite. You got time to listen to the Bible, come see us. See? And I always say this, man, the people who pretend like they don't hear us, they're the ones who cry out to God the loudest when something go wrong. Let her chest start hurting and she fall on the ground. All of a sudden, Black and Brown Alliance assemble. We gotta come together like the fucking Avengers and get her ass to the hospital. See, the Most High God is humbling people right now. That's why we reach out to our people peaceably. And I'm not gonna lie, I let people off the hook now. I used to go in on motherfuckers for not listening. You don't want to give me attention? Cool, I'm gonna yank it from you. I'm gonna make you want to fight me. Because I would rather you punch me in the face and we fight a little bit. And then while we both sitting there huffing and puffing, I get a few scriptures in. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing, though. I can't do that with everybody. I can't force you to listen to these words. But the Most High God can. Y'all better read the book of Jonah. Jonah said he wasn't going to do his job. Most High God said, bet that. We'll see. That's why when he was finally in the belly of the fish, he was like, man, I need help, bro. Like, damn. Like, damn, I need help. But anyway, let's go ahead and get this lesson. Go ahead and read Sirach 12 and 10 through 16. Right, we're going to start off with some milk scriptures. Because one of the things blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians need to understand is that you never trust your enemy. One of the things that we are going to find out in these days is that our enemy, the so-called white man, has not changed at all. From the time he had the Emancipation Proclamation, he has not changed. That's why we're figuring out now that there's been slaves since the 1970s. That's why we have to say it loudly to our people to separate themselves from their enemies and take heed of their friends. Well, who are your friends? They're certainly not the people walking around on stolen land. They're not the people who will throw you in prison giving you football numbers. They're not the people who have you clock in Monday through Friday and pay you barely enough to pay your rent and keep the lights on. That's not your friend. But if you listen to some of these buck dancing coons, that's your family. Right. Go ahead and get it when you got it.
Sirach 12, verse 16.
Bring it out.
An enemy speaking sweet.
No, I'll start 10.
Sirach 12, verse 10. Never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him. And thou shalt be unto him as if thou hadst wiped a looking glass. And thou shalt know that his rust hath not been altogether wiped away.
Take heed of the metaphor that's being used here. When you closely scrutinize the white man, it's like wiping an encrusted window. And you see all the wickedness and the ill intent that's right behind the surface. And it's not hard to see. All you got to do is look. Look at the number that police kill every year. And you'll get an idea that the white man don't like you too much. Look at the maps of redlining. How they redline different districts for people to live in. And then you overlay that same map with the most violent spots. And you'll see a certain profile come up of demographics and where they're located. See, the white man understands if I put you all in one area and I deprive you of basic goods and services, you'll eat each other. He knows that. That's why he does it. And that's why he has gun stores, liquor stores, and churches on every corner. Because those are all things that people will run to, trying to get an answer, and it will only exacerbate the problem. That's what your enemy will do. Keep going, brother.
Verse 12. Set him not by thee, lest when he hath overthrown thee, he stand up in thy place. Neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat. And now, at the last, remember my words, and be pricked therewith.
Now, for those of y'all who don't know history, you don't even realize that your seat has been usurped. One of the things I pointed out to that sister was that King James was a so-called black man. Now, if King James was a so-called black man, what was his name? Probably a black man. How about the king in the corresponding provinces next to him? Because you got to remember, they often had alliances between one another. And it's easier to maintain an alliance when that person is your blood and your kin. That's why when you understand that we ruled the entirety of Europe, yes, all the way to Russia, we were the ones ruling during the time of the so-called Dark Ages. That's why your history begins with slavery here in America. But your enemy will seek to take your seat. And to be honest, I don't blame him. Because who would want to lay claim to a history of coming out the caves, eating out of your damn grandmother's skull, and trading teeth as currency? Who wants that legacy? Certainly not any functional human being walking around here. Keep reading, brother.
Verse 13. Who will pity a charmer that is bitten with the serpent, or in any such has come nigh wild beasts? So one that goeth to a sinner, and is defiled with him as his sin in his sins, who will pity? For a while he will
You got
be.
time for the Bible? Have a better one, brother. Repent. Keep God's laws, man. But you notice that the Bible says, who will pity a charmer that's bitten by a serpent? Most of our people every day run up and down these streets trying to hold hands with everybody except their family. And when they get a knife in their back, all of a sudden they want to hobble back to the community talking about, hey, y'all help me. Can you believe what the white man did to me? Those of us who know better go, yeah, I can believe it, and no, I'm not going to help you. You need to learn. That's why the Most High God lets them do that to you, to show you. You want them to rule over you as opposed to God ruling over you, providing a framework for you to live by. Let's see how that turns out. And when you get in trouble and you get caught up, call on the God that you need. You know how many of our people die screaming for white Jesus? Talking about Jesus, help me. We have people walking by us day in and day out on Saturdays talking about they believe in God and the Bible. But you tell them Jesus ain't his real name, they don't even fucking break stride. They keep on walking. But let them get caught up. All of a sudden, what was his name again? Did you say Yahweh the Dog? They're trying to figure it out. When it was plain and it was free for them to receive, and they didn't want it. Keep going, brother.
For a while he will abide with thee. But if thou begin to fall, he will not tarry. An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips. But in his heart he imagineth how to throw thee into a pit. He will weep with his eyes, but if he find opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood.
He will not be satisfied with what?
He will not be satisfied with blood.
So if the white man gets the opportunity, he will not be satisfied with just taking your life. And we see that all the time. We definitely see it with the stars and the starlets walking around here. What happened to Prince after he died? The white man took everything. His catalog, his property, his money. How about Michael Jackson?
Same thing.
Now, if that's the happening to the so-called greatest of us, imagine a nigga in the hood who ain't got two nickels to rub together. You ain't gonna have shit when you go away. And the white man see to it. How many of us can't even say we have a childhood home that we can return to? People ain't even dead yet, and the white man already took it. That happened to my wife just a couple of years ago. Her grandmother passed away, actually last year. Grandmother passed away, family the property right, white man swooped on in and took that shit with the quickness. And then tore the damn structure down and rebuilt it. So now even if you bought it back, you can't have it back. That's how your enemy do it. But see, our people never add two and two together. So we keep paying the same way over and over and over again. That's why I was trying to tell that sister, we're under curses. And she was asking some good questions. And she was very focused. But when the word's coming out, who comes immediately? got to get it. It's in Mark 4:14 if you want it, though. That phone started ringing. All of a sudden, I got to go. Got to go. Got something better to do. But what's better than learning you're an Israelite? Learning that you're chosen of God. As a matter of fact, we don't need to show the world Caesar. We need to show the world who they are. Because Caesar has gotten enough exposure. Right? Part of the attack on our people is the usurpation of the likeness of the judges of this earth, starting with the Messiah, Yahushua. Our people don't understand. Our enemies are hard at work, stealing our legacy and our heritage. Psalm 14 and 4 through 7. And to our people who trust in these so-called white people, trust in our oppressors, you need to understand something. They can't even be good to themselves. They destroy and defile the same air they have to breathe. They defile the food they have to eat. So if they're evil to themselves, how can they be good to you? Go ahead and get it.
Sirach 14, verse 4.
Bring it out.
He that gathereth by defrauding his own soul gathereth for others, that shall spend his goods righteously. He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good? He shall not take pleasure in his goods.
Now, one of the things you got to understand, the white man is walking around America in a stolen land, receiving benefits that he raped, robbed, and defrauded to acquire. And he's still talking about he's unhappy. Still talking about my government ain't representing me right. He's giving too many subsidies to these damn immigrants coming here. Meanwhile, you shouldn't even be here. They're not even satisfied with their own goods. You got time for the Bible? Asian man's going into slavery. I just had to ask. You know what I'm saying? But our people are scattered to Asia too. See, that's one of the things that these Asian folks who come over here acting all bougie don't want to admit. They want to drive around in low riders. They want to be able to do the Dougie. They want to take the culture. They want to be B-boys. They want to be R&B singers. But they can't be that while you're in the room because you make them look bad. That's why they hate you. And they treat you like you're not there. But when you turn around, their eyes are solely on you. Keep going, brother. Pen and pad. Dancing in front of the mirror, trying to see if they got rhythm and shit.
Verse 6. There is none worse than he that envieth himself, and this is a recompense of his wickedness. And if he doeth good, he doeth it unwillingly.
He doeth it what?
He doeth it unwillingly.
So if the evil people or the oppressors do good to you, they only do it because they have to. They don't have a choice. I've been saying this the last few Saturdays. It's been put in my spirit to keep saying it. The only reason why the white man give you a check at work is so you don't die. You can't live outside and not die, bro. So that means you won't clock in on Monday. That means you got to get a brand new employee. You got to start the training process all over again. That's not cost effective. That's why one of the arguments that these white folks use is that during slavery, you got free room and board and food and clothes. But if you died every time you went out to the fucking cotton field, then you would have to have a brand new slave every day.
Right.
So it's not cost effective. He's doing good unwillingly. And he shows it when he does good to you. That's why you got a high interest rate on the loans that you get. That's why when he gives you a house, he built it next to a power plant. There's a place in New Orleans I learned about 3 weeks ago. They call it Cancer Alley. It's called Cancer Alley. Look it up. And it's a town occupied, our city, occupied primarily by blacks and Hispanics. And there's 10 oil refineries by it. What do you think all the pollutants and the runoff in the water is doing to the people? Giving them cancer. That's why it's called Cancer Alley. But if they do good to you, they do it unwillingly. Because you got to live in reality and you got to live on earth. But as long as you're here, why don't you live over here where we're fucking up the water and the air so you die faster? If you know about the Shoshone Indians, see, a lot of people don't know about America and their nuclear testing programs. You can't test nuclear weapons out in the open. It contaminates the area, so they do it underground. And guess who lives on the property where they tested? The Shoshone Indians. Over 900 nuclear tests have gone on their land, and they live right under it. It's got some of the highest cancer rates on the planet. I believe the mortality age is like 40, 45.
That's a business point too. We can help you out.
So people are walking around getting cancer. The brother brought up a good point. You run to the doctor trying to get well. He gives you chemotherapy, which is carcinogenic. Got time for the Bible?
Pues sí. Y eso fue lo que pasó.
Right? So you run to your enemy in one of help, in one of a cure, and he gives you more cancerous treatments. And then when you die, you got to go to the funeral home where you can't even afford the damn funeral service. And you got to get your loved one cremated because you can't afford a casket and a plot of land. See, these are all common problems for blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, but yet some of you coons love the white man so much. Let's go to the next one, brother. I was going to just do my lesson going in on the game. Go to Amos 1 and 11 through 12. Right? Because today's lesson is talking about who can set straight that which the Most High God set crooked. As it says in Ecclesiastes 7 and 13. Right? Who can set straight what the Most High God set crooked? And we're going to see why the white man is pursuing his brother with the sword and why he has to pay for it. What's up? Oh, you talking about where it's at? You got it. Yeah, 1 and 7 through 11. Actually, no, I'm sorry, 1 and 11 through 12. It's locked.
Amos 1, verse 11. Thus saith the Lord, for 3 transgressions of Edom, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because he did pursue his brother with the sword, and did cast off all pity, and his anger did tear perpetually. He kept his wrath forever.
So the Most High God is making it known through the prophet Amos that not just for one time pursuing us with the sword, not for 2 and not for 3, but for 4 times, meaning a complete number. In other words, because you won't leave these niggas alone, I gotta put hands on you. One of the things that our people don't quite understand is, despite how things look and feel, it is often quite different. The reality of your relationship with your enemies is quite different. Keep going, brother. Go ahead and get to it.
But I will send a fire upon Teman, which shall devour the palaces of Bosra. Thus saith the Lord, for 3 transgressions of the children of
That's it. So, the Most High God makes it known. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Y'all says. What's Jesus Christ's real name? Do y'all know? Yeah, I know. We got it. We know if you want to know it. See? That's always the test. Because when they say they know Christ and they believe in God, you ask them a basic question and you see them shrugging their shoulders. I always say this, they turn into Biz Marquis, start beatboxing. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Start beatboxing and shit, looking stupid. But guess what? The white man knows his real name. You know why? Because as much as he hates this message, he watched the videos too.
Right.
That's why a lot of them come up here arguing. They've been arguing with a nigga on the internet for damn 20 weeks. And now all of a sudden they see you and they just want to throw up their argument on you. See, they're trying to listen as best they can. But of course, it's the hard-headed ass children of Israel whom the message is directed to who don't want it. And it don't surprise me in the least. It just disappoints me. Right? But go ahead and get to Genesis 27, 30 through 41. We gonna see, where did Esau get this sword from? It's gonna take a moment, but we're gonna go through the entire account of Esau receiving the blessing of the sword and where he declared war spiritually on Jacob. You have to understand, you inherit traumatic events from your father genetically. And when Esau lost the blessing, you need to understand the proverb of not appreciating something till it's gone, that's Esau in the flesh. Because what did he sell the kingdom of heaven for? So what? A meal. A bowl of lentils. Red pottage, as it's called. And it wasn't even done yet. That's how the white man like his food, by the way. He like it raw and half cooked. And he like it with no seasoning on it. I worked at USAA. They got rid of all the ethnic food because the white folks said it had too much flavor. So we was eating hamburgers and hot dogs from then on out.
To Jamaica at a hotel, they cook with less flavor. You go outside that hotel, it's got all the flavor.
Yeah, you got to go to the ethnic spots where our people are being themselves. There's a Mexican place in New Braunfels. They have the worst Mexican food on the planet. But white folks be in that motherfucker all day. And I'm not capping, I'm not making anything up. Me and my wife, we be sitting there like, yo, they gotta be laundering drugs or something. This food is bad.
Right.
But then we see them white folks walking in and out, in and out, in and out. And that's how you know it. They don't want your culture, they want a simile of your culture. They want it to be like a taco, but not a real taco.
Right.
Get that seasoning out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like when they do the salt, they do a little sprinkle. And it'd be like 2 pounds of food and they sprinkle and you're like, nigga, what are you doing?
They open that stuff. That's enough.
Yeah, that's enough. You know what I'm saying? You're like, yo, like, what is this? You at least if you're gonna steal the shit, do it right. But anyway, right? Go ahead and get it. We trying to make the word fun, y'all. You got to, man. 27 and 30 starting.
Genesis 27, verse 30.
There you go.
And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it into his father, and said unto his father,
You got time for the Bible today? No one's good, man. You need this word. But you'll notice here in Genesis it's saying, because you got to remember, right before this, Jacob had got the blessing from Isaac. With the assistance of Rebekah, his mother, he basically put on some goat skins. He smelled like the field, and he pretended to be Esau because Isaac's eyes were failing. See, one of the things about Jake, and I'll make it in modern terms, right? One of the things about blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians is we can identify when a nigga's not going to go through what they word. We know when somebody going to try to double back and steal something that they promised. We know it more times than not. And in this case, Rebekah told Jacob, hey, look, man, go in there and get that blessing. Because you know your dad is not going to be down with the deal that y'all made. And you know your brother's not going to hold up his end of the bargain. So get in there and get that blessing. She was so convicted to help her son get the blessing that when Jacob said, well, what if he curses me? She said, shit, the curse will be on me. Get your ass in there. Paraphrase, right? But more or less, that's what she told him. See, that's what we keep trying to tell our people, right? Nothing ever changes. And you're going to see that here in Genesis 27. You got time for the Bible, sister? Okay. You want to talk about the Bible a little bit? Are you native Hispanic by chance? Mexican? What are you? Puerto Rican? You from the tribe of Ephraim. You an Israelite, sister. Come back and see us. I'd love to talk to you, all right? Take care, sister. We special. See, I knew there was something about it. See, our people, they had that glow, man. Hey, little sister. Got time for the Bible today? Okay. Tu eres Israelita. Huh? You're an Israelite. Tu eres Israelita. Huh? Ah, yeah, see, my Spanish sucks, but I can still say it. You know what I'm saying? Shit. When y'all was trying to come back, I'm saying, I tried, man. I tried hard. Keep going, brother.
verse 31. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it out unto his father, and said unto his father, let my father arise and eat of his son's venison, and that thy soul may be
No, you good. Take your time, brother.
that thy
man get down. Ain't nothing changed. He'll double back. He'll double cross. He's trying to do that right here. See, that's why these white folks are mad to this day. Because the one time it mattered, Jake came out on top.
That's right.
Technically, we got him twice. Because the one man, the white man, didn't want to lynch. We convinced them to lynch him anyway. And it turned out to be the son of God. You see, Jake keep getting the white man when it matters. And that's why they mad. Well, stay mad, nigga, because you're going into slavery. Go ahead, keep going.
And Isaac his father said unto him, Who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, Who? Where is he that taken venison, and brought it to me? And I have eaten all before thy camest, and have blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed.
So Isaac is saying, oh shit, who was that I blessed then? If you Esau, who was that then? Because you got to remember, Isaac and Rebekah, they know about the prophecy of the elder serving the younger. But they didn't know how it was going to unfold. And think about it, you know this prophecy about your sons your whole life. And then all of a sudden it comes to pass, and you didn't even know what happened. Until your son goes, hey, Dad, I'm here. He goes, what do you mean? You just left. He was like, oh shit, I messed up. Not understanding, now you did exactly what the Most High God said you were supposed to do.
Right.
Keep going, brother.
And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, Bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, Thy brother came with subtlety, and hath taken away thy blessing. And he said, Is not he rightly named Jacob? For he hath supplanted me these 2 times.
Now, for those of y'all who don't know, Jacob literally means supplanter or hustler. What black folks like to do? Hustle. What we be doing in the ghetto? We ain't got no food, no water, no heat. But you come back a year later, through summer and winter, niggas still alive. Hustle. Look down in Haiti. Our brothers down there eating leather boots and belts to stay alive. But they alive, though. Remember that hurricane that parked itself over Puerto Rico for 30 hours? It was a Category 5, destroyed all the infrastructure. But we didn't hear about mass casualties happening to the Puerto Ricans. You know why? Because the Most High God kept us, and we know how to hustle.
That's right.
Keep going, brother.
I'll start back at 36. And he said, It is not he rightly named Jacob, for he hath supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he hath taken away my blessing. And he said, Dost thou not reserve the blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him thy lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son?
Now, you got to read between the lines. Because Isaac didn't know what he's saying. How is it that he launches into giving him a blessing the very next verse? He was trying to spare his son. Because he knew, I only got one blessing left, but it ain't what you want. Because if you live by the sword, how do you die? You die by the sword. That's not a new proverb. And you think Isaac didn't know it? See, Isaac was trying to stall his son out, not understanding, hey man, this ain't a decision that's up to you. God already showed you. Now go ahead and ride it out. Keep going.
Verse 38. And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing? My father, bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept.
Now the white man is sitting there asking for it, pleading for it, begging for it, to the point where Isaac said, all right, man, I'm going to give you what you asking for. Yeah. Always be careful what you ask for. That's why the Bible tells you don't make promises or oaths with the Most High God, because He's going to hold you to it. Right? See, a lot of people don't realize, be careful what you ask for, because you just might get it. And when you get it, it might not be what you thought it was. And then you stuck. This is what happened with Esau. Keep going, brother. We're going to finish.
Verse 39. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above.
Keep going.
And by the sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brothers. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck.
Now, you need to understand something. It said, by thy sword shalt thou live. When you talk about the history of these so-called white devils, everywhere they go, they take the land by the sword. They subjugate the people by the sword. They have the fatness of the earth. They have the best of the best that the earth can offer. And they've destroyed all of it. Why? Because they live by the sword. See, if he had said you're going to live by intellect, they would be able to appreciate what's going on around them and preserve it. But only a cave devil would think that he could fix every problem with a damn sword. Have you ever heard the proverb? If all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. Have you heard that? If all you got is a sword, well, every problem looks like something you can conquer. And that's how the white man gets down. Instead of coming up doing diplomacy with you so that he can establish trade and goodwill, he comes in with his sword and he bludgeons everybody and kills everybody and takes everything by force and then wonders why everybody hates him. You got to understand, nothing's changed. You just got to understand how it's pontificated or said in the Bible. Go ahead and read the last one. And I want y'all to listen very closely because this is the kicker right here.
Verse 41. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing.
Because of what?
Because of the blessing.
One more time.
Because of the blessing, wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob.
So he said, hey man, we about to bury Isaac, my father. The days of mourning are at hand. But after them days are over, I'm going to kill my brother. You got to understand, that was a declaration that he made. And although when they reunited, they had a tearful reunion, but the marks in his spirit were already made. He dedicated himself to killing his brother. And he's been doing it ever since. Why? Because of the blessing. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing. And it's easier to hate you when they see you using your blessing. You think the white man don't want to dunk from the free throw line like Michael Jordan?
Yep.
You think he don't want to cross somebody up like Allen Iverson? Be the next LeBron James, Barry Sanders, Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson, Ronaldo in soccer? Hell, you think he don't want to be the next shit? There are, I forget his name. He's an Irish boxer. But he had his nickname was called Black. But that's because once upon a time, the so-called white man here knew to treat Italian immigrants and Irish immigrants like shit. You know why? Because he knows they go back to our people. So they would have all types of nicknames denoting so-called blackness or swarthiness. That's why a lot of times they want to be close to you. See, I've had Italian friends growing up, and they got the same problems we got. They act the same, talk the same. Hey, you got time for the Bible system? I'll say it, right? Not all of them, but some. But the white man know to treat all of them like shit, though. On the off chance they might be one of us. Just in case. But now we see why the so-called white man hates Jacob. And it's because of something that we can't give him. It's the blessing. And I say this all the time. If the black man can give the blessing back, we so cooned out, we probably give it to him. That's why the Most High God said, man, I'm going to manage this shit until this matures. It's like a trust fund. You don't give a trust fund to an 18-year-old. You wait till they finish the stipulations and criteria to get the money. Whether it's get a bachelor's degree, get a doctorate, reach the age of 35, have 2 kids, whatever. You set stipulations so that when it matures, your child can reap the benefit. Well, that's what's happened here. Jake received his trust fund. That's why when Esau sold the blessing, he basically said, what good is this going to do me? I'm at the point to die. the body, the corporeal form being under him, he gave it away. But Jake understood what it was, although we don't understand today. But let's move on with the lesson, right? Go ahead and give me Obadiah 1:10 and 1:15, right? Because one of the things we have to understand is that the so-called white man is going to pay for all the rape, robbery, and murder that he's done to our people. I know the white man saying fat chance. How about them nukes Russia got for you right now? Shouldn't that be racist? Aren't you walking on stolen land? Didn't y'all kill 250 million of us? And I'm not going to lie, it's easy to be racist when you're dealing with rapists and pedophiles. It's real easy.
That's right.
See, the white man loves to turn around calling somebody racist. Meanwhile, who's killing who? Who's putting who in prison versus the other? See, I said this before. The white man's main tactic is to blame his victim. That's his primary tactic. But the more you learn about him, the more you don't even pay any attention to it. Because that's what a devil does. A devil will tell you it's your fault that you hate your family. Even though they put you in the hood. Even though they incentivize your woman through TANF, Section 8, and all types of government subsidies to leave the family. See, one of the things that the white man does now is, if you apply for food stamps and housing assistance in black and Hispanic homes, you can't have a man in the house. They don't do that to the white woman. She can have her man in the house. They could be in there funky, not taking baths, destroying the fucking house. And they'll just move them from property to property. But let your kids start tearing up the house. You get evicted. And you be back on the street with your children. So when he calls me racist, you goddamn right I'm racist. You goddamn right. We've buried our children long enough. It's time to prefer our own people.
That's right.
It's time. Go ahead and get it, brother. Yeah.
Obadiah 10. For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. In the day that thou stoodest on the other side, in the day that the strangers carried away captive his forces, and foreigners entered into his gates, cast lots upon Jerusalem. Even thou wast as one of them. But thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother, in the day that he became a stranger. Neither shouldest thou have rejoiced over the children of Judah in the day of their destruction. Neither shalt thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress. Thou shouldest not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity.
Now, notice, these are all the things that the Most High God is saying through Obadiah to the Edomites. He's saying, you shouldn't have killed your brother like that. You shouldn't have distressed them when they were already being besieged by their enemies. See, one of the things that we often overlook is that the Edomites destroyed both temples. They destroyed the first temple when the Babylonians took us over. The Edomites took it upon themselves to go destroy it. And you can see that in the book of 1 Ezra. And that's part of the lesson. I'm not going to spoil it, right? See, that's why when these white folks try to say you're just being racist. See, when niggas pick up books and we learn a little bit about history, it's real easy to become hateful towards your enemy because they've earned your anger and your ire. Hence why we were once called the Irish, or the Ires. Ire just means angry, the angry people. Angerland, Ireland. And the capital of it is Dublin. Dublin Gaelic means black, the black lands. So you gotta read a damn book. So these damn cave beasts who proclaim to be intelligent, proclaim to be educated, but they're none of those things. You can show them to be liars. Because it ain't hard. Keep going, brother.
Yea, thou shouldest not have looked on their affliction in the day of their calamity, nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity. Neither shouldest thou have gone to the crossway, cut off those of his that did escape.
Now, that's something that you gotta keep in mind. When we fled our enemies, the white man was sitting there with his swords in his hands, going, I got these niggas now. flood our towns. Lake Lanier. Shit, I had a whole lesson about that a couple of weeks ago, right? Slocum, Texas. They had a massacre out in Slocum, Texas. See, a lot of people don't realize, man, they've been killing us all over the earth. And wherever we flee, they pursue us with the sword. And here you're getting the message from the Most High that they shouldn't have done that. It's going to cost them. Keep going, brother.
Neither shouldest thou have delivered up those of his that did remain in the day of distress. For the day of the Lord is near upon all the heathen. As thou hast done, it shall be done unto thee. Thy reward shall return upon thy own head.
That's all I need. So as they have done unto us, it shall be done unto them. The Most High God's judgment is likened unto a ring. I also got that in my lesson. I'm not going to spoil it now. That's in Second Ezra. Right? Again, repetition. Because our people lose sight of things as we move forward through what we perceive to be time. Not understanding the Most High God ain't forgetting a damn thing. That's why when you read in Ecclesiastes 3:15, it says that which is past, or the Most High God requires that which is past. Right? That's why we're told outright in the book of Deuteronomy to remember the days of old. To return to the old paths, the paths of our fathers. And that includes seeking out what happened to us, our history. Right? But let's go ahead and go to 2 Ezra 6 and 6 through 9. Because remembering the old way will take you to the past. But we also have to keep in mind that eventually this age is going to end. When I say this age, or this epoch, or this aeon, I mean this dominion or this kingdom, this empire is going to end. This span of time in which the rulership of this current world exists will eventually end, and a new rulership will rise. Let's see who that new rulership is going to be.
2 Ezra 6, verse 6.
Bring it up.
Then did I consider these things, and they all were made through me alone, and through none other. By me also they shall be ended, and by none other. Then answered I, and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times? Or when shall be the end of the verse, and the beginning of it that followeth?
So Ezra is asking an angel, basically, what's going to be the indicator of the end of the world? And when the world ends, what's going to happen? So you got to remember, Ezra was advocating for the Israelites directly to the Most High God, and the Most High God was sending angels and giving him visions and revelations of the times to come. And in this case, he's asking for clarity on what's going to be basically the signs of the end of the world, just like the apostles were asking Yahushua. Our people have always wanted to know, when are we going to get the kingdom? Because we know about the promises. It's like a kid on Christmas Day going, hey, so when can I open presents? Are they in the closet? Where they at? Now, we don't celebrate Christmas, but we do celebrate Feast of Dedication. It's all the same when it comes to the gifts, right? An inquisitive child is going to keep asking, when can I get my gift? And a lot of times as a parent, you got to tell them you'll get it when you're ready. Let's see what the angel has to say.
Verse 8, and he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau, for Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth.
So in this case, the angel answered him, and he let him know that Esau is the end of this age, meaning he's going to be ruling at the end of this age, at the end of the time of the Gentiles. That's why Yahushua said that Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles. He wasn't just talking about the land, because isn't Jerusalem a people before it's a place?
Right.
Yes, it is. And doesn't the book of Daniel say they're going to wear out the saints? Yes, it does. So Yahushua gave a manifold lesson. But you got to remember, a lot of times the lesson is so heavy, you got to live it in order to understand it. And that's what happened. Because you got to think, the apostles, when you look at Acts 1, they thought Yahushua was going to restore the kingdom right then. Can you imagine going through all that? Your Messiah gets crucified, he comes back, he's alive in a glorified form. And then you hang out for 40 days, and then he leaves. And you're stuck. That's what it's like here with Ezra, where you have an angel basically giving them the lowdown, like, hey man, this is how it's going to go down. And I recommend anybody who really wants to get a hold of prophecy, read 2nd Ezra. That's one of the best ways to be able to break down Revelations and break down Daniel. It's almost like prophecy for dummies, because all the prophecies, the angel actually, he gives the metaphor and the vision, and then he explains it. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't got to guess. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to slide over to Daniel 2 and 31 through 35. Right? Because we're going to go a little bit with prophecy today. Because when it comes to seeing if things have changed, if the white man has mended his ways, you need to understand the signs that would indicate he did. Because you'll understand that the more that things change, the more they stay the same. And that's a proverb I know we've all heard before. The more things change, the more they stay the same. In other words, they don't change at all. They're cyclical. But this is the last cycle that we're going to have to go through. I believe. Yeah, 31, 35. Is her Daniel the Bible? Yes? Okay. Do you believe in the Bible? Okay. I have a question. What group of people would you go back to in the Bible? Do you know? You talking about with Moses and the Israelites?
Yeah.
So you believe you're an Israelite?
Israelites? I don't know. I mean, I know I've had a lot of missions that I think were from the Father. This one we can learn. And going on to my next thing, I believe the mission is always better than actually doing the next one. I feel like my whole life I've been excited to see people about places and my mom passed away when I was very 16, so like really bad. I always knew that. I always had a connection. I had my dreams so I could have been pregnant and some management like that. She saved me from saving me, right? So after a while, I got to know my daughter and then I got pulled up again and decided to pursue it again. So now what I do is I save people from doing what I was doing. I'm a recovery coach, right? Coach sessions. I look at the pictures that I was given and I was sent that to me.
Okay.
The higher power. And that's all it takes to like save so many lives. I save people, who are not really the higher power. And that's all it takes to do. And now they have jobs, they actually know they can go back to their family.
That's good.
And I went to the city and I was working for the center, the Great City Ventures, right? And I just finished one. I was there for a year and a half. I took over, they gave me an award 2 days ago for taking over 1,000, not say, for assisting over 9,000.
Okay.
And when it's time to go to my mission, like I feel stagnant. Like my spirit's really left that place.
Well, how about before you go to your next mission, you got to know who you are in the Bible. Who is your father? And well, like, what nationality is your father? Is he Mexican, Puerto Rican?
I really don't know, like, like Italian, Thai, German, Hispanic.
What's his grandfather?
My mom's grandmother was German.
Give me numbers 1 and 18. The reason why I ask that is because I'm trying to see if you go back to the people who descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the real Israelites. Okay? Because the real Israelites are in very specific conditions right now. If you read Deuteronomy 28, the curses would be on God's children if they didn't keep God's laws. This is a lawless world. So one of the curses is that the real Israelites will go into slavery on slave ship. Are you familiar with the transatlantic slave trade? Okay, most people think that blacks were the only people affected by it here in America. We weren't. After they dropped us off, they picked up the natives, native Tainos, which are Puerto Ricans, or the native Mexicans, which would be the Aztecs, right? Our brothers down in South America, right? I say that to say this: they are Israelites, right? That's why if you notice the sign here, that's why I asked you who your father was. Now go ahead and read that, brother.
Numbers 1, verse 18. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the 2nd month, and they declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers.
So that's how you find out who you are in the eyes of God. Right? So, I have to ask again. Because when you say your father is one nationality or another, what would you say predominantly then? Hispanic? From what nation? Mexico? Mexico. Okay. Did your father like to work a lot? No? Well, I asked because... He's so, our Mexican brothers and sisters, y'all come from the tribe of Issachar. Issachar in the Bible, or in Hebrew, literally means he who is hired. Who are the hardest workers on the planet? Well, but who works harder than everybody within Hispanic civilization? Mexican, right? There's not a job that a Mexican can't do, right? But here's the thing: there are other prophecies, right? In the prophecies in the Bible, it says Issachar would be a strong donkey or ass crouching down between two burdens. What's the unofficial animal for Mexico? The donkey, with the two satchels on both sides, right? Slowly plodding forward, but moving forward nonetheless. Now, how about what y'all have produced? The Aztec calendar, right? In the Bible, your tribe was responsible for reading the signs of heaven and guiding Israel. Not like gematria and stuff like that. No, that's a more recent thing. But there are numbers in the Bible that indicate things like completeness, like the number 407. I know what you're talking about, right? But if you're an Israelite, what does the Most High God require? Right? You're actually close. So when you say obedience, what do you mean by it? Okay. Keep this commandment? How many commandments are there? There's 613. Have a question, right? What if I want to go to your house and take your land marker off your property? Can I do that according to the Bible? No, I can't. That's a commandment in the book of Deuteronomy. To not remove. Yeah, you can't remove the land marker from your neighbor. But how about Leviticus 19:17, where it says that I can't bear a grudge against the children of my people. I can't hate my brother in my heart. That's a commandment. But is that part of the 10? No. Yeah, basically more or less, right? So what we're out here to let you know is that you're an Israelite and that you need to keep the commandments. We're going to read some stuff too.
Deuteronomy 12, verse 10. But when ye go over Jordan,
Oh, 10 and 12. I'm tripping, but it's like, yeah.
I think it was 11 and 12.
Yeah, quick. But yeah, we'll wait for you to turn your camera on because I want you to be able to take that home.
Yes. I'm gonna put it on Facebook. You don't think my stories are up there? Okay with that?
Sure.
I'm not gonna put your side video.
Yeah, I'm not tripping.
So you know what's gonna steady.
But go ahead and get it, brother, when you got it.
It's Deuteronomy 10, verse 12. And now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee, but to fear the Lord thy God, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul, to keep the commandments of the Lord and his statutes, which I command thee this day for thy good.
Now, it's required of the Israelites to keep the commandments. Give me Deuteronomy 6 and 25. Because if you call yourself loving God, believing in so-called Jesus Christ, I say so-called, because that's not his real name. His real name in Hebrew is Yahawashi. And God's name is not God. His name is Yahweh. This is the ancient Paleo-Hebrew that our people used to speak. And if you need evidence of that for the Mexican people, the Aztecs used to speak a language called Nahuatl. And it was a broken dialect of Hebrew. That's why when Christopher Columbus came over here, he had Hebrew interpreters, one called Luis de Torres. Now I have a question. If I'm going to a land I've never discovered before, how do I have an interpreter? I don't know who's in that land. They knew we were God's chosen people, and they knew we were the Israelites. But go ahead and get that.
Say the first part again about the
Yes, his name is Yahweh. Yahweh. The natives here, they had a play on it. They called him Yehoah. I think it's Yehowa. But they called him the Great Spirit. Don't we call the Most High God the Most High, the King of gods, the King of spirits? Yes. So it's not exceptional knowledge. This is actually knowledge that all the Israelites in their own way used to know. But get Deuteronomy 6 and 25.
It's Deuteronomy 6, verse 25.
Bring it up.
And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before the Lord our God, as he hath commanded us.
Yeah. No, that's it. So, if we do the Most High God's commandments, that is righteousness. So, if you want to be righteous in the eyes of God, you have to keep the commandments. Now, I asked the sister here, I don't want to keep calling you the sister. What's your name? Erica? Okay, my name is Haya El. This is Brother Ahmad, right? So, Erica, one of the things that we explain to our people is that there are more than 10 commandments. There's 613. The only part of the law we don't have to keep are the sacrificial laws. And it's not what you think. It's not because Yahushua or Jesus Christ shed his blood. It's because we don't have a temple. You can't just sacrifice anywhere. In the book of Deuteronomy, it lets you know you can't do a sacrifice outside of the temple. And if the temple is destroyed, guess what you can't do? Sacrifices. So that's the only part of the law right now that we can't do. When the Messiah returns, the third temple will be built, and we will be sacrificing again. Most people don't even realize you have to do a sacrifice when you basically go to temple, because you're just doing a goodwill offering to the King of Kings, the Most High. If you visited a king, you would bring a gift. Well, how much more for the Most High God, right? But I want to read this to you, right? This is 1 John, chapter 2 and verse 3. And hereby we do know that we know him, if we keep his commandments. He that saith, I know him, and keepeth not his commandments, is a liar, and the truth is not in him. So if you say you know God, and you're not keeping the commandments, you're a liar. That's why it's very important to know what those commandments are. And we start small. Give me Leviticus 11, right? Because one of the things that we like to do what Paul did. When Paul was going to the so-called Gentiles, that was not non-Israelites, right? And I'm going to prove that, because I know a lot of people who might watch your stories might go, well, the Gentiles are everybody. That's not true. Because even Israelites were called Gentiles when they sought after other gods or they followed the ways of other nations. We're going to prove that, right? Go ahead and get it when you got it. Start with pork. Yeah, let's do pork. So one of the laws that we're going to bring out right now in Leviticus 11 is to not eat pork, right? Pork, shrimp, crab, lobster, scallops, anything out of the water that doesn't have fish and scales, you are not supposed to be eating. They are unclean. Pork is so unclean, you're not even supposed to touch it when it's dead. Now, I have a question, because most people will say, I've never touched dead pork. Yeah, you have. You ever touched a pork chop? That's dead pork flesh, or pig flesh, right? But yeah, start at 7.
Leviticus 11, verse 7. And the swine, though he divide the hoof, and be cloven-footed, yet he cheweth not the cud, he is unclean to you.
He is what?
He is unclean to you.
So, pig is unclean. Hot dogs, pepperoni, anything with pork byproducts. Even if you like eating, say, gummy bears, have glycerin. If it's not vegetable-derived glycerin, it's pork-derived glycerin. Now, I know there's beef, but very few companies use beef-derived glycerin. So, err on the side of caution. If it just says glycerides or something like that, ask. And if you can't get a definitive explanation, abstain. Right? Keep going.
Verse 8. Of their flesh shall ye not eat, and their carcasses shall ye not touch. They are unclean to you.
Like I said, you're not even supposed to touch a dead pig. Now, we're going to leave it there for the commandments for now, because I want to show one more thing. I want to prove what I said, that the Gentiles were only the Israelites. Because we're going to read some other things in the Bible that's going to essentially prove that salvation is only for God's people. Right? How much time do you have here, sister? You're good? All right, we're going to keep bringing it out. Give me 1 Corinthians 12 and 1. Right? And I know it's hard when you wake up to this truth that everybody is not chosen of God. But you got to think, we can choose. How come God can't? I always say this. Most people don't have a problem with our message until we tell them that God chose. But we choose all the time. We choose our favorite pair of shoes. We choose our favorite music. We choose our favorite birds, our favorite everything. Most people don't even realize in the book of 2nd Ezra, there is a chapter that talks about the Most High God having a favorite bird. It's the pigeon or the dove. Pigeon is French for dove, by the way. And doves are not white. Doves come in all types of colors. Hence why I said pigeon from the beginning. Because you see the dull gray blue pigeons around here, right? But sometimes you see the albino pigeons, which are white. But over in Israel, did you know doves are black? Look up doves. And guess what? Doves are some of the smartest birds on the planet. And why would God fill the whole world with the bird that he loves the most? I just gave you the answer. Because he loves it. Don't you want more of what you love? Of course. That's why Israel, his people, which are these people right here, right? We are as the stars of heaven or as the sand of the sea. We are very numerous. One of the things they say about blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians is that if you give us enough time, we'll just pop out babies like crazy. But that's because the Most High God blesses our men and our women to have lots of children because he loves us, right? It's a shame that we abort our children when the Most High God tells us that that is an abomination in his eyes. Yeah, let me move on. I'm sorry, 1 Corinthians, 12 and 1 through 2.
First Corinthians 12, verse 1. Now concerning spiritual gifts, brethren, I will not have you ignorant. Ye know that you were Gentiles carried away unto these dumb idols, even as ye were led.
Now that's all we need. So Paul is saying that we were counted as Gentiles when we were carried away unto dumb idols. Now I have a question. During the time of so-called Jesus Christ or Yahushua, the time of the apostles and Paul, what was going on with the Israelites? Were we living in our own land by ourselves? No. We were under the rulership of the Romans. Remember Herod? Didn't Herod want to kill Christ when he was born? Yes. Why would he want to do that? Because he was what you would call an Idumean, a so-called white man today, right? One of the things about Herod is that he had a so-called black mother, an Israelite mother. So he might have looked like us. But remember what I said about you being who your father is? He was an Idumean, an Edomite. And as a result, he understood that the real Messiah was not coming to save everybody. And he wanted to kill the Messiah. There's something that they have today called COINTELPRO, where it is a government-funded operation where they look for saviors in our communities. Saviors like Che Guevara, the Cuban revolutionary, who was one of the blueprints for the Black Panthers. You know, the berets that they wear? We got that from Che Guevara. Remember the Brown Panthers, the Chicanos? We all came together once upon a time. But you have to understand something. Us coming together was going to get us out of this mess. Our Messiah is going to return and get us out of this mess, right? I want to bring something else out for you. Go ahead and get me Matthew 15 and 24. And I want to do a breakdown for you of John 3 and 16 really quick. The reason why is because when you talk about this with somebody else, that's where they're going to run to. They're going to go John 3:16.
Yeah.
And this is one of the things I say to my camera all the time. It's important to have understanding of these scriptures. Because if you don't, your enemies will use it against you. Right? You can get the whole account as well. Shalom, brother. We got another brother coming up. Oh, yeah.
Matthew 15, verse 21.
Bring it up.
Then Jesus went thence and departed into the coast of Tyre.
Yeah, that's not in the Bible. Play like that. Blessings.
Go ahead and get it. Let's go over.
Matthew 15, verse 21.
Bring it up.
Then Jesus went thence and departed into the coast of Tyre and Sidon. And behold, a woman of Canaan came out of of the same coast, and cried unto him, saying, Have mercy on me, O Lord, thou son of David. My daughter is grievously vexed with the devil. But he answered her not a word. And his disciples came and besought him, saying, Send her away, for she crieth after us. But he answered and said, I am not sent, but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
Now, Yahushai's words were literally, I am not sent, but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So you got to ask yourself, if the Messiah himself is saying who he's sent for, how do we say that he came for everybody? Let's go to John 3, and we're going to break that down step by step. Because one of the things I also want to teach you is how to properly read the Bible. You're supposed to read it precept upon precept. That's in Isaiah 28, right? You're supposed to do here a little and there a little. So say if you want to know about God's laws, do you go from Genesis all the way to Revelation? No. You would go to where the laws are at, whether they be in Leviticus or Deuteronomy. Because typically, well, there are laws in Exodus, so you can go to Exodus as well. But it depends on the law that you want to know. If you want to know how to keep the Sabbath, go to Exodus 20, right? But I want to get this in John 3. Go ahead and start in John 3 and 1, because one of the things that we have to keep in mind is who is speaking, right? Most people, when they talk about John 3, they go straight. You all right? Get 1 and 2. Yeah, but one of the things that they often go to is they go straight to verse 16. And then when you ask them, what does anything else say in John 3? They don't know. So let's get a little bit of the backstory of this. Go ahead and get it.
John 3, verse 1. There was a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews. The same came to Jesus by night and said unto him, Rabbi, we know that thou art a teacher, come from God, for no man can do these miracles that thou doest, except God be with him.
So what we have is we have Nicodemus talking with Yahushua. Nicodemus is a ruler of the Jews, meaning he's a rabbi. I have a question. Can a Gentile be a rabbi over the Jews? No. So you know now that there are two Israelites speaking one-to-one. So you have to start off by asking yourself, why would two Israelites who are under Roman persecution be talking about saving the entire world, including the Romans? That makes little to no sense. Go ahead and go to verse 14.
Verse 14. And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that so whoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life.
So I have a question. Where is that account? Moses lifting up the serpent in the wilderness. Do you know where that's at? That's in Numbers 21. We're going to take a break from John 3 and we're going to go to Numbers 21. Because what you don't do is you never leave anything unproven, right? So we're going to fill that in, and then when we read John 3 and 14 and flow through 16, the wheels are going to turn. You're going to go, damn, I knew it all along. That's what I did, and when it hit me, I'm going to tell you, the tears flow because you realize it's like a Disney movie. You always felt you were different, felt you were chosen. You're right. Go ahead and start with the journey from Mount Horeb. Man, I don't have that Bible filled out, man. I'm going to have to highlight some stuff in there, man. Yeah, I'll get over here. I'm going to have you go to Hebrews 10 for me. All right. Have you heard this stuff before, sister? No?
No,
It's
but-
fascinating, isn't it?
But I have been asking, like, I have a friend who, like, is real good with the Bible, and I've been asking him, like, questions in the Bible, but he wasn't giving me much, you know? But lately I have been having, like, that, you know, like, when you want to learn, like, God already told me, he's like, look, he's like, you've heard my voice, like, your whole life, and you've obeyed me, you know, with things your whole life. He's like, but now, for you to really talk to me, he's like, you have to learn my scriptures. So, yeah.
Just a few minutes. Hold on. You look, keep going.
Yeah, God's been telling me that I need to learn his scriptures.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but here's the
And I
thing.
come to here every night and I never see you guys, so I know this was like a divine intervention thing.
Yeah, well, it's give me Isaiah 30 real quick, 30 and 20. Yeah, because one of the things that I said before, I said it to a sister right before you came. When you're ready, the student is ready, the teacher appears.
Amen.
And that's what happens.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah, the Most High God he's directing your steps.
Amen. Always, always. It's
Hey, I only came into this when I was 32, about 31, 32, you know. But then Yahweh Shai said that, you know, basically, when some of you should be teachers, you need to be taught again. And he said, if you can't be as this child, you know, and basically start over, you can't receive the kingdom of heaven. I'm paraphrasing the word. But what he was saying is if you can't humble yourself enough to be retaught and to start over, you're not going to make it. Because you're going to hold on to old ways. You're going to find yourself rejected of the Most High. Give me a 30 and 20.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 30, verse 20. Yep. And though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet shall not thy teachers be removed into a corner anymore, but thine eyes shall see thy teachers.
And that's exactly what happened. You saw us, and you were like, ain't that interesting? You hear some brothers reading the Bible, you never hear that. Most of the time, young black men are out doing everything but God's work. And you just happen to stumble across two black brothers, now a third, all of us out here to teach the Bible.
Amen.
Now, it goes further into this. Go ahead, next verse.
Come. Verse 21. And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee, saying, this is the way, walk ye in it. When ye turn to the right, when ye turn to the right hand, and when ye turn to the left.
So, you're going to hear a word behind you saying, this is the way, walk ye in it. When you turn to the right and when you turn to the left. That's what happened. You heard us preaching.
Yeah, well, no, actually, when I came this way, I actually heard it in my, because God, I always hear it in my heart. I don't hear his voice, like I hear him, I can't explain it. And he said that exactly, go over there, he's like, I'm going to show you something. Yeah.
Okay, give me Proverbs 20 and 24. I believe it's 24, but it should say essentially the way of man is not of himself. And the Most High God guides your steps. And give me Proverbs 21 and 1.
Come.
Right? Because what you're saying is all spiritual.
Yeah.
It's in the Bible. You have that zeal for God, although it might not be according to the scriptures. But that's why your teachers are here, to give you the scriptures.
Amen.
That's how the Most High God gets down. What you need, he gives it to you.
Amen.
Right? See, and this is something, I'm saying this to my camera, that your pastor should be doing in the church. If you are in your church and your pastor does not take questions, leave your church. Immediately. Because nothing I'm teaching, you're not going to have a question about. If you don't have questions, you're not listening.
The word of God says always be ready to give an answer. So we're supposed to have the answers. If he doesn't have the answers, it's because the Most High ain't used to say it.
Amen. Thank you.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, 24. Go ahead and get it.
It's Proverbs 20, verse 24. Man's going of the Lord. How can a man then understand his own way?
One more time. Say the whole thing.
Man's goings are of the Lord. How can a man then understand his own way?
So a man's goings is of the Lord. So every step you take, did you know the Most High God seals instructions in you when you sleep? That's in the book of Job. So when you go to sleep, you think that, oh, I'm going to wake up, I'm going to make a pot of coffee, then I'm going to eat breakfast, then I'm going to go work out, I'm going to do this, I'm going to talk to my sister and call my mom. Most High God put all those directions in your heart. All of them. Now, what happens when something new happens? Sometimes the Most High God will put instructions in your mind, and then he'll have something happen that drags you off a beaten path. You go away you never go before. And then it changes your life. Because now you know your God's name. It's Yahweh. It's not God. Yahweh. And you know his son's name, Yahweh Shai. Now imagine, you've been praying to God your whole life. You've been saying, God help me. Ain't that like calling your dad Mr.? Mr. help me. Because God is a title. But now when you pray to your God, you'll face the east like you're supposed to. You'll take your shoes off and you'll pray in your closet by yourself.
I don't have a closet.
Well, just pray in a place where you're alone.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And then you
Got it.
put your hands up, not together.
Yeah.
Right? So now you know how to pray to your God. And all of this came about because you decided to take a walk. But that was of the Most High God, as you said. Get Proverbs 21, you got it.
21 what?
And 1.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 21, verse 1. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord, as the rivers of water. he turneth it whatsoever he will.
So the king's heart, or a king's heart, is in the hand of the Most High God. And he turns it whithersoever he will. Get me 1 Peter 2:9. Now you might be thinking, well, what does a king have to do with me? I'm not a king. But what if I told you the people on this sign are? The only people who are kings and rulers in the eyes of God are the people on that sign.
That's right.
And the people who are basically kin to us, who share the same fathers. Because you got to remember, the Most High God puts up the basest of men. Get that in Daniel for me. Right? As a matter of fact, I put that in the list. Yeah, give me Daniel 4:17, brother. That's what
Daniel 4:17.
Yeah. 2:9.
1 Peter 2, verse 9. But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, and holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye shall show forth the praises of him who hath called you out of darkness into his marvelous light.
So we are God's chosen people. Now, I want to bring that out in the ESV, the English Standard Version, because when you hear it in the ESV, and this is one of the few times you'll ever hear me say I think the ESV is better for this one verse, but when you read it, you'll see that the Most High God, and I hate to use this term because it's a very polarizing term, right? Racist. When you hear racist, you think the worst of somebody. But what if I said I'm a pianist? I play the piano. Is that a bad thing? No. But what if I don't like the violin? Is that bad? No. Okay. Well, what if I'm a botanist? I study plants. I work with plants. But what if I don't like working with mushrooms? That's a mycologist. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So all a racist is somebody who works with their own people. They prefer their own people before anyone else.
Yeah,
You don't have to hate somebody in order to be a racist. All you gotta do is prefer a group over another,
got it.
right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The book of Daniel, chapter 4, verse 17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers and the demand by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whosoever he will, and setteth up over it in the basis of men.
So he sets up over kingdoms, the lowliest of people. I have a question, right? Who's in control of the world today? Well, God is always in control, but what people are in control of the world today?
What people think,
Well, hold on, let her answer.
what people think is in control. I mean, the president, but I told God though is in control, but because it's like free will. He lets people think they're in control.
Okay.
It's free will, right?
Okay. So, how about this? So, when you look at, say, the people who set the laws in America, would you say blacks and Hispanics or Native Indians set the laws, or white people?
White people.
White people. Okay, cool. In Mexico, do the Spaniards still set the laws in Mexico?
No.
Yeah, they do.
You think so?
Because the indigenous people do not rule in Mexico right
Well,
now.
The Spaniards, yeah.
The Spaniards.
So the Spaniards are like mixed with white, those one with the colored eyes and all that, right?
Yeah, they're just white people,
Yeah,
'cause you
yeah,
are who your
yeah,
father
I get
is.
It, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, like, and as a matter of fact, a Jewish white woman is currently the president of Mexico. Right? When you go all throughout South America, the Spaniard is still in rulership. Whether you're in Argentina, Bolivia, Uruguay, Paraguay, Brazil, it don't matter.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, they're just white people who speak Spanish. When you go to Canada, the white man rules in Canada, but that's the land of the Native Americans. So what I'm saying is, no matter where you go in the world, New Zealand,
Yeah.
Australia, South Africa, it's the same difference. But the Bible says that Esau would be the end of the world, and Jacob would be the beginning of it that followed. In other words, that the world in this context is age or time. The white man is in rulership all over the earth, because that is his blessing, to rule by the sword. Remember Esau? His blessing was a sword, correct? And Isaac said, by the sword shalt thou live. Well, that's how he conquered all these lands, right? But let me get this in the ESV real quick for you, right? And let me know if you got to go. We'll try to sum some
Yeah,
things.
it's a few more minutes. It's getting dark.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want you to be
It's
out here by
already
yourself.
dark.
But we're going to finish up John 3 and
But I
16
love
real
this,
quick.
though. Thank you for this. Thank you. I needed this.
Of course, of course.
Good.
But this is 1 Peter 2:9 in the ESV. but you are a chosen race, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for his own possession, that you may proclaim the excellencies of him who called you out of darkness into his marvelous light. Right? So we are his chosen people. I want you to get that in Mount Horeb real quick. We're going to get John 3:16 summed up. Right?
Numbers 21, verse 4. And they journeyed from Mount Horeb by the way of the Red Sea to compass the land of Edom. And the soul of thy people was much discouraged because of the way. And the people spake against God and against Moses. Wherefore have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, neither is there any water. And our soul knoweth this light bread. And the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Israel died.
So what the Most High God did, because we kept begging for food and water and not trusting in God, he basically sent poisonous serpents to bite us. Let's see what the people do in response. Keep going, brother.
Therefore the people came to Moses and said, We have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against thee. Pray unto the Lord that he taketh away the serpents from us. And Moses prayed for the people. And the Lord said unto Moses, Make thee a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole, and it shall come to pass that every one that is bitten, when he looketh upon it, shall live. And Moses made a serpent of brass, and put it upon a pole. And it came to pass that if a serpent had bit any man, when he had beheld the serpent of brass, he lived.
So what you see here is that brass serpent was erected for the Israelites to save them from the poisonous snakes. So if it's for the Israelites in the wilderness, let's read John 3:14 through 16 real quick.
Note that it didn't say any man.
Yeah, but it's only Israelites.
Book of John, chapter 14, chapter 3, verse 14. And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up.
So I have a question. That sounds real familiar. You know why that serpent was lifted up now, for the Israelites. So if the Son of Man or Yahushua is being lifted up for the same reason, who's he being lifted up for? For the Israelites. Keep going.
Verse 15. That whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. Verse 16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life.
Now that should sound like a message for the Israelites. Now you might be stumbling over the term world. This will be the last one I read, right? This is Isaiah chapter 45 and verse 17.
Bring it up.
But Israel shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation. Ye shall not be ashamed, nor confounded. World without end. Israel is a world unto itself. So we're that world in John 3:16. And now you know how to defend against one of the most commonly used tools to universalize our salvation. Because you need to ask, what does everybody need to be saved from? I know what the people on this side need to be saved from. Slavery, exploitation, oppression, death, human trafficking. You can change. The list is endless. But what about everybody else who's doing it to us? Now you know why your Messiah needs to come back, sister, all right?
Still found in
Of
the
course,
oppressor's
Eric.
hand.
I still need that keep you in your prayers.
I will.
Come back next week, sister.
Yeah, we're here Saturday from 5:30 to 10.
I'll see you on here.
All right, Miss Erica, take care.
You too, thank you.
Still found in the oppressor's hand.
Yeah, buddy. And while you leave, sister, I'm going to read something to you. You'll hear it.
You gotta get it together. You gotta get it together.
This is Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse 6.
Bring it up.
For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. All praises to the Most High God Yahweh. In the name of his Son Yahushua, our God, our Messiah. All praise.
All praises.
How you doing?
I've been doing good, man. Feeling a lot better, man.
All right, man. All praise.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and try to get this lesson going. How much time have we spent already?
2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours. Not bad, man. We done had some fruit today.
How you feeling, brother?
Good, good.
Yeah, we had a sister come up here earlier. She stayed for a while. Yeah, we've only had the two, right?
Her,
Yeah, the two. Yeah. But both is car.
Okay.
Yeah, both really wanted to get the word, you know. But the first sister, her phone rang and she was like, I gotta go. You know, saying
that
come
works.
with us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You know, so
That's how that works. Very few push past, distraction.
yeah.
Push past.
You know how it is, man. But now that she knows, oh man, I should have gave her the YouTube channel. Remind me to do that, yo. Because I get so wrapped up in trying to get the basics, man. I always forget YouTube. But
That's San Antonio.
yeah, because the videos are getting traction, man. Yeah, they getting traction now, man. I noticed they're getting
I
like,
need cars. Kind of
Yeah.
I need cars. The reason why I was late because after I dropped my plane off, I had to go across the street to the restroom because the gas station was closed. Walgreens though. So I went to Walgreens, used the restroom, came back out, and they used the drink. And while I was checking out, the sister came out of nowhere and asked me, hey, why you ran those
Yep.
those what's it called?
Fringe.
Tablets. Yeah,
Okay.
tablets. I'm like, that's why they sent me.
Okay.
That's why they rushed me down.
Okay, all
So I
praises,
stayed there
man.
about 15, 20 minutes. I'm like, man, that's what you want to count, man. But she was like, man, interesting, man. You got a card? And I'm like, man, I ain't got another card.
Okay, all right, yeah. So we need to make cards. I'll talk. Yeah, let's put it in the chat. I know Matawasha can do it, but yeah, let's get back to the lesson, y'all. So yeah, let's go back to Daniel 2:31 through 35, and then I want you to hold Daniel 4:17 and Job 30 and 1 through 9.
You want me to read something to you?
Yeah, we're gonna flow through with the lesson. Yeah.
Daniel 2, verse 31.
Bring it up.
Thou, O king, sawest and behold a great image. This great image, whose brightness was excellent, stood before thee, and the form thereof was terrible. This image's head was of fine gold, and his breast and his arms of silver, and his belly and his thighs of brass, his legs of iron, his feet part of iron and part of clay. Thou sawest till that a stone was cut out without hands, which smote the image upon his feet that were of iron and clay, and brake them to pieces. Then was the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold broken to pieces together, and became like the chaff of the summer threshing floor. And the wind carried them away, that none place was found of them. And the stone that smote the image became a great mountain, and filled the whole earth.
Now, to give context to this, because typically we don't read this on the street, but when you're trying to understand the times that we live in and how they are cyclical and they flow along the word of the Most High God, prophecy is important, right? Each portion of the statue, the gold, the silver, the brass, the iron, and the clay mixed with iron, these are representative of different kingdoms. I'm going to have the brother read from 37 to 45, and it's going to give you context, right? Because you need to understand something. We are currently in the toes of this statue, and it is about to be broken. And you need to understand that if you believe that the white man can change from what he is, he ain't got a lot of time left. And he's been a murderer, a rapist, and a pedophile for thousands of years. I don't see it changing in the last couple of seconds of this kingdom. Just being honest. Go ahead and get that 37 to about 45.
Daniel 2, 37. Thou, O king, art a king of kings, for the God of heaven hath given thee a kingdom, power, and strength and glory, And whosoever the children of men dwell, the beasts of the field, and the fowls of heaven, hath he given into thine hand, and hath made thee ruler over them all. Thou art this head of gold.
So Daniel is letting Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, know that the Babylonian Empire is this head of gold. Keep going, brother.
And after thee shall arise another kingdom, inferior to thee, and another third kingdom of brass, which shall bear rule over all the earth.
Now, if you're familiar with how rulership goes from the Babylonians to the Medes and the Persians, and then the Medes and the Persians fall to the Greeks. If you're not familiar with that, just read Daniel 7, right? The dream that I believe his name is Belteshazzar, right? The son of Nebuchadnezzar. He actually has a dream about all this, and essentially it's spelled out for him by an angel, right? But keep going, brother.
And the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron, for as much as iron breaketh in pieces, and subdueth all things, and as iron that breaketh all these.
You got time for the Bible, sister? You got time for the Bible? All right, sister, have a good night. Keep going.
And as iron breaketh all these, shall it break in pieces and bruise. And whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, but there shall be in it of the strength of the iron. For as much as thou sawest, the iron is mixed with mere clay.
So the miry clay is basically the kingdom that we're in today. Because if you understand that America, or Babylon, is the rebirth, or New Babylon, I should say, right? Or daughter Babylon, whatever you want to call it, right? Is the rebirth of the Roman Empire. That's why you have Roman architecture here. You have Roman pagan customs like Saturnalia, which is Christmas. The worship of the Queen of Heaven, or Ishtar, or Easter. You know what I'm saying? You have mistletoe, all types of things here that are indicative of Roman worship. You even have the obelisk, which is for Nimrod. And if you don't know what an obelisk is, just look it up. You've seen it before in Washington, D.C. That big pillar that's got a point at the end of it. It represents the phallus or the penis of Nimrod, right? So you have to understand where we're at. We are in the rebirth nation of Rome, right? And you're going to hear something toward the end of this pericope that we're reading that lets us know that at the end of this rulership, that's when the kingdom of heaven is going to be established on earth. Keep going, brother.
Verse 42. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay.
So one of the things that you have to keep in mind is the 10 toes is NATO essentially, right? The common markets of Europe. You know, it's basically America and her allies, right? And how it denotes that the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. Of all the allies America has, not all of them are able to go to war. And all of them are not economically independent, like Greece. Germany is now on the chopping block because of all the help that they've given to Ukraine. Hell, even America's on the chopping block because of all the money printing, all the overextending, just like the Roman Empire, just like the Grecian Empire, right? But we're seeing a kingdom that is mixed, but yet it does not cleave unto itself because the Israelites are mixed in this kingdom, and we do not mix very well with other nations. Though we try to fit in, they never let us in. They don't let us assimilate because we are a different people. Keep going, brother.
Verse 44. And in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven set upon the kingdom which shall never be destroyed, and the kingdom shall not be left to other people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms. It shall stand forever.
Now, keep in mind, this is saying during that time, that's when it's going to be broken and the kingdom of heaven is going to be set up. The kingdom that's going to persist forever. The only kingdom that we know that's going to last forever is the kingdom of Yahushua. the kingdom of God. The kingdom ordained by the Most High God. Let me clarify that. Because Yahushua ain't bringing this kingdom by himself. Just like us, hit the battery in his back is the Most High God, Yahweh.
Come.
All praises. Get 45, and then we're going to hit you up.
Verse 45. For as much as thou sawest, then the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it brake into pieces the iron, the brass, the clay, the silver, and the gold. The great God hath made known to the king what shall come to pass hereafter, and the dream is certain, and the interpretation thereof sure.
So Nebuchadnezzar had a dream. Daniel broke it down. And at that point, you couldn't refute it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was playing up on tables once Daniel, spelled it out and broke it down for Nebuchadnezzar. Now, for those saying, well, why would the Most High God put the white man in charge? You got to understand, there's a greater overarching story being told. When Jacob and Esau were born, the prophecy was that the elder shall serve the younger, and that Esau was the end of the world and Jacob was the beginning of it that followed. We have seen the so-called white man in rulership 3 separate times. As the Greeks, as the Romans, and then they fell as the Romans and they came back. And this is the 3rd rulership. Hence how we know we're in the bottom of that statue right now in the toes. Give me Daniel 4:17, brother.
You say Esau the end of the world, right?
Correct.
Now, how come they don't call that something that's supposed to be done away with?
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
but most people...
Why isn't that considered, okay, that's done away? That's
But-
about to be done away with.
But you got to remember, most of the naysayers don't read the Apocrypha. Because that's where that's at.
That's crazy.
And most of the naysayers damn sure don't read Genesis. Because if you read Genesis 25, it sneaks that in there. You know what I'm saying? It's a major prophecy. It's the guiding prophecy of the end times. And it's one verse. And it's easy to miss. I've missed it sometimes, and I have it highlighted. You know what I'm saying?
That's where it should be applied to. If you're trying to do away with something, that's where it should be applied to. Esau's kingdom will be done away with.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But who's Esau, though? You see what I'm saying? It's like, to those who are ignorant, this is very difficult to teach, and you have to start at the bottom. That's why we started in Genesis 27 today. Because you have to start at the bottom to understand these prophecies. But go ahead and get that in Daniel 4:17.
Book of Daniel chapter 4 verse 17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers, and the demand by the word of the Holy One, to the intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giving it to whosoever he will, and setteth up over it the basis of men. Verse 18.
No, that's it. So, I read it again just so that we could give a valid explanation of why the #1 pedophile and pervert is in charge. The people who are destroying the water, the air, and the food, and the people. You need to understand something. The Most High God, he sets up rulers, kings, princes, dukes, all of them alike.
Come.
And he can make a literal cave beast a king if he so says so. If he deems it so.
That's right.
And you have to understand that's a punishment for the entire earth, not just the Israelites. Because when the righteous beareth rule, the people rejoice. But when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. And the world has been in mourning ever since these white devils came into power. And we gonna keep mourning until these white devils are taken out of power.
That's right.
Go ahead and give me Job 30 and 1 through 9.
Come.
Because we gonna prove that they're the basest of men.
The book of Job chapter 30 verse 1.
Bring it out.
But now, they that are younger than I have me in derision, whose fathers I would have disdained to have set with the dogs. Yeah,
Of my flock. Yeah, the dogs of my flock.
yeah. The dogs of my flock, Salaki.
No, you.
Yeah, whereto might the strength of their hands profit me, in whom old age was perished.
So Job is lamenting. He's saying, man, these people who are lower than me in every way are now the rulers, the oppressors over me. I wouldn't even trust that these people with the dogs of my flock. Now, those of us who know who these white devils are understood or understand why Job said this. I wouldn't trust a white man with my dog either. Because my dog will come back limping weird and acting all funny.
Sexually assaulted.
Yeah, because a white man like to molest dogs. It is what it is. You gotta understand, man, this ain't never been a secret who the Edomites are. It used to be very well known that these people were a very base and crass and crude people. Keep going, brother.
Come. Verse 3. For want and famine, they were solitary, flying into the wilderness. In former time, desolate and waste. Verse 4. Who cut up mallows by the bushes
In juniper?
and juniper roots for their meat. Verse 5. They were driven forth from among men. They cried after them as after a thief.
So you need to understand something. When the white man was driven into the caves, and basically after he fell out of power in the Roman Empire, that wasn't the first time that these people were driven into the caves. Because the Most High God gave them their home in the caves, in Mount Seir. So you need to understand something, man. Esau is a very base people. When it says they cut up mallows and juniper roots for their meat, meaning they had a purely vegetarian diet, and they didn't cook their food. That's also one of the reasons why when Esau came out the cave, he was the healthiest he had ever been. Look at that painting called The Moors versus the Wild Men, where you got big-ass Edomites with clubs, butt naked, charging the castle, and Jake trying to fight them off with bows and arrows. And you got to understand something. We were being decimated by the Black Plague as well. Not to mention, we were fighting our own people, the Moors. The Moors were, they were cleaving onto Islam in the Arab nations. Not to mention, we were also breeding ourselves out because white women, Jake has always had a weakness for white women. And that was undermining us in our loyalty to our own people. Right? So we were suffering on all sides. But Esau was at his apex in terms of physical strength. And that's how the Most High God used him to take us down. Keep going, brother.
And just to make a point, you know how you ever heard people say that Job wasn't even an Israelite? You ever heard that?
I've heard people say Job's an Edomite.
But look how he's talking about Edom. Look how he's talking about the rulers that's now Israel.
But you got to remember, brother, most of the people who make these claims, they don't read the Bible.
Nah. He ain't talking like they're his people. You would think that he would be trying to convert us into understanding that they could be converted. That's not what he's saying, though. No, he's talking to people like they're below you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he made the distinction. He wouldn't trust him with his dogs. Like, you got to understand something, man, because when you don't see profanity, a lot of times people think it's like, it's not as hard-hitting as if you were cursing at somebody. If I told you I wouldn't trust you literally with a nickel, that means I don't trust you for nothing. And this man is literally saying, I wouldn't let you hang out with my dogs. Go ahead and get it, brother.
Okay. Verse 6. To dwell in the cliffs of the valleys, in the caves of the earth, and in the rocks. Verse 7. Among the bushes, they grazed under the nettles. They were gathered together.
Now, what is braying? Braying is when you make a noise like a donkey or like an animal. No, you know, like the cavemen, they have them going, that's braying. You know what I'm saying? Like, so one of the things that happened to Esau when he fell out of power in the Roman Empire is that he lost his written and spoken language. That's why when they came out of the caves, and they still have some of these Edomites existing today, they walk on all fours. And you can see videos of it. And they lost all semblance of spoken language. What Jake was doing is we were taking their women and we were civilizing them. And then we were using them for sexual pleasure. Now you see one of the reasons why the Most High God had to take us out of power. We were abusing our station as the kings throughout Europe. As the major merchants and sub-kings, because you can't be a king in another man's house. We were driven across North and West Africa, but we were the richest people. You know about a man named Mansa Musa? He was a king in Mali, the richest man who's ever existed. He was so rich, he could come to your nation and destroy your whole economy by giving out gold. And he would do that on purpose. Richest man who ever existed. Mansa Musa from Mali, a province on the eastern coast of Africa. That's our people. But you got to remember, the Most High God can take you from being the highest, and he can set you on the lowest, and he can put the basest of men above you. And that's what we saw when we fell out of power in Europe. Starting around the 13th century, especially going into the 15th and 16th century. Right? But, go ahead, brother.
Well, you just brought out a wonderful point that really people don't think about this. Just like we built their kingdom up physically, we also built their kingdom up by building up their health.
Correct.
By teaching them how to be civilized. Their babies used to nurse on our women's hips. You see what I'm saying? So we built up their health, which also catered to building up their kingdom. Because they were always sick. Their genetic is weak.
Still, just
Yeah.
bad.
And so now you see a morphing of a generation of their women. At one point, you can go look at the old footages of the women in the 1930s, flat butts, flat breasts, and they may get lucky to have their women probably have some kind of heavy sack at the top, but never have that in the back.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
You know what that's associated with?
What's that?
When you have a narrow pelvis, that's associated with infertility. Most people don't know that.
And another point proven why they try to fight us out because they're women runners. And what's going to happen to them if we take all in women? They're going to be wiped out anyway because they're not fertile like we are. They lack their melanin, and that also caters to it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we built up their kingdom by building up their health.
But just to make sure I cover the point, when you have a narrow pelvis, your gonads or your sexual organs don't have room to develop. That's why, man, I hate to, microphallus, that's what it's called. I'm not going to say the real word, right? Micropenis. But that's actually a medical term, right? They say it as an insult, but it's actually a medical term. And it's because usually white males primarily, but it happens in other males in general. It's a deformity. And it's when your pelvic region is ill-developed and it's too small to house the gonads so they don't develop. So that's how you'll have, like, literally a man's phallus doesn't even exit his body. You see what I'm saying? And that's predominantly in their ranks, white men. Remember, the Most High God promised, I will make you small among the heathen, and thou art greatly despised. It wasn't just metaphorically. It's literally in many different ways.
Right. The envy and jealousy of what we can do that they can't.
Well, it's not, I'm talking biologically. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't have gonads, guess what? You can't have kids.
Facts.
If you have infertile gonads, that means you're sterile. Because you got to think, the gonads have to grow to a certain size to be mature. And then a man has to produce sperm in a certain quality to even have a chance of impregnating a female. That's why they measure a man's sperm count. And if it falls below a certain amount per milliliter, then you're infertile. Even though you might actually produce sperm. That's why IVF exists, where they take the sperm, put it in a syringe, and they inject it into the egg. They have to help it because when you have look,
To make that swing.
I was
and
gonna bring that up.
I know I'm not trying to give a biology lesson because I'm not suited to do that, but I know a little bit of enough to give some information. But when you also have a low sperm count, you have something called low sperm motility, where your sperm are weak and they can't swim fast enough. You see what I'm saying? Because you got to remember, when in comparison to the size of the female and the birthing, the fallopian tubes to get all the way to the ovaries to fertilize the egg, that's a long journey. And if your sperm can't make that journey, then you have weak sperm and you need IVF. You got time for the Bible, brother? That's a shame, man. That's it. Right.
Also, well, just to piggyback on what you're saying, that's true for their women too. The fertility of their eggs was so weak. That's why they have these sperm banks. That's why they have these fertility banks to where you can take a woman's egg and put it in another woman whose ground is more fertile.
Yep.
And she can,
Surrogate.
Yeah, and she can have her children through that woman. You see what I'm saying? This is something that is not even natural.
Correct.
That's why I say these are clones. These are real clones.
Yeah.
Because that's not the Most High doing.
It's an abomination.
That's what it is.
But the more you know about how things are going, the more you see it lines up biblically, man. And the next verse is gonna sum up everything we just said. Go ahead and read.
Verse 8. But there is, the book of Job, chapter 30, verse 8. But there is a spirit in man. Shalakia.
They were children. Yeah, there you
Shalakia. Verse 8. They were children of fools. Yeah, children of a base man. They were viler than the earth.
go. So these people are viler than the beasts of the earth. A dog will eat its own vomit. A dog will eat its own poop. Now you're really starting to get a profile of how vile these people are. Did you know that there are Edomites that literally they lick toilet seats? Literally. They'll go places with the express purpose of being gross and licking toilet seats.
Shalom, kings.
Are
Come here
doing
to work.
just horrible things to children. You got to understand something, and you know this when you go in the woman's bathroom. Somebody's smearing period blood everywhere. My wife has told me horror stories. I've had to clean female bathrooms, working at grocery stores. The worst bathrooms, by the way, are the female bathrooms, bar none. And the more white women that are there, the worse they are. I'm just being real with you.
Talking about different sculptures. I seen a video where there's a sculptor, he's making some art on a ship, like some type of sugar. And these white people going over there, sucking on it and licking on it.
Yeah.
Multiple of them.
Yeah.
It's nasty as hell.
They don't wash their hands, touching the doorknobs and all
Yep.
that, bro. Flushing the toilet. It's nasty, bro.
That's why, like, I'm so glad fist pounding is a thing, because I ain't got to, like, shake nobody's hand, bro. Especially when these crackers, like, they be in their feelings wanting to shake hands and stuff, man. I got to get them up out the area, man. Like, hey, man, fist pound. Or COVID, man, COVID.
I be doing the whole app out. All right.
Yeah, man, like,
Whole app
just
out.
don't touch me. You know what I'm saying? Back up.
Peace and blessings.
Yeah, like, but you got to understand, man, the Bible lets you know who these people are. That's why when they came here to North America, they brought chicken pox, smallpox, measles, lice, roaches, rats, pigs. You got to understand who these people are. All them things weren't here before the white man showed up.
Come.
They brought those things with them. Why do you think the Black Death was killing us? Who was covered in filth? And who was Jake having sex with? See, that's why the Most High God tried to tell us, stick to your own people. You ain't supposed to be miscegenating with everybody, because you're going to get more than what you asked for. Not to mention, you're going to diminish the strength of your people, as it says in the book of Tobit. And a lot of people go, well, I know a lot of mixed people who seem normal. Until you actually talk to them, you see their mind ain't right. Even if they are an Israelite, you see their mind is a little off. They be having self-perception issues, mental disorders, ADHD, schizophrenia. They be all over the place, can't focus, can't sit still. You got to realize, man, that's why the Most High God told you, stay away from these motherfuckers.
And ain't nothing even happened to them. They just like that. They ain't get brutalized or tortured. They just like that. Our people gotta get tortured to be like that.
Right, right.
You know what I'm saying?
The sister said something very pertinent. They don't have a culture, but you got to understand something.
People are losing it today, because back then we used to take pride in our culture.
Right.
But today, people don't.
It's off the
And
lesson,
that's one thing
but we gonna
why
get.
the Africans over there don't accept us, because when they brought us over here, they stripped us.
You're right. You're definitely right. I want to bring out something real quick.
Can I finish the verse now?
No, is it something? It's a,
David turns to I'm not saying that now I can their song and I'm
yeah, you can read this one. Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 9. And now I am their song. Yeah, I am their byword.
So Job is literally letting it be known that despite how lowly these people are, they rule over him. Now, how was Job made their song and their byword? Didn't Job lose everything at the beginning of Job? Yes, he did. Doesn't he have Edomites talking shit to him basically the whole time he's in a low estate? Yes, he does. So you got to understand something. He was literally talking about the people who are about to talk to him. Because didn't he have an Edomite talking to him? He did. He was a Temanite. He's talking about now I become their song and their byword. I'm lower than them now. I've been reduced to nothing. Now these people rule over me. The same people who ain't worth shit. You got to remember, Job wasn't just talking prophetically. He was talking literally. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Y'all say it.
Wasn't Elijah considered a Semonite?
I thought Elisha was a Levite.
He is, but it caused him I think he was causing a Semonite or a Tishbite.
I think it's a Tishbite. But I was about to say, I know I'm not the most knowledgeable man about Elijah, even though I need to brush up on him. But let me get this real quick. This is 2 Maccabees, chapter 4 and verse. Salakia. Damn, where is it? No, verse 11. No? Where is it? Oh, yes, verse 15. I'm tripping. This is 2 Maccabees 4 and 15.
Bring it up.
Not setting by the honors of their fathers, but liking the glory of the Grecians best of all. So our people were willingly forsaking their own heritage to follow after the Greeks. We prefer the ways of the white man best of all. Now, there's a reason for it beyond all the perverseness. It's the illusion of freedom. Think about it. The white man has no rules. He can move into another man's land, murder him, and just take the land. You got a kid hanging around him? Well, he might touch the kid. Where's the rules at? He'll have sex with a dog. He'll steal your possessions. He'll steal your wife. He'll murder you. He'll steal anything. He'll cook you, chop you up in pieces, and eat you.
We have no standards.
No standards. But guess what? When you're on the outside looking in and you see them reveling and having orgies and having fun, you might fall prey to thinking, hey man, I don't want to live like that. I'm tired of having just one wife.
That's why Esau's mother didn't like Esau because he was very morally different.
That's right. He was married a Canaanite woman. He married a Canaanite woman. And that
She
woman
didn't
was,
like their ways.
and when you read the end of Genesis 27, Rebecca even said, man, this woman is a pain in my ass. As a matter of fact, I ain't going to just paraphrase it. I'm going to read it. Right? But let me finish this real quick. Verse 16, by reason whereof sore calamity came upon them, for they had them to be their enemies and avengers, whose custom they followed so earnestly, and unto whom they desired to be like in all things. So because of our desire to be near these people, to be like these people, to conjoin ourselves unto them in all things, they became our primary problem. Because what did we read earlier in Sirach 12? Never trust thine enemy, and don't set him near you. Because when you put him near you, he's going to look at you and go, man, I could take his seat, bro. Man, why you always the king? I want to be the king.
He seeks to take it.
All of a sudden, he's smiling in your face, being extra friendly, but all of a sudden on the job, you getting complaints. You're like, man, who the fuck complaining? Because they know it's anonymous. When you go to HR, they can't tell you who's complaining.
Right.
But it's Esau right next to you, pretending like he's your friend, getting the dirt on you. Hey, you know he came back from lunch 15 minutes late, knowing his ass was wicked. But guess what? He told first, so now you can't say nothing. He knows how it works. And he knows this is his kingdom. But the reason why we keep falling from grace is because we like their ways best of all. And when we're not chasing after the Edomites, we're chasing after any other nation that's ruling over us. You got to understand something, man. That's why I had this lesson like this today. And I know we're going a little bit off the beaten path, but it's a good thing because brothers get to bring other things out. But the reality is, nothing has changed. And because our people love these folks so much, when calamity and uprisings start to happen, our people are sitting ducks, man. Like that sister I just saw with that damn serial killer looking ass Edomite that she was walking with that was bald headed.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
That sister ain't got a damn chance if that Edomite flip out and don't take his meds one day. Sister finished.
Lord, no, he needs it.
And you know he own them.
Nope.
Shit, them Edomites, they'll tell you, they like Thelma from Scooby-Doo, talking about, I can't see a thing without my glasses. They like, I can't think straight without my medicine.
They need to sleep, stay up, eat. They need it for everything.
Try being around one of these white folks on the job and he can't go out and smoke a cigarette. He'll shoot the motherfucking place up. And you know I'm not playing. They be sitting there shaking and jittering and shit because they can't get their fix. Now imagine if your fix is doing wickedness. Get that where it says they can't sleep unless they do wickedness? I can't quote it off the dome, man.
That song.
Yeah, get that, man. Because the Bible even lets you know, man, the wicked can't even sleep unless they do wickedness. You know why? Because the Most High God, that's their task.
That song's a proverb. I think it's a proverb. I think it's a proverb.
Well, somebody get it. Somebody get it. You know what I'm saying?
I can't call it for sure.
Because one of the things that we have to put in perspective, man, is we're not making this stuff up, man. Like, what would drive somebody to get up in the middle of the night and drive through the red line district of a city looking for prostitutes to murder and dump bodies? Now, you might say, I don't know of anybody who did that. There's a man named Gary Ridgway, a so-called white man, right? He's known as one of the most prolific serial killers that America's ever seen. And see, the thing is, all these white folks are like that. They just pretend to be civil. That's why they murder you in cold blood, and then they say, hey, you should have just complied.
So it's your fault.
Yeah, it's your fault that they had to murder you in cold blood.
You look what you made me do. Type of talk.
You know what I'm saying? Or you'll be found hanging from a tree, and their cops will say it was a suicide.
There was a black man here too long ago. He did the same thing. And he was murdered with But that's why I think why God can separate us. Because sometimes they say when you start taking on that characteristic.
Actually, what you just said, it's in the Bible. It's in Jeremiah 10.
Find it out?
Yeah, I got that Proverbs
Yeah.
4:16.
Yeah, get it. Go ahead and get it. Go ahead and get it.
It's Proverbs 4, verse 16. For they sleep not, except they have done mischief, and their sleep is taken away, unless they cause something to fall.
You hear that? Now, who takes away their sleep? God does. Because what is their job? Their job is to do wickedness. Give me Amos 3 and 6. Give me Amos 3 and 6, and you give me Isaiah 45 and 7. Our people have to realize, man, the Most High God is behind all this. And to the bad characters that are on stage, yeah, I know. But here's the
You are very right. But what was the question? He ought to.
and here's the thing. I'm not questioning God.
You know, because he knew why he made them the way he made them.
Come on. Correct. Spot on, sister. Spot on.
You know, he know what they are purposes for.
You're right. You're right. And what the sister is saying is, who are we to question God? And she's right.
But sometimes we try to play God.
Yeah, we do. And you know how we try to play God?
When we step in God's shoes and try to like, oh, we can fix him, or not all of them the same way,
The sister's on it.
you know.
She said we play God when we try to rehabilitate them. When it's not their reality to be fixed. Now, what did I say to you? You weren't here for the theme of my lesson. It's who can set straight that which God set crooked. No one. That's the title of my lesson. Yeah, I know.
And that's why he tells you don't compromise.
But here's the thing. Our people have been compromising since we got out of Egypt. And that's why we under these curses. Hey, what's up, bro? Come talk with us, man. You got time?
No, I don't. But I'll see you later.
All right, man. I'll see you. All you gonna do is walk back up the stairs and go that way.
Talk to you for a moment.
Now he already stopped one time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had a bunch of questions. I figured we built some rapport, he'd stop. Yeah, it's all right. Be safe, Elder. Right? But go ahead and get it when you got it.
Amos 3, verse 6. Bring it out. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in the city, and the Lord hath not done it?
So that's rhetorical. You know what I'm saying? This is saying, shall there be evil or bad times in the city, and the Lord ain't responsible for it. We know damn well God responsible for it. You got people walking around right now talking to themselves. And they look like a powder keg. You just explode and kill somebody. But they don't do it to just any old body. And they seem to hold it in until they get right next to the person. And God said, all right, now get him. Get him. Get her. That's the one. There it is. That's the one. What happened with King Ahab? When he tried to hide himself, remember? Because you remember, what was his name? Micaiah told him, God held a council. And you're supposed to go and die in this war. And Ahab said, you know what? And I'm not saying F the Most High, but he said, man, fuck that, bro. I'm gonna go to war, I'm gonna win, and I'm gonna come back. And then I'm gonna execute your ass when I come back. And he disguised himself as a soldier. And you know what the Most High did? He preserved King Jehoshaphat, because they literally had him dead to rights. They were gonna kill him. And then the soldiers were told, we don't want him. We want King Ahab. And it just so happened that an archer shot a lucky arrow and it hit him between the joint in his arm. He got hit by a stray bullet. That's what that translates to today. Ahab got killed by a stray bullet while being disguised as a nobody when he was the king on a chariot. Yeah. So the Most High God, he orchestrated it where it's like, yo, you gonna die because I said so. I'm responsible for the bad things that happen around here as well as the good things. Get your verse, brother?
Can I start 6?
Yeah. It starts. I think that's what I want.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 45, verse 6. That they may know from the rising of the sun and from the west that there is none besides me. I am the Lord, and there is none else. Verse 7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
Give me Deuteronomy 32:39. Right? We're stepping off the lesson a little bit because I want to fixate on this point. Right? The bad times, the things that our enemies do to us, the Most High God is responsible for it. He's behind it. He creates the light and darkness. He creates peace and he creates evil. The Most High God does all these things.
That's right.
And if you got a problem with it, he gonna kill your ass too. It is what it is. Most High God ain't asking you, he's telling you. Get in order or get put to death. Shit, a great and terrible king. It's a terrible thing to fall into the hands of the Most High God.
He even challenges anybody who believes they can stop him. Come with you.
Give me that in Proverbs 8. Hold that, where it says, they that hate me love death.
Say 32 and 9 and
32 and 39.
32. Deuteronomy 32.
Are you good? Read it good, too, because I love reading this. I want you to read it now.
Deuteronomy 32, verse 39. See now that I, even I am he, and there is no God with me. I kill, and I make alive. I wound, and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand.
So the Most High God is letting it be known. I kill, and I make alive, and can't nobody do shit about it.
And that's how you know that arrow was meant for
It was
him
meant
by the
for
Most
him, bro.
High.
It was meant for him. That's why people be asking, man, how is it that an 8-year-old caught a stray in a car and died?
What kind of God does this?
Yeah, what kind of God would do that? A great and terrible God who know the real you. He know the real you. He know the you that go before him every time your life ends. And he know everything you've done, you've thought, you've said. He knows everything. That's why when people question God's judgment, man, it's like, yo, you better be careful with your words. That's why Job, at the end of Job, got checked before he could go too far. And God told him, he was like, yo, I'm about to answer you. Gird up your loins like a man. Get ready for my answer. And I want to reply. You got to remember, man, when the Most High God answer you, if he has to come answer you, there might be some smoke in the city, man. The Most High God killed some of the sons of Aaron for lighting incense wrong.
Yep.
And Moses and Aaron were his chosen prophets at the time. He killed their sons for lighting incense wrong. He killed Aaron too. Like, you gotta understand, man, the Most High God ain't fucking with nobody.
He didn't let Moses,
order
he
is
didn't
true.
let Moses couldn't follow instructions, right?
Yep.
He kept getting angry.
I don't think people can see how fair it is. If you a God just by talking against Moses. If look at what happened to Miriam? She's a Levite.
Yeah.
Got cursed with
She-
leprosy.
With leprosy, she was unclean for 7 days. Just for speaking against her own brother, her younger brother. Is that? Because that's the same woman that was there whenever he got put in the river, right? She was the one following, right? That was Miriam, right?
I'm gonna have to read it.
Yeah, you
Think
gotta
she-
go read that. That was Miriam. She's his older sister. But
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why she was talking so loosely in Numbers chapter 12. This Ethiopian woman. The Most High had to let him know, hey, I have an order. He's above you.
Yep.
And for speaking against him, this is the penalty.
Right,
Yep.
right.
The Most High spits in your face, it looks like leprosy. You see what I'm saying? But guess what? It's just because you can't speak against Moses, don't mean Moses can sin against the Most High. That don't mean Aaron can sin against the Most High. They got penalties coming after them if they decide to break the order.
Well, last time I checked, the Bible says God ain't a respecter of persons.
He ain't no respecter of persons. Yeah, he's gonna make everybody respect Ranger. He's gonna make everybody respect the next man, and the next man is supposed to respect him. You see what I'm saying? That order is so fair. It's so righteous in that judgment. It's just like there's no, like you said, he don't respect your person.
Yep.
But it's so fair. It's so fair. It's scary. It's really scary because, like, dang, man, we can't speak against Moses. Man, I know. I watched him grow up.
Yep.
That's my younger cousin. Man, and it puts something in your heart that just makes you tremble because you know that thing that's a pillar of fire by night ain't nothing to be played with. At the same time, Moses is like, man, you think you have it bad, at least you just gotta respect me.
Right.
I gotta be perfect in everything I do, say right now.
Give me 2 Samuel 2 and 6 and read down to 9.
You still want Proverbs?
Yeah, get that. Get that too. I want that. Read aloud and read strong.
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 8, verse 36. Come. But he that sinneth against me wrongeth his own soul. All that hate me love death.
So you got to understand something. The Most High God has thrown the gauntlet out. You want to challenge the Most High God? Feel free. But you know what's going to happen to you. He's going to kill your ass. The Most High God is not taking any applicants to be his parallel or his equal. And if you call yourself talking about you going to challenge God and reply against God, I would recommend you check yourself and check your tone.
That's a love for death.
Yeah. You love death. People don't realize, man, the Most High God ain't playing out here, man. Hey, people don't even realize there's 2 more hurricanes starting to develop and come toward the U.S. right now. As bad as everything has already been. Did you know they're having freezing temperatures up in North Carolina? All the places that were destroyed by the floods? Most High God is plaguing that place. And they getting stung by bees. Yeah, because that water, it disturbed all the yellow jacket nests. Because yellow jackets live in the ground. So in order to preserve themselves, they had to come up out the ground. You got to remember, ants can survive in water for 14 days. See, a lot of people don't realize that. That's why a lot of these insects, when it floods, they don't die. Right? When you have a flood, you would assume all the ground-based insects would drown. They don't. Because water bubbles stick to their body, and they don't require a lot of oxygen to breathe. And then once they reach the surface, they're good. Y'all got time for the Bible tonight?
I appreciate it. No, thank you.
Do you believe the Bible,
But I
brother?
just came from a praise and testimony service up in Lincoln.
Well, do y'all know what tribe y'all come from in the Bible?
No.
No? Alright, well, y'all don't want it, I ain't gonna give it to you. Which hole?
2 Samuel 2 and 6.
Yeah, get it. Go ahead and start.
2 Samuel 2, verse 6. And now the Lord show kindness and truth unto you. And I also will requite you this kindness, because you have done this thing. Keep going.
Hold on. No, it's first Samuel. I got it. Because I want to read. I love reading. You read my favorite verse to read, by the way. Deuteronomy 32:39. I love reading it. I really do. Because people don't know, man. People don't understand who God is, bro. That's why everybody who say they ain't got time, you ain't got time until somebody have a heart attack, have diabetes in the hospital, all of a sudden you got all the time in the world. Calling on God like he your best friend. He an ATM for you to order at. Not understanding. If you ain't got time for him, he laugh at you when you call on him.
Don't get in your prayer.
I'm gonna hit this. This is 1 Samuel, chapter 2 and verse 6.
Bring it up.
The Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave and bringeth up. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust and lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill to set them among princes and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he hath set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness. For by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces.
That's right.
Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth. He shall give strength unto his king and exalt the horn of his anointed.
Come.
So after you hear something like that, you should be asking, who's his anointed? And if he's got enemies, who are they? Am I one of them? But most of our people think God is a big old snuggle bear. And when Christ come back, he gonna hand out PS5s and OnlyFans passes. See, they don't understand, man. When Yahushua come back, it's gonna be heads rolling, backs getting broke, blood up to a horse's bridle. People don't realize what's coming, and it's real close. And you see here, God is all for it. See, that's why, again, when people say they love Christ, I always ask them, which Christ you talking about?
Right.
You ain't talking about the Yahushua that we believe in, because you think Yahushua want to love on everybody. And that is not what the Bible says. Shit, man, I want somebody to read Nahum 1. Please, somebody get that and start at the top. Shalom, brother. How you doing, brother? You got the big fro, man.
That's refreshing to see. All praise.
All right. Be safe, brother. Be safe.
All right. Now, I like what you said. That question you should be asking yourself: am I one of them? When
Yeah.
it comes to the enemies of God, am I one of them? Am I of that nation? And another question behind it would be: is there religions that's trying to hide the enemies of God? That's what you should be asking.
Islam is one of the primary religions that hides an enemy of God, because Ishmael is an outspoken enemy. The Arabs are an enemy of God, listed in Psalm 83. But the Muslims will tell you that Muhammad, being an Ishmaelite, was a prophet of God. And that's impossible. Can somebody give me Amos 2 and 11? When you actually read this book, you realize the Most High God, he doesn't like other nations. He doesn't go to other nations very often for things that he needs done in terms of disseminating prophecy. The only time you could argue that he did that was with Balaam in the book of Numbers, chapter 23. Right? But in reality, Balaam. Yeah. Amos, no, that was for something. I said Amos 3 and 6.
I got Amos 2 and 11.
Get it, go and get it.
The book of Amos, chapter 2, verse 11.
Bring it out.
And I raise up of your sons for prophets, and of your young men for Nazarites. Is it not even thus, O ye children of Israel, says the Lord?
So it's literally impossible for any other nation to be a prophet. That's why Balaam was called what? A seer. He was not called a prophet. So there's a distinction. And not to mention, Balaam was doing magic on the left-hand side. Because he was setting up altars. He was giving sacrifices. And though he was dedicating those sacrifices, to Yahweh, it was still on the left-hand side. Because was he at the temple doing his sacrifice? Nope. Although there was no temple built yet. See? But there was a tabernacle. You see? You got to come before the tabernacle. And if there was no tabernacle and there was a temple, that's essentially God's tabernacle. That's his dwelling place.
Right. But you know what's a cold point on that?
What's up?
Florida yesterday, right? Me and Jamal was out there.
Okay. Is he still going to go?
So, you know, we end up getting into a little bit, you know, some debate, you know what I mean? And, you know, that's one of the point of contention. Everybody can be saved. Every person we went to, what's this talking about? Slow it down, brother. What we talking about? What is this verse talking about? Israel, Israel, Israel. You know they run to John 3:16.
Yep. Like a track
But
star.
every point we go to Israel. Before we can really completely debunk everything and completely crush him, the first few scriptures demolished him. You know what I mean? Couldn't do that. We agreed to scripture. Israel. It's about Israel. The new covenant, Israel. Services of God. You know, 9 to 4 classic. But everybody can be saved and all this and that. But the whole point is, we talked about Matthew 15, verse 24. You mind if I have somebody read that?
Yeah, I can.
Read it so.
You said Matthew 9 and 24?
No, 15.
15. Okay, I got you.
I'm going to stop you. I'm going to make the point. It's going to go right in line with what y'all talking about with Balaam and the temple tabernacle.
This is Matthew 15 and 24.
Read it out.
But he answered and said, I am not sent, but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Then came she and worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me. But he answered and said, it is not meet to take the children's bread and to cast it to dogs.
Slow down. Ready? Slow down.
But he answered and said, it is not meet to take the children's bread and to cast it to dogs. And she said, true, Lord. Yea, the dogs eat of the crumbs which fall from the master's table. Then Yahushua answered and said unto her, O woman, great is thy faith.
Hey, great is her faith, right? All right, go on.
Be it unto thee, even as thou wilt. And her daughter was made whole from that very hour. And Yahushua departed from thence, and came nigh unto the Sea of Galilee, and went up into a mountain, and sat down there.
All right, and I believe, I don't know if it's Luke or Mark, but the point is, she recognized her place. And the hierarchy, you know what I'm saying? And in the same case with Balaam, he was sin against us, right? But he knew his place. He gave the Most High the glory, and he fell in line with that. And one thing we see throughout the scriptures is that when these heathens, when they bow in subjection to us and the Most High, that's when they start getting that blessing that was promised to Abraham. You know, blessed if you blessed us, and cursed if you cursed us. You know what I'm saying? So even when the Most High is dealing with any heathen nation, if you find it in scripture what happens in your everyday life, the only time he's really dealing with them is through us, and when they bow in subjection to us. You know what I'm saying? I just want to make that point right there. You know, because again, if Balaam went to the tabernacle, what would happen? He would have to die. We would have to kill him. So he's actually following. How y'all doing, family? Y'all beautiful family. Y'all believe in God? Y'all believe in the Bible? All right. Buenas noches. Yeah. So, my bad. That was my point. My point was, he's still following, I don't know if you want to call it a commandment, but he's still following the orders, the divine order that the Most High set up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if he came to, that's like when they say, oh, if y'all real Israelites, how come y'all not doing sacrifices? Well, we don't have a temple.
That's right.
We're not supposed to do sacrifice. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Not no animal sacrifice, but that's the point I want to make. I just want to get that out.
Ain't that in Deuteronomy 12?
With what?
About the temple? You can't do sacrifices outside the temple? I'll
Yeah,
get
it
it.
should be,
I'm looking. All right.
Can I piggyback on what he just said?
Yeah, get for it.
And
But you got to remember, Yahushua was to reconcile us back to the Most High. But it's not a matter of ending sacrifice as a whole. Because you got to remember, in the kingdom of heaven, we're going to be doing sacrifices.
Matter of fact, hold on. He's the sacrificial lamb, right? He's a Passover lamb. Well, when Passover happened, where do we give that first sacrifice? In the wilderness of Egypt, right? And
No, it wasn't in the wilderness, but it was still in Egypt.
I'm saying the wilderness of Egypt because when we get to the new covenant, us getting brought into the bond of the covenant. You see what I'm saying? We're gonna go into under the rod at that point. It's in a similar fashion. You know what I'm saying? We didn't do no first sacrifice at an actual building temple. You know what I'm saying? It was during Passover. We fled from the Egyptians and whatnot. But you know, it's a similar thing though.
I got it. This is Deuteronomy, chapter 12 and verse 13.
Bring it out.
Take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest, but in the place which the Lord shall choose in one of thy tribes. There thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and there thou shalt do all that I command thee. So the Most High God is literally saying, the place that he designates as the place to do the offering, that's where you can do it. Everywhere else you can't do it. I'll reread it, because I know it's something that you've never heard before. Because this is something that in your church, you will never read this. This is something you will never read. If your pastor covers this, I might even consider telling you to ask your pastor about stuff.
He ain't gonna know the answer.
I was about to say.
I said almost.
Man, when
You
they
know what I'm saying?
That really exposes him
I
that
heard
he ain't.
some Christians go through our same doctrine and they just completely just.
Yeah,
Because they
butcher it.
expose that they're actually.
I'm talking about
wolves.
everything. I'm talking about
Sheep clothing.
every point you go to, they'll read it. It says what it says, but they interpret it, throw they, assumptions or whatever all in it. Man.
Well, the misunderstandings of Scripture, they compound themselves. If you misunderstand one area, it's going to show up somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? But let me reread this. This is Deuteronomy, chapter 12 and verse 13. Take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest.
Wait, say that again. What?
Take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest.
No, we supposed to be still doing sacrifices in America.
That offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest.
And
But,
really,
go ahead.
and really, if we were to even do any sacrifices anywhere else, we'll be breaking the commandment.
Oh.
That's why we can't do it. Because
So we still follow the law.
you have to get to the point of the scriptures to where, for example, when Solomon built the temple, that was a covenant that he made with the Most High made with him.
Yeah.
That in Jerusalem, where he built the temple, that the throne of the Most High is going to be there forever. The spirit of the Most High is going to be there forever. That's the reason why we face Jesus.
Yeah.
Because the throne is there forever.
Correct.
Yahushua throne is in Jerusalem. So that's why we face the east. That's the reason why we cannot sacrifice any other place, because it's commanded that that's where the temple is.
And you got to remember, there's a throne in the Holy of Holies. That's right. Yahushua don't sit on that one.
He ain't here.
Yeah, no, but here's the thing. Yahushua don't sit on that throne ever. The only person who goes into the Holy of Holies is the high priest. He goes in once a year to give an atonement for the people. And he puts blood upon the mercy seat.
Right.
And they put a rope around his waist in case he do something wrong and the Most High God kill his ass.
Everybody stands down.
Now ask yourself this: is Yahushua the high priest in the order of Melchizedek? Is Christ the high priest right now?
Well, let's cover that in a second. That's
I'm
all.
gonna say, ain't that right?
Well, he is.
Like
He is Melchizedek.
reincarnated.
But here's the thing, though. That's a completely different order aside from the Levites. Because you got to remember, Melchizedek is what? A high priest. So he does the duties of a high priest.
And that's the point.
So when Yahushua went into the Holy of Holies, only a high priest can go into the Holy of Holies.
Exactly. And he's going to somebody,
Yeah.
which is the Most High.
But that's why I said this is another lesson, because we would have to go to Hebrews 7 and read the whole chapter.
Well, on your own, I recommend you go read Ezekiel chapter 36 through 47, and that's gonna explain all of that. But it comes to the teachers that have it broken down. But I recommend you read that on your own, so you'll see everything he's talking about. It explains it.
Next week, what I'm going to do is we'll dedicate probably about 30-40 minutes just to questions. And sister, I hope you'll be the only one here, because if you are, we'll go into that specifically. We'll
Most
break that
definitely.
down. You know what I'm saying? Just put a note for Melchizedek and Yahushua and him being a high priest, right? Because you got to go all the way back to Genesis to see evidence of Melchizedek taking a tithe. And then you have to go into Genesis, the account of Abraham, keeping God's commandments and his laws. Well, I thought there were no commandments and laws.
Right.
Not until Moses, the giver of the law. What commandments and laws was Abraham keeping? The laws that were under the order of Melchizedek. That's why he gave him a tithe. Now, is there a formal name to those laws? No. It was just the wisdom that was imparted to him by the Most High. Same wisdom that was given to Adam. You know what I'm saying? But I messed up. I'm going to reread. I'm going to start at Deuteronomy 12 and 11, because there's a little bit more on what we were talking about, right? This is Deuteronomy 12 and 11.
Yeah.
Then there shall be a place which the Lord your God shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Thither shall ye bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and your heave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows, which ye vow unto the Lord. Vows like the Nazarite vow. You can't make that vow just anyway. All these different things, your tithe, your offering, your sacrifices, your burnt offerings, your wave offerings, all have to be done at the temple. So a lot of times when Christians come up talking about, well, if y'all got to keep the law, why don't you do sacrificial laws? This shuts all that down, because all you got to do is ask me, where's the temple? I can't just give it anywhere. As a matter of fact, you just cut yourself, because now you can't take in tithes. Because you understood what it said. I'm going to reread it. This is Deuteronomy 12 and 11.
Bring it up.
Then there shall be a place which the Lord your God shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Thither shall ye bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes.
You're not a Levite. You're not even supposed to be taking time.
But this goes beyond that. If you're
That's
not
true.
at the temple, you can't take a tithe. So how are all these pastors taking in tithes?
They're stealing from you. They're just taking your money.
And then you wonder why homosexuality is rampant in the church.
Right.
Adultery is rampant in the church. Pedophilia is rampant in the church. Because they start off wrong. You can't even take up money in the church. Now, can they give a gift? Sure. But you can't take a tithe in the name of the Lord.
Exactly what they're doing, though.
And this is thus said Yahweh. That's a commandment. That's why they tell you don't have to keep the law.
Because it exposes them.
You see how it all comes full circle? Because if you ain't got to keep the law, then I can disregard what God says when he says you can't pay your tithes or your offerings just on in your way.
I mean,
It's crazy, right?
it's
Crazy, huh?
Speaking from them.
you know, they said in Hebrew shuffle and whatnot. It's a Christian conundrum in a Christian Congo line. Really, they like to cherry pick on the highest level. When I was talking to the brother we talked to yesterday, we was over there on Market, right by the Mickey D's. So we out there with everybody. A lot of heathens. They want to come. Some of them came up and want to, interfere a little bit. But the brother, he kept going to Paul, of course. You know the first place they go to Galatians.
Yeah.
Before he gets rebuked and all that. But go to Galatians, go to Hebrews, cherry pick, different things like that. And I'm like, who has the authority? You know what I'm saying? Talking about laws, I follow the laws of God or laws of Christ. Christ is God. They like to ramble and whatnot. We walked them down and brought them to certain places. We couldn't go too deep because the conversation was moving and, they like to squirm.
It actually,
They like to squirm, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Break them down and say, okay, what laws? And he went to, I think that's when we went to John 3:16, talk about that was the commandment. You know what I'm saying? But in a matter of them just trying to find a way around it, really just self-serving purposes. Really. You know what I mean?
Well, and not to mention, they don't even read in Acts where Paul literally was informed of the people thinking he didn't keep the law. So he made he did special actions. He paid for brothers' services at the temple
That's Acts
to
21.
show that he kept the law. Go ahead and get it, brother.
Acts 21, verse 18. Bring it up. And the day following, Paul went in with us unto James, and all the elders were present. And when he had saluted them, he declared particularly what things God had wrought among the Gentiles by his ministry.
So Paul is just giving a report. Now, for those of y'all who think Paul's the head apostle, this is evidence that he's not. Because he's having to report in to Peter, who's over him.
I was about to say, like, wasn't Peter giving the keys to the church?
Man,
He eating the rock, ain't he? You know what I'm saying?
And he was given that title by Yahushua.
Yeah.
And people just, they're like, well, Paul anyway, because Paul
Yeah,
gives me an
Paul,
excuse
Paul,
to
Paul,
welcome in
Paul,
white
Paul,
people.
Paul, look, hold on, look. Paul. Then we show us the scriptures about Paul doing the things that agrees with what we're saying. Oh, no, but hold on, let's go back to Galatians and Ephesians 2 and John 3 again, and you know what I mean?
You cherry picking, brother.
And I, you know, that's the crazy part too. I asked him, I said, what's the context? I said, hey, what's the context of John 3:16? The context of John 3:16 is of and who. I said,
That's so
I said, who's talking? What's going on? Nicodemus, a ruler, you know, he didn't even say ruler. He reads, dude read New King James, right? And this guy was learning, but somehow he got it all, because he slid up on us, like real tactical, you know how they do. You know, you circling back and forth like a shark, then he slid up.
Oh, okay.
You know
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean?
He was spying y'all out.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But he was like Nicodemus, a teacher of the Jews. You know, something like that. I'm like, he was a ruler. You know, teacher. Okay, you read the New King James. He had authority, didn't he? Yeah, he had a lot of authority. Okay, so we agree. All right, cool. What happened? Get down to John 3:14. Of course. But what happened? What's that about? The brazen serpent. You know, we get into it, and it says, "Like as that brazen serpent, so shall the Son of Man be lifted up." Who was that serpent lifted up for? All the people that were being disobedient. What people? All the Israelites. Again, Israelites. Okay, so the context is the same way. That's how Yahushua is going to be lifted up. Yeah, but he's for everybody, and it says the whole world and blah, blah,
Got time for the Bible?
Whosoever.
Oh, here's the book. Do you know who you are in the book? What tribe you go back to in the book? Do you know? What tribe you go back to in the Bible? Do you know?
Your biblical nationality.
Well, what's your father? Is he Mexican, Asian?
Tell you what, this is boy.
What's his
Well,
ethnicity?
well, actually, hold on. So I'll say this.
I'm moving on.
Yeah, if your father's a native Hispanic, you're an Israelite. If he's a white man, you're going into slavery.
What?
If your father's a white man, you're going into slavery. I'm not going to play games with you on this. If you're a black Hispanic or Native Indian, you're an Israelite. Because I see the word game that you're playing. If you don't want the truth, that's cool. But don't play games with us, Elder. Don't do that.
Oh,
All right.
I ran into some negative energy here. I heard of it.
Negative energy is coming in the form of nuclear missiles real soon. I'd advise you grow up. Go ahead and grow up.
I will.
All right.
Thank you.
And put the hooch down. Put the hooch down.
Thank you for the advice.
Yeah, I know. You ain't gonna do it because you are headed. I know. Yep.
You detoured me a little bit.
Now you drunk. That's what it is.
Okay, this is good.
Just be safe, man.
Continue with that.
Yeah, go ahead and get it.
Verse 20. And when they heard it, they glorified the Lord and said unto him, Thou seest, brother, how many thousands of Jews there are which believe.
Oh, wait. Nobody accepted Christ. Everybody rejected him.
Right. Thou sayest, brother, how many thousands of Jews there are which believe.
One more time. No, it was only the disciples that followed him.
Thou seest, brother, how many thousands of Jews there are which believe, and they are zealous of the law.
So what you see here is that there were many Jews that believed in Yahushua. They believed the gospel as it is written and as it was told unto them. Because at that time it wasn't written, right? But as it was told unto them.
And the law.
And they were zealous of the law. So Paul wasn't out there saying you got to keep every law. He was giving them laws according to their progress. And they were zealous enough to start keeping one and ask for more. And that's how we grow in this truth. Right? Keep going, brother.
Go ahead. Can I make a point real quick?
Oh, hold on, let's
Oh,
get
you're
this
not
over.
here.
Yeah, let's get this over.
And they are informed of thee, that thou teachest all the Jews which are among the Gentiles to forsake Moses, saying that they ought not to circumcise their children, neither to walk after the customs. What is it therefore? The multitude must needs come together, for they will hear that thou art come.
So they let Paul know, like, hey man, there's a contingent of people who've been informed that you're saying not to keep the law. And they're going to hear that you're here, and they're going to come and see you. So they're coming up with a plan to rectify this misinformation that's circulating about Paul. Keep going, brother.
Do therefore this that we say to thee. We have 4 men which have a vow on them. Them take and purify thyself with them, and be at charge with them, that they may shave their heads, and all may know that those things whereof they were informed concerning thee are nothing, but that thou thyself also walkest orderly and keepest the law.
Keep us what?
And keepest the law.
So it was literally to inform the people who thought Paul was advocating for not keeping the law. It was to inform them that he keeps the law. So this whole idea that Paul preached to not keep the law is literally dealt with directly in Acts 21. And that goes to show you that all these Christians, as much as they hold Paul up higher than they hold so-called JC or Jesus Christ or Jebus or whatever the fuck they call him, they hold Paul in higher regard than they hold Christ.
You know what's crazy, brother? Like this is why I be telling people like to slow down. You know, you talking to, I'm not gonna say debate, but when you get in a dialogue with your brothers and sisters, you know, you gotta slow it down, because you gotta really picture it, right? It said thousands of Jews were informed that he's telling people not to keep the law. And they had to, like you said, put display of motion and say, okay, so you can show them. So they when they see you doing that, they're gonna be like, oh, it's all good now. Like, you really gotta picture that. Like, they heard something bad and all these people was tripping about it. And you telling me, and this is after Christ died, so it wasn't like, oh, you know, again, like I talked to that dude yesterday, whatever, you know, all this different stuff like that. And these Christians say, oh, you know, it wasn't nothing, or even some of the Israelite brothers who don't believe that Paul did a sacrifice there. You know what I'm saying? All these people was tripping about that. It wasn't no small thing. You know what I mean? A community of people. They went and told the elders, like, yeah, you need to get up on him.
Yeah.
We heard he, you know, and that's a powerful point though.
Well,
So
go ahead.
I was just saying it's not as minimal as they like to make it.
You got time for the Bible, brother? Time? All right, brother. Be safe out here, man.
All right.
That's a shame. You got that zesty.
Oh, no, oh,
Niggas switching there.
oh, me talking?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
You
I'm
good,
tripping. No, I'm just saying, like, you know, they just try to downplay us keeping the law and, you know, saying all these, you know, all the rhetoric they have. But that's a big point, though. And it wasn't even just like the elders was tripping about it. They talking about everybody that was under in rank, I guess, under Paul. And we heard, you know, oh boy, you know, we heard so and so, you know. All right, so we got to do this so you know they can be cool about it.
Let's
That's
clear
a
the
big
air on
thing.
it.
Yeah, like people gotta really picture that. You know, can you imagine pulling up downtown and everybody turn and look at you like, oh yeah, we heard you did X, Y, Z crime, and they looking at you crazy. You know what I'm saying? We heard you like white or whatever. You know?
Hey, man.
But I'm saying, like, you know, like you really gotta picture that. I don't think a lot of people can really fathom walking into a situation where many people are turning around like, yeah, this dude's a problem. We need to get them situated. You know what I mean? But that's I can make emphasis on that point because that's powerful to me.
Can I capitalize
Yeah,
on
go
that?
ahead.
Man, I'm so spot on, man. I like the two things that you said was slow it down,
Yeah.
right, and picture it.
Yeah.
That's so crucial. And my understanding through my journey is because the brainwashing is so deep.
Yeah.
It's so deep that you can bring out the word of God in its clearest day to anybody who's not infiltrated by Christianity, but somebody who's programmed, it just went right over them.
Yeah.
They ain't get it
They speeding right
because
over.
of the program too deep. It's rooted too deep. So you got to repeat it 2-3 times, like you said. You got to slow it down until they can that barrier of that brainwashing come down somewhere. That hold up, say it, hold up. Something's coming through.
Yeah.
Something's finally penetrating. You got to say it 2, 3, 4 times, depending on how deep the brainwashing is. So I like what you said when you're saying slow it down,
I'm gonna
Picture.
get some right quick.
because that's what's gonna penetrate. When you slow it down, and you can get them to picture it, then it's gonna penetrate through that brainwashing Willie Lynch syndrome. It's gonna penetrate, and that's the only way, really.
I got something just land back off of you.
Come,
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 7.
bring it up.
Start at 5. I was holding. That's the spirit. Start at 5. He pulled the precept. I was like, "Fuck, pull." That's the spirit. I was like, damn, he pulling my precept.
Oh man, it's like
Right.
this is the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 5.
Bring it up.
Get wisdom, get understanding, forget it not. Neither decline from the words of thy mouth. Forsake her not, and she shall preserve thee. Love her, and she shall keep thee. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom. And with all thy getting, get understanding. You know what I mean?
Come.
And that's the point. 'Cause like you said, something's penetrating, something's happening here. And that's why I'm like, when I deal with people, because I get excited too. And I told the brother, hey man, I get excited. I love conversations like this. There's some people walking by, hey man, hey, come get a flyer, man. You want to chop it up with us about the Bible and whatnot? Oh man, I
Y'all got
love
time for the
Jesus.
Bible? Get a good
Few
word.
minutes.
Get a good
Should
word.
be hungry for this word.
All right, y'all be safe.
Buenas noches.
She understood English as far as she just didn't know.
Nah, I was just kind of like Elam-like person. But my point is, dude was walking by, hey brother, you want to chop it up, all that? Oh man, I love Jesus, man, amen. You ain't got time for God, man? Oh man, I love Jesus, but I gotta go. Oh man, forgot what I was going with. But they so quick to brush over things, right? It's like you gotta slow it down. I'm like, and I told the other brother, hey man, that's where I was going. The dude was leaving. I said, hey man, come on, just come talk to us. I said, you see some black brothers on the corner, we not selling drugs, we over here talking about the Bible.
Right.
Of all things, man.
We talking about the Bible, man. Come chop it up, come hang with me, huh? You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I gotta go. Oh, okay. Alright. But the thing is, we gotta slow it down for our people. And our people, they get excited too. And that indoctrination starts kicking in that MK Ultra, MK Christianity.
Because it's been going on since they was born.
Yeah. I mean, but it's everywhere. Even in things that they don't believe it's in. Like I hear a lot of Christianity within Islam when you're talking to them. The only reason they can believe Islam is they have to first believe Christianity. When you really get down to it. You know what I'm saying? Because their perception of what the Bible says and what it's about is already there. The framework is already off, so it's gonna lead them straight from the jump. You know what I mean? But I told one of the brothers, hey man, you gotta get understanding. We brought it out, we ended up circling the block, bringing out, finding another brother that wanted to chop it up and had to leave. Chopped it up with him. Spent another good 45 minutes to an hour talking to him. And the whole point is, you gotta get understanding. A lot of people get in, especially Christians, and I can even say even for myself, when I was in that way, we more so had a mindset to say, to do something to say we did it, versus really getting some understanding behind it. really digesting and consuming what it is that we are seeking after, right? A lot of us say, "Oh, I done read the Bible front and back." I mean, how many times have we all heard that? Read the Bible. I'm a pat. My daddy's a pat. Read the Bible 5 times.
Why you ain't on this corner talking?
And then, but hold on, they say that right, and then you be like, "What is sin?" And that's simple. That's easy. That's a simple question.
Milk question.
That's a simple question. It's when it's in your heart, and it's they get doing that dance, and it's like a lot of us are so focused in speed reading and speeding over, trying to get through and hurry up and do it just to say I did it. I've accomplished it. I already did it. I'm good now. I'm saved. Praise the Lord.
That's not even the case.
You know what I'm
Sometimes they can even slow it down, but they're looking for particulars because of the lenses that was put on.
The only time they do slow it down, and that's the crazy part, the only time they do slow it down, like they'll be, I read the Old Testament. Old Testament's great. The Old Covenant's great. What was it talking about? I don't know. But John 3:16. Hey, what's up? How you doing, family? Hey, man, take a flyer, bro. Hey, man, hey, you ever heard that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans are gods on earth? You ever heard that we God's chosen people and only us? Hey, we Israelites, man. The only reason that our people in the predicament that we in is because we didn't follow God's law, statutes, and commandments.
Right.
Your people, when you go back and look at the ponchos, I got a couple at home. You got little tassels on the bottom. That's our culture, but that's something that God ordained to us. You know what I'm saying? This is more than just believing in faith and emotions in our heart. You know what I'm saying? The end of the world is coming. We got to get back and seek the Most High the right way. First 5 books of the Bible got commandments. We still got to keep them. All right? I know your family's waiting or whatnot, but man, check out that flyer, man.
Yeah, check it out, man. For sure.
We the same people, bro. We look different, but we the same people.
Oh, yeah.
We everywhere. We in the hood together. We in the jail together. We everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Be safe. Get your beautiful family home safe,
city
man.
called Ephraim.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that city confirms that so-called Mexicans are from the tribe of Ephraim, which is one of the sons of Israel.
Yeah.
Issachar. Hey, you know what's crazy? Hey, hold on. I see that feathers in you.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what's crazy about that? I talk to a lot of Hispanic brothers, oh man, and I say, man, you are native, bro. You are native. You was here first. I mean, you got different tribes. The further south you go, the culture is different, but y'all still native, bro. This is y'all land.
I think I'm like 67, 68%
Native American.
native.
I mean, but well, what's the? Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
The other side, like Hispanic.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. But
It's
it's all the
pretty much
same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, just different tribes.
Is your father native or is he Hispanic?
He's Hispanic.
So you're from the tribe?
Yeah, my grandma and them, they're
So I just
she's like 90%.
Yeah.
okay. Well, I want to give you a little bit before you go, real quick. Issachar in the Hebrew means he who is higher. That's what the Mexican people are.
Yeah.
Who are the hardest workers on the planet? Mexicans,
No,
obviously,
yeah.
right? You already know. So, like, one of the things that we're out here to do is let blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know who they are according to the tribes of the Bible. And we're scattered all over the earth. You know about something called the Road of Silver? The Spaniards were taking our Mexican brothers to the Philippines. Why you think a lot of Filipinos basically cook the same food, do the same dances?
Yeah,
Because they're descendants. They call them chinos.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's called the Ruta de la Plata.
Yeah.
So you got a lot of Issacharites over in the Philippines, right? That's why we're out here. But in the Northern Hemisphere, this is who we are. You can look up the 12 tribes chart, and it'll let you know who your brothers are. Because until we come back together, man, we're going to keep relying on this white devil, man. He going to keep putting his foot on our neck. All right, brother?
Before you go, I got maybe 2 questions. So you Hispanic man, right? You live here in the
Yeah,
city?
I do that.
Okay. So we got a lot of our brothers from Venezuela coming up. Have you met any of them?
Maybe like one.
One.
Maybe
How
just like one.
how is like the interaction between y'all?
I can say it's like kind of like the same thing.
The same thing, right?
Kind of like
Okay.
the same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. A little bit different, but
Yeah, a
kinda
little
the
bit
same.
different, but pretty much the same shit.
Yeah. I mean, you don't really
There's
catch
not
a
much difference, you know what I'm
you don't
saying?
really catch a vibe like dealing with like people actually from like India
Yeah,
or
yeah,
Afghan,
yeah.
like there's a lot of Afghanistanis here, right?
Yeah.
You met some of them?
No.
Have you walked by any of them?
They be like a few.
Yeah, but they, they how they walk. They walk.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, like that, right? You know what I mean? Like, damn, homie,
Never
like, what's
seen
up?
it.
Yeah.
Because they know who y'all are. To
Yeah.
them, y'all are actually enemies according to the Bible. But they know that. Especially the
Yeah, they
brainwashed.
know that.
Our people, blacks and Hispanics, natives, our people are only people, well, majority of us do not know who we are. Blacks, a lot of us, you ask them what their ethnicity is, they say Christian, Muslim, Egyptian, but you have a thing going on within the Hispanic community where y'all say, hey, I ain't Hispanic, I'm Latino. I ain't Latino, I'm Latinx. I ain't Hispanic or Latino, I'm indigenous, or, you know, they have different things. So that's another curse that was placed on just our people, you know what I mean? You look at those things, and a lot of what we grow up hearing, like those kind of proverbs, wise sayings, those stereotypes, a lot of that has something to do with those curses that are placed on us in the Bible. It's all biblical. That's why that'll let you know that we are the same people, because we went through the same thing. Y'all went into slavery. Y'all went into slavery before us, and we came after, but y'all get minimalized. Nobody talks about y'all like they talk about the black slavery. So yeah, but that's a curse again, you know.
It is.
But yeah, man.
But brother, we're out here about 5:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. every Saturday.
Okay.
So if
Yeah, I
you
usually don't come out Saturday. Well, you know, just go walk downtown.
Yeah,
Most out there.
we doing
Most out there.
throughout the week. Throughout the week, we're trying to do a little bit more, showing a little more face around town. I normally I go different places, you know what I mean, where our people are at. So I mean, I'll be out and about too. And just to let you know, us keeping the commandments, it's not like we're not like a Christian church. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna tell you it's all love and everything's okay and everything's gonna be fine and everybody's equal. We're not telling you that. You know what I mean? We're trying to prepare you because there's gonna be some hard times coming through. And the only thing that's gonna save any of us is one, keeping those commandments, but our brotherhood, our fellowship as family. We do community activism. This is about, even if we disagree, right? If you walk away from here and say, you know what, them brothers is full of shit. You and I can both look at our communities and say, you know what, the way that our people are doing right now, it just ain't working, and it's going to the shithole real quick. What do we do to fix that? What we found is these commandments that God wanted us to keep, like don't commit adultery. Adultery is if I sleep with another man's woman. I see you have a family with you. If your woman was, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna be over there checking her out and shit.
Yeah.
That's one thing that gets our people like fucked up a lot. That'll put you in jail and me in the grave. You know what I mean?
you know how it works, you go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I know how that works.
There's a lot of different pork, eating pork. I think of the cerdo, all of that.
Yeah.
Eating that shit, putting it on in the beans,
Yeah.
the tortillas,
Yeah.
all that shit, cooking with it. Chorizo. Hell, my cousins, they Hispanic, black and Hispanic, of course, but
Yeah.
the baby had like eczema. He had a lot of different issues. You know what? We stopped using the oatmeal lotion. We just put manteca on it for the eczema. So we're not even supposed to touch that shit.
Yeah.
But we eat that shit, and what happens? You get fat, heart disease, diabetes, all type of shit like that. You know what I mean? So those are laws that we got to keep. It's a lot more, but it's nothing that we can't do. You know what I mean? Philippians 4:13 says we can do all things through Christ who strengthens us. You know what I mean? And hey, guess what? Even our holidays, Halloween's coming up. We don't celebrate that crazy shit.
I know.
Right.
Oh,
You know what I
praise,
mean?
brother. Oh, praise. Can I read one thing to you before you go? One thing? Because I see the cross around your neck.
Yeah, I got right here. Head right here.
Okay, well, I want to show you. Like, it ain't what you think it is, right? So I'm going to read two things to you. This is Deuteronomy 28 and 15.
Bring it out.
But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Like we've been saying, our people are wicked. We're in a low estate because we're cursed. Let me show you one of these curses, right? Because I know if you had a loved one who was killed by an AK-47, you wouldn't put a diamond-studded AK on your neck, right? So I'm going to show you something about Yahweh Shai, which is his real name. It's not Jesus Christ, right? This is Deuteronomy 28 and 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other. And there Thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. What's the stone idol that I'm talking about? Are you familiar with Islam and the Kaaba stone? They go to Mecca, walk around that rock, and then they kiss it. That's an idol in Islam. What's the idol that I'm talking about made of wood? Cross,
It's
brother.
usually in the church. Yeah.
It's the cross. Now, I'm not saying to throw it away, but to show that you really are about following the Most High God, are you willing to take that off your neck, put it in your pocket? Just the cross. You can wear the chain.
Hey,
Just the cross.
Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. I see you looking.
Something that the Most High. Didn't Christ come out the cross?
Hey, look. Check this out. I see you looking,
Came out
right?
that way, right?
I see you looking. This commandment is still from each other. So none of us, brother, we gonna touch
Yeah,
you.
I don't want your cross.
We ain't gonna touch you, bro.
Shit, I definitely don't want a cross, brother.
We ain't gonna touch you, bro.
I'll throw it in the water if you give it to me.
Because if you go back in history, the enemies of Israel, the enemies of Christ, they have crossed on their ships. They had it on their armor, and they came, they raped, robbed, murdered, slaughtered. Y'all see?
This man.
Facts. Oh yeah,
This man.
They made you bow and kiss. They made you
That
kiss
cross
it.
came with this image. Now this is a false image.
Is
You
this, what,
cannot find that in the
is,
Bible.
is this what Christ looked like? No.
No,
But they tell you he's the one who hung on that cross.
exactly.
You know who killed Christ on the cross? The Romans. Who are the Romans today? Aren't they white people? So why would you follow their way of wearing the implement that they killed your Messiah all around your neck? You can melt, brother. You can melt that down, keep the gold. But can you take that off your neck and put it in your pocket? Okay, go ahead, do it, brother. Yeah, put it in your pocket, brother.
Because think about it. The Bible does not tell you that that's going to bring you salvation.
Correct.
The Bible tells you salvation is through belief, right? Faith comes by hearing the word. Well, you heard the word. And after you hear it, you're either going to believe it and accept it or reject it. But that cross cannot save.
Now, I want to read one more thing to you, because I know we're saying to keep the commandments. You got to start, you start where you at, and you start small. But here's the thing. Now that you know that that's an idol, brother, I want to show you that our sole purpose is to keep the commandments. And we're going to let you go, because I know I don't want to keep your family out that late, brother. But this, well, I know you got children, brother. I know they bad. But this is Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. God sees this, brother. Let him see a good report. Just put it in your pocket, brother. Hey, we don't want it from you. Go ahead. We just want to see it. We want to see it, man. All praises, man.
Praise to the Most High.
All praises.
Because salvation, I promise you, if you're not keeping the word of God, you're not keeping the commandments of God, you're going to be condemned with that cross.
You got
Whether it's
to.
a cross, whether it's like I said, a stone, whatever wood, whatever stone. If you're not keeping the commandments, you're not getting into the kingdom. You see what I'm saying? To get into the kingdom of God, you got to keep the word of God. And the word of God tells you, you can't be wearing stuff like that.
Yeah.
We can show it though. We ain't just talking.
Now, do you have YouTube on your phone? Because we can add you to you can add us to the YouTube channel. You can subscribe and watch our videos right here. And we got like 4 or 5 hour long videos every Saturday we put up. So if you're looking to learn your real heritage and learn about keeping the commandments and things of that nature, man, you got brothers right here who will be willing and happy to teach you and to have you here. So I know, are you not from San Antonio? Okay. Okay. So yeah, man. Hopefully we can see you back in this area, man.
We're out here for you.
I mean, me,
Put the chain back on.
my schedule changes a lot.
Hey, yeah, all
My,
praises.
my schedule changes a lot. You know what I mean? But I move around and stuff. But we out here for more than just talking. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot that we go through as men. Like I said, we got brotherhood here. Come get us, come get with us, or just come around. We can talk to you. We give you some guidance. We give you healing, all type of stuff. Words and our life. A lot of us be out here, and sometimes we by ourselves. Sometimes we trying to find our own way. It's hard as a man doing it like that. So, and I see with your family, this is something that I do see, but not always like that. You know what I mean? A lot of us have broken homes and whatnot. So, there's probably not a lot of people that you might could talk to dealing with this same situation. You know what I mean? So, we can relate, but yeah.
We live out
Yeah, I'll add.
Yeah, and it's some channels on there. The flyer's a little outdated. We got more channels now, and but I mean, if you type in any one of those, some of those are still active. But if you type it in, it'll be a whole host of videos that pop up. That'll, we have videos strictly about heritages and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you.
Yeah, my mom tries to tell me because she's Catholic.
Yeah.
She's into all that church stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
You know
It,
what I'm
it, it,
saying?
don't, it, don't sit,
Right.
it don't sit right with you, do it?
Yeah.
It's just kind of off, like.
Yeah. So like, I mean,
And me, I went in the Catholic church.
yeah, I was
But-
just, cause I'm adopted, so
Oh, okay, yeah.
when I was 2, and I didn't know about no church.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then I got adopted. I got taken away, and I still got raised.
Yeah. I mean, even with me, I went to non-denominational, which is really like a prosperity.
Still a religion.
They call it, it's still a denomination, right? Baptist, I've been to a few, right? And it just don't feel right. You sitting there, you trying to learn, and after a while, it's like, man, this dude done recycled the same couple scriptures and came out with different teachers, but it's the same scripture. It means different things at different services. Give me some money, give me some money. Then they start playing the music, and all the women get the
Playing with your emotions.
it's like you just kind of sitting there like all awkward and shit, like damn.
And that's how you
Yeah.
know. That's how you know that Most High is really working on you because you
Yeah.
ain't just going along with that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Not really.
It don't feel right for a reason.
Now, say like if you came back, we could break down some of the things that we're saying and why it's wrong.
Yeah.
Because like if you go to 1 Corinthians chapter 14, it talks about when a person speaks in tongues. If there's not a person to interpret,
Oh yeah.
they're not supposed to be doing that.
Have you seen anything like that in the Catholic Church? People speaking in
Speaking in
tongues.
tongues.
Yeah, I know they don't do that.
Have
here
you
in Catholic.
you've seen that like
I
on
never-
TV and
I mean,
shit?
I've seen like on TV, like
Yeah.
with my family.
They be like, should have bought a Honda.
I don't know if I
Suzuki.
believe that.
That's not
Yeah,
speaking in tongues.
it's bullshit, bro.
That's speaking in
Yeah.
tongues is something that the people understand when it's interpreted by the interpreter.
Yeah,
Interpreted with the prophet.
It's just different.
It's not shamalaka, shamalaka, that's not, you don't understand what I just said, right?
Yeah,
Okay, but
I
that's
nor
what
does
I'm saying in
anybody
church,
else.
right?
You know what's crazy? Hold on.
Hold on.
You know what's
That's
crazy?
Wait, but hold on. There's
And
something in
God's not the
Satanism
author of
about
confusion,
that.
right?
Yeah.
When people babble, that's actually part of Satanism.
Look,
That's what it
Babbling is part of demonic possession. People don't realize it.
what's crazy about that is I have a cousin who's a pastor, right? That's our people though. That's our people, bro. But look, what's crazy is I got a cousin that's a pastor, and I remember I might have been like 12, 13, and I asked him, hey, what is speaking in tongues? I used to see that shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you get weirded
I
out.
turned looking, I'm like, damn, why is they tripping like that? And he told me, oh man, this is divine language. And, he gave me this whole thing. I'm like, damn, okay. I tried it a couple times, like, man, I don't like this shit. This is bullshit.
Yeah, 'cause you were forcing it.
But hold on, but listen, what's crazy is, bro, this man has been a pastor for years. And like the brother was saying, there's a scripture in the Bible, brother. You can literally go there and read it. You on there? Acts 5?
Yeah, I can.
I mean,
X-Files. Yeah, I'm on.
Okay.
Which one?
When it starts, am I quoting it wrong? Yeah, what is it 2?
You talking about Acts 2? Yeah, you talking about the
Acts
Pentecost.
2 or 5.
Yeah, I got you.
My bad. But yeah, there's literally a scripture you're gonna read it where it tells you like what those different tongues are. You know what I mean? But read that, bro.
This is Acts 2 and 5. And there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of every nation
Wait,
under
wait.
heaven.
They were what? What's the race?
Jews.
So they're not. It's not a fake people. They're what?
Jews, devout men out of every nation under heaven. Now when this was noise abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in his own language.
It's on what?
In his own language.
So it's a heavenly angel language that only God knows.
In his own language. That's speaking in tongues, right? And they were all amazed and marveled, saying one to another, Behold, are not all these which speak Galileans?
Bro, ain't you from Texas? How you know Egyptian? You know, how you know, ain't you black? How you know Spanish?
It's going to read the list of nations here, right?
Oh,
every man in our own language. And how hear we every man in his own language, Slocky? Wherein we were born, Parthians and Medes, and Elamites, and the dwellers in Mesopotamia, and in Judea, and in Cappadocia, and Pontus, and Asia, Phrygia, and Pamphylia, and Egypt, and in the parts of Libya, and Cyrene, and strangers of Rome, Jews and proselytes, Greeks and Arabians. We do hear them speak in our tongues the wonderful works of God. And they were all amazed, and were in doubt, saying one to another, what meaneth this? So they were all confounded. They were like, yo, I'm from Spain, and I speak Castilian Spanish, or whatever. You're speaking English. I can hear you in Castilian Spanish, and you would hear me in English, without any type of, machine to translate. This all happened by the power of the Holy Spirit. That's why when you hear people babbling in church, it feels weird, because it's not real. You see what I'm saying? So can somebody give me in Romans, zeal for God not according to knowledge?
Is that one?
No, I think that's Romans 10.
Yeah, man. It's just like I'm black, right? I go to work. I work with a lot of Hispanic people, and sometimes they, you getting it?
Yeah,
My kid, you getting it?
I got it already.
Okay. But
Yeah.
I'll be at work, man, and they might start speaking Spanish, tell a joke. I'll start laughing. It's like, you know Spanish? Like we just got a Cuban brother that been working with us, and nobody would talk to him. And they end up putting him with me, and my Spanish is choppy, but we communicate well enough. You know what I mean? Yeah, I communicate really well with him, but we speaking together. Like, hey, you Cubano, man. You a Cuban, man. You Cubano, man. Hey, the first time I met him, I said, viejo ropa y con He was like, oh, what you know? Like, what you know about that? You know what I'm saying? So, that's kind of like what's going on there. It's like, this black dude, Caribbean Spanish, all the different Spanish, you know what I mean? Like, just picture that, you know what I mean? Some crazy random dude, and he's speaking to everybody like, damn, like, you know what I mean? He's speaking Tex-Mex, he's speaking Cali Spanish, he's speaking, you know what I mean? Oaxaca, all that shit.
This is Romans 10:1. Brethren, my heart's desire and prayer to God for Israel is that they might be saved. For I bear them record that they have a zeal for God, but not according to knowledge. And that's why when you see certain things in the church, like you see that collection plate going around 3 times, and then you start thinking, well, didn't he pull up in a Bentley and I'm here on the bus? How is this right? You know what I'm saying? That's because that's that zeal of God that he put in you as an Israelite. And you know it's not right, but you can't put your finger on it. That's why your teachers are out here to let you know what's right and what's wrong.
And that's the knowledge of the word of God will let you know that that's wrong. And you understand why. But they don't understand it, which is why they give them money. Their hard-earned wages, and wonder why the community is poor. Well, because you're giving it all to the devil.
Hey, you know what? The crazy part about it is, bro, we probably brought out more scriptures you might hear in one sermon. But the biggest part I want to emphasize while we on this point is we out here to see how we can engage you, help you in your walk, and really show you how to love God and seek after Him the right way, right? We ain't asking for no money. I'm asking. I don't want no money from you, bro. I'm struggling, you struggling, but if I can give it, you know what I mean? But we're not out here passing no plate around like, hey, you need to give us, so we can sing and dance for you and all that shit.
We're not a religion. We're not religious.
Yeah, it's our culture.
We keep the commandments according to the doctrine of the Israelites that was given to us. God created the earth for us. That's it's a bloodline. Right? If you are descendant of the stock of Abraham and you are descendant of Israel, this is your book. It tells us what we have life. Everybody want to take our book and tell us what to say. But we're the chosen ones. The Bible says that the only chosen people can understand this book. It's not given to the other nations. They don't even deal with the other nations. You see what I'm saying? So our job is to rule the earth and teach all the other nations on how they're supposed to lead. But right now, the tail is the head, and the head is the tail. We're the tail. We're the tail right now. We're the head acting as the tail. And this is backwards. Until we come together as a unit. So-called Mexicans, so-called blacks, so-called Native Americans, we are the liberals. And until we get together, it's going to stay like this.
I got a precept for you. This is Psalms 147 and 19.
Bring it out.
He showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto
You know
Israel.
who Jacob is? You know who Jacob is? Jacob is Israel. His name was Jacob. He was changed to Israel whenever he struggled with the angel. You ever heard about the story of Jacob struggling with the angel of God? Yeah. Well, he renamed him Israel because he struggled and he succeeded in his struggle. He really wanted that blessing, and so he blessed him. And he said, I won't let you go till you bless me. He said, what is your name? My name is Jacob. He said, no longer Jacob. You are Israel. What does Israel mean again?
He will have power with God.
See what I'm saying? So that is also a prophecy for us to rule over this world as Israelites, as kings and the priests of the earth.
You know what?
That's your people.
Hold on, let me
Go ahead.
Yeah. He showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He hath not dealt so with any
Yeah,
nation.
now what?
He hath not dealt so with any nation.
So see, so when you walk into a Catholic church, a Baptist church, a Methodist, Pentecostal church, and it's another nation, the Bible just told you he's not dealing with them. So you can only get lies. It's not possible for you to get the truth. You see what I'm saying? You ever heard the devil is in the church? Yeah. You see what I'm saying? There's a reason why.
And you see it.
Yeah, you see it. And you feel it. That means you're supposed to get up, walk out, and actually go do what Christ did. Christ didn't just sit up in the church. He went to the byways, the highways, different cities. You can catch him in the boat. You can catch him on the mountain, talking to the people. That's what he did. That's what we're doing. Like the brother said earlier, that's why we're on the corners. We're doing what Christ did. And we're trying to get you to do the same thing because we're told to come to our people. Anybody want to get
He hath not dealt so with any nation. And as for his judgments, they have not known
So
them.
they have not even known their judgments. The judgments that was given to Israel, the other nations don't know them. That's why it's up on us. Every time we do something we're not supposed to be doing, breaking the commandments, the judgments come up on us. But that's how you know you're an Israelite, because if you're going through hardship, you're going through a judgment, it's always some dysfunctional in the family, huh? It's crazy, right? But when you look on TV, you see the white man's family doing good, though, right? Yeah, it don't seem like a judgment on them, even though we know they're doing the most wickedest thing in the earth.
Same shit.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
He like
You see what I'm saying? But there's a reason why. He just told you. Because they have not known them. They are the belt of the Most High, if you will. You got a father. If he loves you and disciplines you, well, they're the belt. But we're the children. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Anybody want to get Isaiah 58 before we let the brother go? Because you have to understand, and this is the last scripture I'm going to go to. And the reason why I'm going to go to this particular scripture is because you're going to have to see what nobody else is going to show you. You may have read this before. I don't know. You tell me. Isaiah chapter 58. Chapter 58, read verse 1. Now,
This
I
is
know
Isaiah.
registering with your spirit.
Got it?
Go ahead.
This is Isaiah 58 and 1. Cry aloud, spare not.
You see
Lift
what
up
I'm
thy
saying?
voice like a
Cry
trumpet.
out loud, spare not. What does that mean? Cry out loud, spare not. That means it don't matter how you feel. The word of God, he's looking for you. He's coming to you. He don't care about how you feel, but he wants you. You see what I'm saying? But he's talking to you. Your feelings is not going to save you. And if I try to spare your feelings, I'll be wicked as a man of God. That means I really don't care about you. I care about what you can do for me. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
And lift up thy voice like a trumpet.
So we're not supposed to be singing these sweet loving songs. We're not supposed to be talking to you all nice and soft like this. It says lift. It says what?
Lift up thy voice like a trumpet.
We're supposed to lift up a trumpet is loud. I used to play a trumpet. That's loud. You too? All praises. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well,
It's the spirit, man.
if we're supposed to lift up our voice like a trumpet, that means that we're supposed to make sure that they can hear us. If people across the street can hear us, they can hear us. And whether they want to hear it or not, we're commanded to speak it. Read.
And show my people their transgressions.
Say what?
And show my people their transgressions.
You are his people. But how you going to know your transgressions if we don't say nothing? Well, that's why we're saying something. We're commanded to say it. And how you going to know your transgressions? You're going to hear it from the prophets. You're going to hear it from the messengers. Angel just means messenger. That's all that means. But we're the messengers. We're here delivering the message. Hey, stop eating pork, like the brother said earlier. Hey, don't look at that man's wife. She ain't for you.
Hey,
Take that cross off.
You see what I'm
Let me
saying?
laugh back
Take
off.
that cross off. Put them stones down. That's not for you. You can wear your chain right to go, but don't wear no idol. You know what I'm saying? And go ahead.
And show my people their transgressions,
Uh-huh.
and the house of Jacob their sins.
So he ain't say the house of Esau. He ain't say the house of Jezreel.
The house of Greece,
Ishmael. Right.
The house of
Read it
Britain
again.
and-
Read that last part again.
And show my people their transgressions,
Uh-huh.
and the house of Jacob their sins.
The house of Jacob, better known as Israel, right? No, he's talking to you. He's talking to me. That's who he's talking to. Why? Because we're the chosen people. Why does it matter? Because Christ came for those people. This man right here is a pedophile. This man had sex with his sister, didn't he not?
Yeah, his sister and
This is Caesar Borgia. That's why you really need to get the knowledge, because with the knowledge you understand who this really is. The whole time, people ran this white man on their neck like this Jesus. You ran a psychopath on your neck.
That's the white man
That's
mascot right there.
That's his mascot. And he taught it to a generation who did not know God. That's why they killed the people who knew God, so they couldn't teach their children. And so now you get slave master doctrine. When you walk in a Methodist church, your Catholic church, your Baptist church, you're getting this. But this is gonna lie to you and keep the confusion and keep us divided. But the prophets are gonna put you together, and that's why they're afraid of us. They're trying to stop us. They don't want us to tell you who you are. But you're an Israelite according to the Bible. Yes? All praise to the Most High.
You gotta go, brother.
My last
Yeah, go
my
ahead.
last point. We show our people their sins, right? You could have walked by and said, "Nah, I'm good." You wouldn't have learned nothing that we just taught you right now about how to actually serve the Most High, or serve God. And that whole situation, I said, you got kids, I got kids too. If you see a kid doing something like trying to touch a stove, you're gonna tell them, "Hey, don't do that." And sometimes it might be harsh, sometimes it might be, "Hey, I don't want you to do that." The Bible tells us to train our children the way that they should go, so when they get old enough, they don't stray away, right? We're trying to do the same thing with our people. And it's the thing of how to train, what to teach your kids and how to teach them. You have a daughter, I have daughters too. I don't want them to grow up and be OF and, you know what I'm saying? That's a popular thing these days. And you got a lot of influence against you. They go to school, they got the drags, what they call it? The trans and drags reading time.
Training reading
Tommy
time.
has an address, you got all kind of things like that. Well, in this book, like I said, how to train your kids, teach them, how to instruct them, the same way we're giving you instruction, it's the same thing. That's what we doing. It talks about rebuking people, that's all we doing, we correcting them. And we want our kids to go that same way. So I just want to correlate all of that, just kind of bring it home and, relate with you.
And we don't take no credit for nothing. It's all praise to the Most High. The Most High is doing all of this.
Whose name is Yahweh, by the
His
way.
name is Yahweh. In the name of his son, who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ, because the king spoke a Hebrew language. Jesus was not Hebrew. It wasn't even made. When was Jesus made? What was that?
The J wasn't a letter
That came in 1600s, like you said.
It didn't exist until the 16th century.
So like this
So like
Bible,
the
his
700.
name is written as Iesus with an I.
Right.
And that's the Greek way of saying so-called Jesus.
Right.
Yeah. But that's not his name, because Jesus actually translates phonetically to earth pig in Latin.
Yeah.
His name is
don't know
Yahweh.
that.
Yeah.
So you
people
have to
don't
know when your enemies are playing
They
sly
mock-
games
they
on y'all
mocking
because
us.
they think y'all so stupid. They say, man, this is their Savior's name. They just gonna go with it anyway. So they're mocking us.
Yeah.
And when you come out of a lot of ignorance, you ain't gonna let nobody insult you. Tell you. You're gonna correct them.
Hey,
You see what I'm saying?
you should know the truth, and the truth is going to do what?
Set you
Set you
free.
free.
Oh yeah,
You see
sir.
what I'm saying?
I'm on
Free from
to
the
that
law.
all the time.
Yeah.
But we
All
know
right,
this,
man.
man.
So that no
Be
matter
safe,
what.
bro.
My name's Joseph, by the way.
Joseph.
Joseph,
Hey,
look at
name,
that.
bro.
Issachar, man. Remember that.
Bro.
Thank you.
All praise to the Most High.
All praise to the Most
You know,
High.
we got to send them off right with that Deuteronomy 7 and 6 on the kid.
Go ahead, man. Gotta hear it, man. Bring it out. All praise to the Most High. Got it?
Y'all ain't going to beat me to it, man. I don't get it. This is Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse 6.
Bring it out.
For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
That's right.
All praises, man.
Praise to the Most High.
Man, a lot of fruit today, man. You know what I'm saying? And our people are hungry for this word. They tired of being lied to. They tired of not having context for why they burying their loved ones, man. That's one of the things I bring out a lot, man. All we do is die and bury our loved ones.
That's not even the worst thing, bro. That's not even the worst. Okay. Recently, right? I'll be watching YouTube while I listen to them at work. There's a girl who's kind of recently got popular doing OL. Of course. But she was making her way into like YouTube spaces. In some way, you could maybe say legitimize. I don't know if that was her plan or not, but you know, the YouTube route is a little bit more clean money, I guess. But she's, you know, she was making her way around, you know, the famous YouTubers doing content, really getting some money off of it. Well, she came out, oh, you know, this other porn star giving her.
Yeah, I saw her. She's 19. Yeah.
She's 20 now, but yeah.
What's his name? Gucci Third Leg or something like that? Man, so yeah, that's his name, man. Shit fucking is wicked,
Gucci
man.
Third Leg, and he ain't much older either.
Yeah, man.
Right? You know, and they talking about they were saying he probably had herpes for like at least 3-4 years prior to that.
Yep.
And he said he got 3,000 something bodies, 3,100 something bodies running through Atlanta, right? Now, he was saying, you know, our people are tired of burying our loved ones without context. Well, that's not even the worst thing. Our people also wonder, why am I still alive?
Yep. Ooh, what's that scripture where it says it's better to die than to be continually sick? That's in Sirach. I'll grab it. I'll grab it.
All right.
Hey, man.
Nah, but,
My special scriptures that I like, y'all ain't beat me to them motherfuckers, boy.
but you know,
Nah.
but that's real though, because I mean, when I was 16, and I'm not saying I had no stuff like that, but I had a hard time with the stuff I was dealing with in my life. You know, I was tired. I was like, man, I'm tired of getting up every day dealing with this bullshit. I was depressed. You know what I mean? Like, God, why am I still alive? If heaven is the place to be, the spiritual realm after we die, why am I still here? Why don't I just, you know, take a shortcut to the, you know, the special place? You know what I'm saying? And get there a little bit quicker. But I used to wonder things like that, you know. But, you know, some of our people are wondering why am I still alive?
Yeah.
And they continuously dealing with things. They say, I wish it was me to pass.
Yep.
When they watch, say, veteran get shot in the face next to them.
Yep.
You know,
That grief hurt, man.
I wish that assaulter got me instead of my child. So a lot of us are, you know, not even with burying people, we still living with that everyday trauma because we don't have, like you said, we don't have no context of what it is that we need to be doing. So
I got a precept for what you said with the
Go ahead,
disease.
bro.
This is Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 27.
Bring it out.
The Lord will smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emeroids, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou canst not be healed. It's literally in the Bible.
That's forever.
Literally, herpes, hemorrhoids, monkeypox. What is monkeypox? It's basically like, they're like scabs, like boiled over scabs that basically they spring up wherever like infected seminal fluids landed. That's why gay people were getting it around their mouth.
Right.
And on their genitals.
That's
Yes.
gross looking.
I'm going to read it again. Now you got context, right?
Hey,
Sorry.
just to add to that, no, you know what? Read first, then I'm going to say what.
You good. This is Deuteronomy 28 and verse 27. The Lord will smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emeroids, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou canst not be healed. I'm sorry, y'all.
It's so nasty.
Did you finish that?
Yeah, that's it. There's more.
Yeah,
More?
I think there's more. There should be a little bit more.
No, it goes into madness after that. You talking about Leviticus 26.
That's part of it, though. But man, it is part of
where it
it.
says, and everything that's not written in this book.
Now that's you talking about Revelation 22.
No, I'm talking about with the. Is it?
Yeah, talking about like you'll basically have all the curses that are in this book and
Right,
what's not in the book. Yes.
Right.
No, I mean yes, but
Well,
I don't know. I don't want to belabor the point. The point is, it's one of them that says like the sicknesses. It's gonna be those sicknesses of Egypt and all of that, and some that's not even written there.
Yeah, I got you. This is Revelations, chapter 22 and verse 18.
Read.
For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life, and out of the holy city, and from the things which are written in this book. Is that it?
No, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, the point is made though, and it's doubled down on, you know, because our people, it still applies because our people love to add to the book.
You ain't lying.
Pastor just wrote a new book. I'm gonna go buy that.
The Potter's House, all that shit.
You know, all that
TG.
shit like that.
Power bottom shit.
Jesus does. Jesus said this. Jesus is God, and God said not to judge. What chapter verse still applies? But the point is, there's even a lot of STDs that most of us don't even know about. You know, you got to get special tests just to even find out in this sketchy test. You know, doing it. You know what I'm saying? But that's a problem. Just going back to like what you said, we don't have no context. Some of us are literally walking dead, spiritually and physically, health-wise. I let my plane.
You talking about Deuteronomy 28:61? My bad, brother.
Yeah, but
Yeah. This is Deuteronomy 28 and 60. I'll start at 60. Moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt, which thou wast afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. Also every sickness and every plague, which is not written in the book of this law, then will the Lord bring upon thee until thou be destroyed.
so that's your herpes, your AIDS, and it's not just one herpes, it's a bunch of them.
Yeah,
I know
different complexes.
It's like 2 or 3 that are the major ones, but I heard it's even more than that.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Herpes, your AIDS, your
1 and 2 are AIDS.
your Emirates, and your
It's like A, B, and C and all that.
hepatitis E, F, G, all of that.
And over time, without treatment, all that stuff does drive you mad. Sickness drives you mad.
Yep.
It's like a dog getting rabies.
And
That's what it's like.
And what was crazy that you said that, I was talking to a woman before I came here. She lives in Austin. I said, well, tell me about Austin. I want to start making my way up there a lot more. You know, what side of town you live on? She was like, man, the homeless population is getting out of control.
It's crazy.
Because I've been going around passing out flyers in that area, downtown.
I said, yeah, and I said, it's getting out of hand here too. All praises is mostly Edomites. All praises.
And they're walking around,
see our
skipping
people.
around like life is just great.
I do see our people, but the majority of them are Edomites. All praises to the Most High. But the crazy part about it is, and I was telling her, I said, you know what? I said, this is far harder. It's not just the homelessness, it's the drug addiction too. We was talking to a brother yesterday.
Opioid.
And there's a few of them that were, you know, strung out. Especially a lady, old Edomite, and she kept following us. And every time we brought out the word, we started sowing the word, Satan came immediately. I ain't lying. You know what I'm saying? We had to boil that scripture out just because it was too regular, you know what I'm saying? But I was talking to one brother, right? Now, a couple of them, you know, gave him a drink, you know, talked to him a little bit, all of that. One brother, I didn't recognize that he was homeless at first. Couldn't tell. But I was talking to him, and he was very articulate. And he was talking about orthodoxy and all of that. And I said, well, you know, the Christian church tell you lies and all this. As soon as I said that, boy, face twisted up, and he's, you know, doing all that. You know, y'all probably can't see me, but he was making gestures in his face like he was ready to swing. I had to posture myself, but you know, I tried to handle him gently a little bit. You know, I might have offended him. He might want to do something about it. I would have accepted it. I wouldn't have been okay with it, but I would have accepted it. But I wanted to give him the truth of the knowledge of this book. Let him know who he was and what we got to do. And throughout that whole interaction, we had it ended well, and the interaction went well. But the whole time from that point when I said that, he kept doing stuff in his face, you know. And eventually, right, yeah. And eventually, when he walked off, he started yelling and screaming to no one. But you know, yeah, that madness, that blindness and madness are hard. And it goes back to what y'all said with these diseases and whatnot. It's drug addiction. A lot of times you hear people who have like this. I've heard that people with bipolar disorder can't get BPD or I forgot it that quick. Borderline personality disorder.
Okay, I'm about to say what it is.
But there's been some people who have both. And a lot of that is linked to their drug addictions. Getting high on shrooms, all type of shit like that. And it's a huge connection. Drugs, psychological disorders, and then eventually homelessness. You know what I'm saying? It's a sad thing. It's a real reality out there, you know, but it goes a lot to what we just read, you know. These plagues coming upon us until it destroys us. And that's literally what we're seeing, you know, in live action. You know what I mean? Yeah,
I had a precept from the Lord. I love his children shall be vagabonds. Oh, I thought it was in Job. It might be in Psalms, right?
because I know you're not talking to his children.
Yeah.
It might be Joe.
Yeah, no, it's Psalms. It's Psalms 109.
Oh, okay.
I got it.
But can I read this last scripture that edifies?
Yeah.
What we're saying. This is what we're talking about. Ecclesiasticus chapter 30, verse 17. Death is better than a bitter life or continual sickness. So, because, and it makes sense too, because the only reason why you're getting sick is because you're looking at the man. The only reason why you plague is because you fell away from the Most High. So, that's really a torturing that you're doing to yourself, because like brother brought out earlier, when it comes to if you hate the Most High, you love death. And that's a slow death. Sickness is a slow death. It's torture, basically.
And it ain't painless.
Yeah.
Nah.
I got something
You're
to add.
feeling that through and through.
Yeah.
And it's starting from the most sensitive spots.
I got something to add on to that too. And you can't rage quit either. In Wisdom of Solomon 1.
You know, that's a great point. Because it's like, people get sick, and they gotta battle that shit
Yeah.
to survive.
And it's a losing battle.
Fight.
Keep fighting,
Just to lose.
just to lose. That's the part I want to make.
Yeah. Just
They ain't
to
have to
lose.
tie you down to torture you. Most High torture you no matter where you go. But that kind of torture, you know what I'm saying?
I got
It's righteous.
I got a precept. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 12.
Bring it out.
Seek not death in the era of your life, and pull not upon yourselves destruction with the work of your hands. For God made not death, neither hath he pleasure in the destruction of the living. For he created all things, that they might have their being, and the generations of the world were healthful. And there is no poison of destruction in them, nor the kingdom of death upon the earth. For righteousness is immortal, but ungodly men with their works and words called it to them. For when they thought to have it their friend, they consumed it to naught, and made a covenant with it, because they are worthy to take part with it. So in other words, if you are persistently sick, even if it's a terminal illness and you're in pain, you're not allowed to rage quit. You can't hit the reset button and go, you know what, I'll try again. The Most High God say, hey man, you got to ride that out. Because that's what you deserve. That was invited onto you. That's why I say it all the time. God knows the real you. That's why when people go, man, what did I do to deserve this? Probably did a lot. That's why it's happening to you.
Yeah.
And you said that earlier, and I wanted to say that. You know how people always try to make themselves in public seem righteous, and they can't even. It's like every time you see them, they're doing good. Their marriage is good. Everything is good. They talk that good game. You like talking to them. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, something bad happens to them. They in ICU in the hospital. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, because like you said, God knows the real you. You can't hide for the Most High. The Most High sees your sins, man.
And you know what? That'd be one of the first things our people like to say. God knows my heart. God knows my heart. Yeah. So you do. You said you know the real you.
Real you.
Oh, God knows my heart.
Knows your heart.
Sure does, and your ass is in trouble.
You know your internet search history. You know everything. I put it out there. It's real, man.
That's crazy for them to say that. And I hear that a lot too. That's what Matthew 15.
I got a scripture too.
God knows your heart. He knows my heart.
What time is it? All right. So we're going to rock another about 15 minutes.
Okay.
And we gonna hang out.
You want me to get my verse first?
Go ahead.
All right, this is the book of Proverbs, chapter 1, verse 22.
Bring it up.
How long, you simple ones, will you love simplicity? For scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge. And I gotta stop right there. That's cold. Fools hate knowledge. I was talking with Jelon the other day, or yesterday. Oh man, you know my family. Man, my family too.
Right.
As soon as I get to talking about, hey, we ain't supposed to do that. Hey, that ain't, you know. I don't want to hear that shit. You still on that shit. Fools hate knowledge.
Fools hate knowledge. Right.
How long you simple ones love simplicity? Verse 23. Turn at my rebuke. Surely I will pour out my spirit upon you and make my words known to you. That's us right now. I ain't got time today.
We'll see.
Verse 24. Because I have called and you refused, I have stretched out my hand and no one regarded, because you disdained all my counsel and would have none of my rebuke. I will also laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your terror comes.
Fear.
Huh?
When your fear comes, I will mock when your fear comes.
Maybe this is a different translation.
Yeah.
I will Verse 26. I will also laugh at your calamity. I will mock you when your terror comes.
He said he would laugh at your calamity.
I will laugh at your calamity. I will mock you when your terror comes.
And that's the God they don't want to hear about.
Yeah, Jesus is our love.
They
And God is
they
our
don't want to hear
love.
about that guy.
I will mock when your terror comes.
Yeah.
When your terror comes like a storm, and your destruction comes like a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come upon you, then they will call on me, but I will not answer. They will seek me diligently, but they will not find me, because they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of the Lord.
Man.
They will not have none of my counsel and despise my every rebuke. Therefore, they shall eat the fruit of their own way and be filled to the full with their own fancies. For the turning away of the simple will slay them. Salakia, verse 32 again. For the turning away of the simple will slay them, and the complacency of fools will destroy them. But whoever listens to me will dwell safely and will be secure without fear and evil. Fear of evil. I told that dude yesterday, I can't do it on Saturday. I said, hey bro, come out this Saturday. Bro, Salakia. I said, bro, come out, you know, tomorrow. Just pop out, man. I got time. I got time today, cuz. I got time. Pop out. Like, what you got going on? You got to work? Oh, no, man. My church is having what do you say? Like a summit or some BS. They having a thing. You know, churches do. They be putting on concerts and all types of things. Give us more money. He's like, I got to go to that. I said, bro. I said, right now, I said, be honest. Have we put out more scriptures that you've heard in one sit down, one sermon at your church? Yeah.
So I
I said, why go then, bro? You come pull up. I got all the smoke. I ain't tell them smoke, but in my mind, I'm like, I got all the smoke. Right. But I'm like,
you ready to turn some stronghold?
but I told him, I told him, I said, bro, you show up, I can do it everything and then some. I said, because you saying a lot. And we got to go and we gotta talk about these things and really break it down. Mine it out. I said, just come tomorrow. I said, what's the point of you going over there? You ain't gonna hear any scriptures. You love God and you wanna, all of that. I said, just pull up on me.
Let's build it down.
That one's the one with the stinky phone.
But really, truthfully, I think, he was getting cut up pretty bad, so he had to run. That's really what I think happened.
Because he couldn't respond to what you were saying.
He
He
tried.
had no answers.
He tried to feel all ignorant.
Chopping that boy down.
You know what I'm saying? But
And he know it. He sounded ignorant. He know he sounded ignorant saying it.
he did.
Then they do. They normally do.
Because like I said earlier, I had to slow it down.
Yeah.
I slowed it like we was slug walking, slithering.
Because of the program.
You know what I'm saying?
That program rooted deep. You got to.
Because every time you got a chance to speak, He started trying to give a sermon.
Got a whole nother page.
Hold on, bro. What is this you're talking about? What covenant? Who? What? Okay, let's read that. Oh, but that's old. Okay. Is this repeating the same thing that it's repeating over here? Okay, so it's talking about the same thing. Oh, it's okay. You know, same thing. But you couldn't deal with that. But the point is, hey, you could have came out here and got some real learning. You didn't want to hear it. You know, our people don't want to hear it.
I got a precept for that. What you saying right now?
Go ahead, bro.
This is Zechariah, chapter 1 and verse 3.
Bring it up.
Therefore say thou unto them, thus saith the Lord of hosts, turn ye unto me, saith the Lord of hosts, and I will turn unto you, saith the Lord of hosts. Hey, what the brother's saying is like, we cry out to our people, tell them, hey man, come talk about the Bible, turn back unto your God. But this is what our people do.
You got time for the Bible, brother?
They're not like us.
Actually, this is in the spirit. We're telling them, hey man, turn unto your God. Turn unto your brothers. Come back to the fold.
Is he one of us?
He might be.
Verse 4, be ye not as your fathers unto whom the former prophets have cried, saying, thus saith the Lord of hosts, turn ye now from your evil ways, and from your evil doings. And they did not hear, nor hearken unto me, saith the Lord. So, we're telling them, hey man, come listen, come learn. They didn't listen. They don't want to hear it. And you got to remember,
Yeah, a fool despises knowledge.
a fool despises knowledge. And we despise knowledge even when we were in the wilderness. And the angel of the Lord was dealing with us personally.
Facts.
Right.
And we were still like, nah, man, I'm going to worship this golden
That's
calf.
crazy, man.
This shit is insane.
But that's because of the brainwashing of Egypt.
Brother, I'm
I
going
ain't
to be
even
real.
gonna blame Egypt on
Yeah,
that
it-
one.
it's just our
I'm
people,
saying
man.
the brain. That's why it took 40 years.
Yeah, it's
I
just
ain't
our
gonna
people.
blame Egypt on that one, bro.
I'm just saying, like, it had a lot to do with
Because
it. They were in Egypt for 100 years.
But that's the convenient reason. The reason why we did it is
That's the
because our
only
people
reason.
are
'Cause
wicked.
after you know better, you're supposed to do better. But I'm saying, when they came up out of Egypt, their mind, that's why he had to take them to a longer road. Because they weren't ready for battle and stuff like that.
Yeah, I
It was
don't-
too messed up in the head.
They don't want to take the effort no more. Like, you don't be certain.
Yeah?
I mean, cause
We're in Egypt today,
Now.
right?
Yeah.
And now a lot
That's
of our people are
definitely
mentally messed up. It's the same thing. We gotta get them out that brainwashing. That way, when they know,
but
they're gonna do better.
I still on that point alone, I still can't blame Egypt or even the heathens here. I mean, I can blame them to a point, but
That's what I'm saying.
you come up here and you talk to us or anybody dealing like how we just dealt with the people up here. It don't have to be us. Any of our people deal with anybody in that nature. Yeah, ain't no excuse. That's all you. Because same like when we went into the wilderness, we just saw the Most High. We just saw the Most High. We saw chariots. We saw the sea open up. We saw all these miracles. Firstborn getting killed. People who didn't have lamb's blood on their doorposts. We saw the plagues that happened before that. And somehow, some way, we left that and said, I'm gonna still, do my shit.
Right.
That's what our people do.
I'm gonna still do my shit though. Like they show, hey man, boom, this is gonna happen. Boom, it happened. And the plagues, the firstborn of everything dying, the chariots knocking off the wheels of the Egyptian chariots, them getting swallowed, the sea opening up, them getting swallowed in the sea, us following a cloud in the wilderness by day and fire by night. We seeing all of it. That's a lot of shit. That wasn't no simple matter. We saw a lot of shit. And still we going the hell off. You know what I mean? And that's our people today for real.
And we say today, like you said earlier, God knows our heart.
Cause how long y'all seen that clip of was Good Times? Where the little boy was like,
Michael?
the little boy was like, yeah, Jesus is black.
Yeah. I see that.
When was that show airing?
You don't see that.
That was in 67.
It wasn't in 2000.
No.
That shit, they put that out long ago. And they even showed how the mama was wrong. Little House on the Prairie had little situations they kind of Pointed and let you know who your enemy was and why, partially why you in the predicament.
There's no Western where there's a white man telling black man, cowboy, that he was an Israelite, that he's, I can't remember the name of it.
Blazing South.
It might be, but I can't remember the name of it. He was actually telling him who he was. He was like, nah. Yeah.
Shit, even Richard Pryor brought it out.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah.
And Locaire brought it out. To varying degrees, it's not the best. But
And he started
I know
moving at
what
the
you're
end.
But the point is, our people are sick. And it's still not clicking or registering.
Because of the brain.
We come out and tell and yell at them. Oh, that's great. I'm a king, yup. But I need to go score 8 ball.
Heading down the strip club.
You know what I mean? Yeah, let's go do some, some crazy shit.
Still believing in that free will.
I want to bring out this because it goes back to what you were saying about even after they hear all this, they say, well, God knows my heart.
Bring it out.
Book of Matthew, chapter 15, start at verse 7.
Bring it out.
You hypocrites! Well, the Isaiah prophesied of you, saying, verse 8, this people draweth nigh unto me with their mouth, and honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me.
That's right.
So, the Most High, in this scripture right here, he's equating your heart to actions. He ain't even talking about an abstract mindset where you say, well, I believe in Christ, and he knows your heart, but you ain't got no faith in the heart there. You ain't got no action behind what you're claiming what's in your heart. You say he knows your heart, but your heart, we're supposed to see what's in your heart with your actions. But we can't see that. We just see rebellion, rejection. Every time you always, like the brother said earlier, yeah, I gotta go.
Slothfulness.
Yes. Go ahead and read that out. Zechariah chapter 7, verse 10. Start at 10.
This is Zechariah, chapter 7 and verse 10. And oppress not the widow, nor the fatherless, the stranger, nor the poor, and let none of you imagine evil against his brother in his heart.
But they do that though. We do imagine evil against our brother in our heart. Every time a brother try to have a conversation with you, you always on the defense. Brother can't even talk to his own brother. But we're out here for you. Go ahead.
But they refused to hearken and pulled away the shoulder.
They refuse to what?
They refused to hearken
You refuse to listen. Go ahead.
and pulled away the shoulder.
And you pulled away the shoulder. You turning your back on your people.
I don't have time.
Go ahead.
And stopped the ear, that they should not hear. Yea, they made their hearts as adamant stone, lest they should hear the law.
So you harden your heart against the law of God. And we're talking about the law of God because whenever you hear your people talk, who's trying to reason with you, you turn your ear, you turn your shoulder, and you ain't even trying to hear the truth. So you're rejected to even hear the truth when the Most High is trying to bring it to you. Go ahead.
And the words which the Lord of hosts had sent in spirit by the former prophets.
By the former prophets, go.
Therefore came a great wrath from the Lord of hosts.
A great wrath is going to come down on you from the Lord of hosts. And that's what you're seeing in your life. Read.
Therefore it is come to pass that as he cried, and they would not hear, so they cried, and I would not hear, saith the Lord of hosts.
So he ain't gonna. If you ain't trying to hear him, when you start crying, he ain't trying to hear you. So you're gonna get those plagues that the brother is speaking about, and they gonna hurt. And ain't nothing you gonna be able to do about it. Nothing. It's crazy, man. Go ahead.
But I scattered them with a whirlwind among all the nations, whom they knew not. Thus the land was desolate after them.
Read that again.
And I scattered them with a whirlwind among all the nations, whom they knew not.
So these are the children of Israel, but he just said, I scattered them amongst the nations. We supposed to go teach amongst the nations. That's what we're doing because they're scattered. Well, where's the other nations in that? He said he's scattered amongst the nations. He didn't say he's coming to the nations to get his people and the nations. He's only concerned himself to his people who are scattered amongst the nations. So even if the nations are listening, like that lady that kept circling back to listen to the brother, that's the devil. That's no different than that Greek woman that was trying to get the Most High, trying to get Yahweh's attention, but he ignored her. He answered her not a word. Why? Because that's the other nations. He ain't come for them. What did he tell her? 15:24. I only came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
not-
who
it's
scattered
not-
amongst the
It's
nations.
not even good to you take the children's bread.
And
cast
cast
it
them to the dogs. But they are dogs, is how we look at them. Why? Because dogs don't sit at the table with the children. Dogs don't eat the same food. You know how
They
you
serve,
know.
they serve the children though. They
Right.
serve the children though. That's,
But look, if a dog eat human food for so long, guess what happens to the dog? You start getting sick. You see what I'm saying? So that's why you can't sit at the table. Our food is not your food. That's why we're commanded we can't even eat pork, shrimps, crabs, crawfish. We can't eat that stuff. But guess what? According to the laws of God, we can sell it to our enemies, the other nations. Why?
that's a great point, brother. Because I've heard things where they say like, oh man, because part of what us eating that shit comes from watching the Moabites. They be like, oh, they live a long life. They do some crazy shit.
They're nasty. They're really
Disgusting.
nasty. I know a lot, and you know the other brother, Feed, he could tell you a lot about the Moabites. And man, they have jars. You know the big
Penis-
jars.
the three
They
penis
have
wine?
jars. If you go to their club, it's not like these clubs out here. If you go over there to Asia, their clubs, bro, they have them pickle jars and they be duck eggs and they'll be fully developed in the egg.
And they're like duck
but they're
embryos.
eggs.
Yeah.
So it's common and natural for a Moabite woman in the club getting off the dance floor and get one of them eggs out there. They got these little spoons, these little forks, and they just hit the tip of it and they start eating the brains of the egg.
Yeah.
That's what they do. Them people, they're nasty. They're nasty, man. Do not get with them people.
Brother heard me say something. I'm gonna repeat it. They have
You're not supposed to be
something.
eating this.
They have something called three penis wine. They are very infatuated with drinking and eating the phalluses of animals for virility's sake. Keep them procreating, right? That's their mysticism. It was a powerful point. It was a powerful point that this brother made because he don't be studying Moab. And some of our people fall into that too. They are. In Asia, they live a long time. They don't have no problems. Barely any. And that's just the Most High's divine order. Like you said, they can't eat what we eat. We can't eat what they shit.
You can't. Well, ain't Moab a wash pot?
Yeah, and I was about to say,
Shit, you throw
when
garbage
that
in a
day
wash pot.
comes, that's how we gonna preserve them to that point, you know?
That's right.
I don't want to eat this shit, give it to the Moabites. They have no problem eating disgusting shit.
The
I
stuff
just
that
seen-
they eat, we
ran over
cannot
a
eat that.
squirrel.
It'll make us sick.
I
It'll
just
make
seen-
us sick.
I'm gonna tell you two things I seen a Moabite eat. Same person. It's a cow stomach. They emptied out, and this is a common thing. They emptied out the contents of the stomach into the bile, all of that.
Oh.
They pour some water in it. They cook the intestines, and they throw it right back in the throw-up base. It's bile in it. They like the taste. They throw lemongrass in it. Lemongrass got that limiting taste, so they get a little bit of that extra grass. So they not only ate the stomach, but they ate the contents. And then I've seen people eat a porcupine fish or puffer fish. What is the porcupine?
You're talking about suku fish.
It had the spines, you took it out, you ground them up into a pot, threw it in the pot, ate the fish. You know what I'm saying? It's disgusting as hell. So they eat spiders and all type of other shit.
You
right?
saw that video of that Moabite woman?
1,000-year-old eggs.
She was eating them spiders dipped in sauce.
You know
Yeah.
what's crazy?
This nigga, man.
But look, I seen that video years ago before I knew who I was. And
Y'all stand on the side.
around the time I'm finding that out, I actually found her channel on YouTube. And I was watching it. And it's you know how there's like a thing with mukbangs. People like to watch other people eat. It was almost like some shit like that. Because I'm like watching them eat all the crazy shit. Some of it was shit we can eat. And I was looking like, disgusting. They have a lot more things. This is a whole channel. They outside cooking. And that's a popular thing now. It's a popular thing. It's interesting to watch because you got like the Russian Edomites and the Persians and stuff. What they do is they have beautiful land. It's destroyed. All praise to the Most High.
All
But,
praise.
but I'm talking about this some beautiful land. You see the backdrop. It's like, damn, you live out there? They got a whole damn camel. They cutting it up. They got a whole ostrich. They cutting it up. They, you know, it's interesting to watch. But yeah, when that day comes, yeah, good luck, buddy. That's gonna be all you need. You know what I mean? We're gonna be throwing them scraps to you.
Now, I don't gotta wrap it up, but it's just a sum of what the brother was trying to. That's a primary point. Look, Most High likened this woman from another nation to a dog. Dogs can eat their own vomit and be okay.
Yeah, they can't own shit.
The vomit of a dog can be okay. You don't get sick.
Eat their own
Pigs can eat stuff. They can eat their own kind and be okay. We can't do that and be okay. So in the same manner, Moab can eat the head of a developed and dead duck and be okay. We can't eat that and be okay because we're Israelites.
Can I
See what
stop
I'm
you
saying?
right there real quick? I went to, before I knew who I was, I went to
That's not food for us.
like a halal market. Like like a meat market. They got like all the Arab drinks, canned food, chips, snacks, meat, and they were actually selling dope. I just thought about it. They're actually selling dope rings.
That's
So
how
like
you get that.
saying,
You get that prions disease.
Yeah, and that's what kind of
Yeah.
like freaked me out a little bit. Oh, so you know prion? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know about the chronic wasting disease?
Yeah.
You know, it's a prion.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
essentially a form of mad cow disease.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's it's not
It's a
even
protein.
it's literally not even a disease. It's like basically degraded proteins that are in your nervous system in your brain, and your body is having like reactions to it. So like you get tremors. Say like if you lift your arm this high, your other arm might start jerking because your brain is messed up. Yeah, like that's why I know about this because when I moved back to the States from England, mad cow disease, there was a big scare going on. And I technically am not allowed to give blood to this day because
The French boys, they be eating horse.
yeah,
I
you
heard
ain't
about
supposed
that. They love horse.
you ain't supposed to eat none of that shit.
They love that horse. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, man, it's all muscle.
I don't know, but shit. Yeah, them dogs gonna eat. Them dogs is gonna eat the scraps. But yeah, my bad, Slock. I didn't mean,
No, I just wanted to make that point, man. That like the brother said, they're eating poison. That's their mindset, though. But our God tells us those things are not food for us. You got food for things that is meant for them. Everything has a purpose. Taking it out of its purpose is a sin. So you cannot make something just because you decide to put it in the pot and grill it. That doesn't make it food. Pork is not food for you. Shrimp, crabs. I'm allergic to shrimp, crabs. Anything shellfish, I'm allergic to. That's for a reason. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of our people, of our tribes, are allergic to shellfish. It's for a reason. What does that tell you? Most I didn't want you to eat that anyway. Why? Because it's my God. It's great. And there's something, a gift in you that the Most High has. You was born to do this. So you can't even eat it. You know what I'm saying? You know how people born Nazarites, naturally they're supposed to be a Nazarite, raised to be a Nazarite, and then all these abortions, you killing gifted people. You killing people who have the antidote, who have the knowledge how to put together antidotes to certain things that we can't figure out. They're aborting them. But the Most High did call them.
Hey, can I put it in an elementary
Go
sense?
ahead, go ahead.
If you ever played bingo, you got an extra free square. You can't fuck it up.
Yeah,
Like you literally allergic to the thing that's a sin to eat.
that's right.
You cannot mess it up. And you know what? Niggas will go out their way to
And
mess it
they'll
up.
eat it anyway.
They'll go out their way. Now I know I always
Hey,
get.
You get a Benadryl.
But
Yeah.
you know what?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Get
hold
the
on.
Benadryl. I'm gonna eat
But
this
you know what's
anyway.
crazy?
It smells too good.
That's us following the
Great.
following the heathens, because that's a big
You
thing.
know what I'm talking about.
That's a big
You know what I'm
thing.
talking about.
That's a big thing that the heathens, doctors, medicine men, will tell our people though.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, just take a little bit, and
Expose
I
yourself
don't
to it.
want to expose too much, but I work in an industry where we talk about contagions like that, food poisoning and whatnot, people being allergic, allergies, I guess. there's no metric for how much somebody can intake before they have a reaction. It could be a lot or a little bit,
Right.
and it varies from person to person. There's no way to regulate that.
Anaphylactic shock.
And you know, the heathen medicine, and that's the point. Everybody ain't built the same. We're not all cut from the same cloth. This is why other people can do other things and we cannot, and why they can't do damn near none of the things we do, or as easily. And I, you know, foresight, just me seeing it, I feel like that's how it's gonna play out when we become a light to these people, because they do eat. A lot of these heathens do eat each other still. That's a common thing. In Elam and Africa for sure, I know. And eat them too. Eat their own people too.
Having
That's-
read the Bible too.
That's
And they'll
present.
do it just to take revenge on you. You know what? Go bring me his son. I
Hey.
want to eat his head on the platter.
Hey, not even that.
Type of
I'm gonna
stuff.
take it a step further. When they make it real light,
Yeah.
you know, unsinister or not sinister, right? They say, oh, there's a new thing going on. I ate my placenta. You heard that? You heard that before? Oh yeah, the doctor gave it to me and I put it in the frying pan and ate it with some eggs.
That's crazy, man.
Placenta, that's crazy.
Yeah. That's actually something here in America.
Woo!
Yeah.
Placenta.
So actually, so
I
for
think they're ready for that.
hold on. Yeah, after.
People eat that.
So, but hold on. And for those who know what the halakha says, the fake Jew actually eats the foreskins of the children that they give the tzitzis to.
Yeah.
They also they view like emissions from the body, like breast milk, semen, all that stuff. They view that as medicine. So all those different things like circumcised flesh, all that's medicine. So the ones who follow like basically classical halakhic practices, they do those things. Just wanted to throw that out there.
And mind you, we ain't even talking about no black market activity.
No.
Because, I mean, you get there, you get into all kind of stuff. But
What the brother was saying though, more into it, there's been rabbis who have given children on the 8th day herpes, syphilis, because they were eating the foreskin of those things. So that tells you how holy they are. That tells you how holy they are.
they put their mouth on baby penises.
It's perverted. It's perverted.
And this is why we have to be a light to these people.
You talking about Micah 4?
Because once the world goes to destruction, and I think we talked about this last time, like, the world cannot sustain in a smaller vacuum. I feel. You know, you decimate, you know, half the earth. The society that we know it as of now is not going to thrive. It's not going to rebuild itself. It's just going to collapse. You know, this is why we got to be a light to these people. We got to be what Esau's trying to be. World police. You know what I'm saying? Gotta do it a more righteous way, though, because these people they're not only just disgusting as fuck, they off as hell.
They
You know
need
what I mean?
correction.
They need correction.
Them iron rods, man.
And then it's
Right.
I didn't emphasize this, but the wicked practice of giving a broad stroke across all nations about health concerns and whatnot.
You doing security?
We're not built the same. You know, we don't need to be going to doctors of another nation telling us about our body when our bodies aren't built the same as theirs. You know, I hear that a lot where they say, oh, you know, you got 1 year to live, when they talking to our people and they live, you know, at least another 5-10 years.
Right.
Hey, I got something on that. I had an instructor when I was in the Air Force. This brother, Mr. Gonzalez, is correct. He literally said his doctor said his heart was basically 98% clogged and was gonna die within 2 weeks. He was like, well, fuck it, I might as well just eat what I want. Dude was alive like 10 years later teaching the class.
Eat what he wants.
Yeah, all because he stopped following what the white man was telling him to do.
Yeah.
Granted, he didn't eat a clean diet,
Yeah.
but it goes to show, like, man, they're physicians of no value. You know what I'm saying?
No value to us.
Well, no
Especially-
value to themselves, man.
Well, it's called practicing medicine. They're just practicing.
Right. Practicing.
Yeah.
And really, if you really want to think about it, and let me know if y'all agree. Let me know if y'all agree. They can't explain why we have an allergic reaction to certain things, right? We already just talked about that certain people were not meant to eat those things for a reason, and the Most High wills it so. How is that not a miracle in itself?
That
that you cannot even break down the complication of why this man, uncle, cannot eat shrimp, crabs, lobster, crawfish, the very thing that you sell. How's that not a miracle? One thing in and of itself, something you can't explain, you can't stop. You can give all the good news in the world.
That's
When
like
we're out, he's still gonna have a bad reaction to it.
hey, that's like a spiritual dog. You know what I'm saying? That's a spiritual
It
dog.
proves the Most High.
I
It really proves
thought
the
the
Most High.
Bible said that we were in chains of darkness. These bodies are bound in ways. Like, I remember I used to get into fist fights all the time. And one of the things I always tell my wife is it felt like I was being hamstrung. Or I wanted to hurt somebody, but I couldn't hurt them as much as I wanted to. Simply because the Most High was like, yo, you gonna fuck up the plan.
Right.
So I'm gonna go ahead and rob you of your strength so you can't hurt this person. Or I'm gonna rob you of your ability to do more wickedness to exacerbate the penalties that are gonna come your way. So we are in chains of darkness. Your body is not your own. You know what I'm saying? But y'all, we gonna go ahead and get ready to hang this up.
Oh, one more thing. Your body is a temple. If you're an Israelite, your body is a temple. That's why everything we just said, you cannot defile your body because your body is a temple. That's why you suffer whenever you eat things that is against Leviticus chapter 11. You suffer severely. And you're going to end up in what is that? ICU. How many of us have been to ICU with a grandmother, uncle, father, mother, asking them, please stop eating this. Follow the doctor even started working, hey, you're going to have to stop eating this pork.
You know it's bad when the heathen like, hey man, put the pork
That's
down.
bad. That's
It's
bad.
bad.
And now you too far gone. You like, I'm going to just give it some bacon. Anyway, our body is a temple. That's why we're
Oh,
got to
real
suffer
quick,
so
real quick.
severely.
I promise.
Yeah, we gotta sign off.
You said about it's a temple, right? On that note, anybody see this Christian or whatever, I keep bringing this out, tell them Most High is not built in tents made, or excuse me, temple made with hands. He dwells in his people, right? But somehow people will read that and preach that. It still doesn't dawn on them that they still go to a Christian church. The church is the people, not the building.
All right, y'all. We're gonna go ahead and sign off. I like to sign off by saying, call halal Yahweh Shem Yahushai. I'm Brother Hayel. This is Brother Malkia. This is Brother Amon. And this is Brother Manawasha. Shalom and Kwam Yasharal.
Shalom.
All praises, y'all. Yeah, buddy.